Chapter 1228. Die all of you. A surge of true qi gushed out of Quanglong's body and fused with his all-creation's force, instantly shattering the flame demons. However, at this moment, another gust of wind appeared. Rui Theurgy whirlwind. Whoosh! A piercing sound rang out. Mad Dragon lowered his body and dodged the attack. However, he didn't know that there was a follow-up to this attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword gleam suddenly split into countless wind blades, instantly hitting Quanglong's back. What? Whirlwind? Quanglong was shocked. He had seen this move before. After all, it was his good friend Scar's ultimate move. Scar had used it when they fought a few days ago. He didn't expect Yi Xian to know it too. This is a Rui Theurgy that Scar obtained by chance. Why does this brat know it too? Moreover, this brat's concealment skills are heaven-defying. Could it be? Quanglong hurriedly circulated his true qi and all creation's force to defend himself. At the same time, his thoughts were running wild. He guessed that Yi Xian was Scar's monstrous disciple. Otherwise, how could Yi Xian, who was only at the 8th tier of ethereal opening, be able to fight him? No matter what, he couldn't lose. While Quanglong was defending against the wind blades, Yi Xian had already quietly slipped into the darkness and circled behind Scar. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. Whoosh whoosh. Another killing move was unleashed. In terms of group attack power, the peerless flame dragon slash might not be as good as the whirlwind. However, in terms of individual attack power, the peerless flame dragon slash completely overpowered the whirlwind. Bang! This time Quanglong was too slow to defend against the whirlwind, and was sent flying by the peerless flame dragon slash. Not good. Quanglong's expression changed because he was sent flying. This way, Yi Xian was the closest to the secret chamber. Luoluo. Seeing Quanglong being bitten by the flame dragon and sent flying, Yi Xian hurriedly summoned Luoluo. 100-layer demon fox doppelganger. As soon as Luoluo appeared, she immediately created hundreds of doppelgangers. Then, 7 lotuses appeared in the hands of each doppelganger. Rainbow demon fire, 1000-layer explosion. Countless rainbow demon flames appeared and smashed into Quanglong Luoluo. If Quanglong was hit, he would probably be smashed to death. However, the most important thing right now was for Yi Xian to break into the secret room and kill Nailinjia. Luoluoluo. Luolua's flame demon dragon Luoluls. Luoluoluo Luoluoluoluoluo. Wang Luoluoluo. T. To S. To S8. St Teethumph. If forceful attacks don't work, then I'll use this. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he shot out 2 disintegration rays which hit the protective formation. Yi Xian rarely used the disintegration eye in battle, but it was very useful at times. Back then, he had used the disintegration eye to break the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse membrane. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by the Vajra Corpse King. BZZT. The 2 disintegration rays hit the protective formation. In the next moment, the protective formation was broken. It expanded from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist, and then to the size of a wash basin. At the same time, Luoluo punched the door open through the protective formation. Yi Xian's eye of perception spread inside and found that there was indeed a martial artist at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm inside. Moreover, he had encountered this aura before. The jade-faced scholar Nailinjia. Yi Xian's plan was to control Nailinjia. If he couldn't control him, he would choose to kill him. Yi Xian took advantage of the time before the protective formation was restored to its original state to enter. Not good. Quanglong's expression changed drastically. He had been stalling for time, but he had failed in the end. Not only that, but he had also been severely injured by 2 juniors. It was a disgrace. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too slow. Yi Xian entered the secret chamber and stared. He was now certain that the person inside was Nailinjia. At this time, Nailinjia was lying limp in a corner with his eyes closed. Open your eyes. Without another word, Yi Xian used the power of all creations in an attempt to lift Nailinjia's eyelids. Then he used the Eye of Control. Although Nailinjia was also a reincarnated one, he had not awakened and was still unconscious. Moreover, Yi Xian was only 1 level below him, so he might be able to control him. As long as he could control a reincarnated one, Yi Xian would not lack supernatural powers in the future. He would also have a way to rapidly increase his strength. However, what Yixian did not realize was that Nalinjia did not have any shackles on his body to seal the flow of true qi. At the same time, the moment the power of all creations approached Nalinjia's eyes opened on their own. Two fierce murderous intents burst out from them. What? Yixian was shocked and quickly used the scorching hell and the eye of control. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Two system notifications sounded in succession. Yixian's control had failed. At the same time, he felt a familiar aura. Nalinjia had awakened. Not good. Kill. Without another word, Yixian held the heaven-trembling sword tightly in his hand and directly launched his strongest attack at Nalinjia in the corner. Killing intent explosion. Flaming dragon's unparalleled slash. At the same time, Nalinjia also took out his weapon. Soul-chasing sword of 3 days. Whoosh! The two attacks collided, and the entire secret chamber was suddenly filled with a powerful shockwave. Because Yixian's attack was too fast, the power of this attack wasn't very strong. However, from the beginning, Nalinjia had been gathering true qi. Therefore, he and Yixian were evenly matched. Soul-chasing sword of 3 days. This Nalinjia has really awakened. How is this possible? Yixian could not believe it. He did not expect Nalinjia to awaken at such a crucial moment. It was not easy for a reincarnated one to awaken. After death, there was not a 100% chance of awakening. If a special method was used, the success rate could be increased. However, what he did not know was that Madragon had already used that special method to forcibly awaken Nalinjia when he first entered the underworld. Fortunately, Nalinjia had successfully awakened. So what if you've awakened? I'll still kill you. Yixian's face darkened. He once again used the unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Chapter 1229. Unfortunately, Yixian's guess was wrong. Before he could draw his sword, Nalinjia flashed to his side like a ghost. Then he turned his body and swept his right leg out. Soul-breaking kick. Gotcha! Pung! This kick directly broke through the brilliant golden armor and landed on Yixian's stomach. The true energy instantly passed through Yixian's flesh and blood, causing the organs in his body to explode. Pooh! Yixian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the secret room. At this time, he felt that Nalinjia was not easy to deal with. Nalinjia was much stronger than Nalinbing, and was second only to Mo Shui. This was troublesome. Ding! The host triggered a random mission to kill Nalinjia. Completion of the reward to activate the shadow step. The system prompted. This random mission made Yixian's eyes light up. The shadow step was an unactivated skill of the slaying god bloodline. It was a powerful escape skill. If it was activated normally, it would cost 1 devour point. However, as long as this random mission was completed, it could be activated directly. Although the reward was not as good as the devour point reward, it was not bad. Luo, trap him. Yixian released Luo. Luo did not say anything and threw out the long whip in her hand. The long whip flew towards Nalinjia, but Nalinjia quickly dodged it. After Nalinjia awakened, his battle strength was very strong. If Mo Shui had encountered Nalinjia that day, it would not have been Yixian's turn. Fox bloodline? Six-tailed? Nalinjia's eyes widened when he saw the 6 tails behind Luo. He was also a fox in his previous life, so he naturally knew what 6 tails meant. Such a young 6-tailed demon fox. I must catch her and let my sister possess her. Nalinjia's eyes flashed. Yixian noticed his eyes and quickly stabilized his body and attacked together with Luo. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon slash. 7-colored demon fire 1,000-layer explosion. However, Nalinjia's expression was unpredictable. He easily dodged the 2 attacks and attacked Luo. The target is Luo again. It won't be that easy. Yixian's eyes flashed as he slashed his sword at Luo. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. This flame dragon directly attacked Luo, while Luo stood in place, accumulating power and waiting to attack. What? Nalinjia was shocked. Luo belonged to Yixian, but Yixian dared to attack her. Why? This girl belongs to my younger sister. Don't even think about harming her. Although he didn't know why Yixian did this, Jia couldn't help but take action. 3 days soul-chasing sword. Bang! Another wave of air swept across the area. Amidst the dust, Luo finally made her move. She turned into a beam of white light and quickly attacked Jia. Demon Fox Flash. What? Jia was shocked again. He didn't expect Luo to have so many supreme fox skills. It seemed that Luo had either awakened her bloodline or was a reincarnator. No matter what, I will capture you. Jia's expression was dignified. He turned into a phantom again and dodged Luo's attack. Whoosh! Luo passed by him, but at this moment, Jia suddenly pinched his left hand and locked it on Luo's white and tender neck. Haha, little girl, you are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Jia was overjoyed. He planned to restrain Luo first and then kill Yixian, this annoying guy. But at this moment, swoosh! Luo, who was in Jia's left hand, suddenly disappeared. Yes, she disappeared right in front of him. What happened? Jia's eyes widened. He didn't understand how Luo escaped from under his nose. Could it be that it was just a genuine energy clone? Just as he was surprised, Luo suddenly appeared behind him and used Demon Fox Flash again. Jia felt something and turned around. Rip! Only to hear a crisp sound, Jia's left hand was thrown up and blood spurted out. Fortunately, Jia dodged the fatal attack at the critical moment. Otherwise, it would be his head that flew up. How dare you cut off my arm, you are courting death. This time Jia was angry. He directly slashed at Luo in front of him. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. Those who were hit by this move, if they didn't die immediately, they would be killed by the remaining sword chi in their body within 3 days. However, as the creator of this magical power, Jia naturally had a way to remove it. However, when the 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword was in front of Luo, she suddenly disappeared again. Where is he? Jia held the long sword in his hand tightly and stared at her. From the beginning, Yixian had disappeared. Even his spiritual sense didn't find him. At this time, Yixian was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, Luo appeared again, still behind Jia. Whoosh! Jia reacted and dodged the attack. However, he happened to expose his back. This attack will kill you instantly. Yixian opened his eyes wide. He gathered a large amount of vital energy and slashed at Jia's back. Killing Intent Explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. This attack had reached the limit of the Killing Intent Explosion fusion. It was Yixian's current strongest single attack. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared from the side. Kid, don't ignore me. A familiar voice sounded and fell into Yixian's ears. It was Long. Although Long was seriously injured by the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash, he could still fight. The moment Yixian attacked, he attacked at the same time. Bang! The blade collided with the Flame Dragon. Although it didn't destroy the Flame Dragon, its power was greatly reduced. The power of the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash was greatly reduced. When it reached Jia, he easily dodged it. This is troublesome. Yixian's expression was gloomy. Jia's awakening had already exceeded his expectations. Now that Long was at the second level of the fulfillment realm, he was in danger. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have entered the secret room. He would have killed Long directly. Unfortunately, he did it in the wrong order. Just now my killing intent was enough to use Bladestorm, but after using Killing Intent Explosion so many times, it's not enough anymore. Yixian quickly thought in his heart. The reason he didn't use Bladestorm directly was because there were many innocent people around. If he used it, hundreds of innocent lives would be lost. That was why he held back. If he wanted to use Bladestorm now, he would have to kill Long and escape from Sky Faraway City. Go! Yixian made a prompt decision. He immediately fled into the darkness and broke through the void. You want to leave? Stay. Chapter 1230. The light shone on Yixian, who had entered the void door. Only then did Long know how Yixian had left. Whoosh! While Long and Jia were still in shock, Yixian left the underworld branch and returned to the mainland. Seeing this, Jia whispered, Chase, I want to capture that girl alive. Although Luoluo had been hidden in the planting space by Yixian, Nalanjia knew that as long as he captured Yixian, it was equivalent to capturing Luoluo. Okay. Kuang-Long nodded and immediately rushed out of the underworld branch. It was obvious that Nalanjia had successfully awakened. Otherwise, how could he fight Yixian? If he helped Nalanjia capture Luoluo, it would be a great achievement. He might even be rewarded with the Shattering God art. Immediately, the two of them arrived on the mainland. It was daytime on the mainland, so Yixian had nowhere to hide. However, he didn't think of hiding this time. Instead, he swaggered towards the southeast. Chase! Nalanjia didn't say anything and chased after him. Kuang-Long followed closely behind. If Yixian wanted to run, he would have left Tianyuan City directly. However, he didn't this time. This meant that he still had a chance. The direction he was running in was the direction of Nalanbing and the Scarred Assassin. In front of him was a blood-red kill. It was Nalanbing's death warrant. This Nalanbing suddenly sped up. She should be able to catch up in a few minutes. Yixian's eyes flashed. Originally, he estimated that Nalanbing would arrive in half an hour. He didn't expect her to suddenly speed up. This was good. He could catch Nalanbing and Nalanjia, the Xianming duo demons, in one fell swoop. However, before that, he had to weaken Nalanjia and Kuang-Long's qi. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Yixian, who was running out of Tianyuan City, suddenly turned around and slashed at Nalanjia. Another flame dragon appeared and swept over. This move didn't combine with the explosion of killing intent, because Yixian was only using it to consume energy. Humph! Nalanjia snorted coldly and blocked it. Deadly Soul Slash. Bang! The two streams of true qi collided and then were annihilated. Yixian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his recovery speed was terrifying. However, Nalanjia and Mad Dragon didn't, so Yixian's advantage was gradually increasing. Of course, this was only before Nalanjia and Nalanbing met. Nalanjia and Nalanbing were siblings, known as the Xianming duo demons in his previous life. With the two of them working together, even Mo Shui would have to flee. If they were allowed to meet up, Yixian's chances of winning would be even lower. However, this was also a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop because there were 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners behind the Scarred Assassin. The success of Yixian's plan this time depended on whether or not he could kill these 8 people. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Soul-Chasing Slash. Along the way, Yixian was constantly depleting Nalanjia's Zhenqi. At the same time, he was also controlling the Zhenqi in his body. It couldn't be too low, otherwise he wouldn't be able to recover. The blood-red kill character in front of him was rapidly approaching. Soon Yixian felt a few auras. These auras belonged to the Scarred Assassin, Nalanbing, and the others. Big brother? In the distance, Nalanbing felt a familiar aura and raised her eyebrows. Little sister. Nalanjia's body also trembled. Even if they weren't siblings, they had been together for 1,000 years and were naturally very familiar with each other. They remembered each other's gaze. The two instantly understood that the other had awakened. Their gazes met for only an instant before they simultaneously turned their attention to Yixian. Immediately, Yixian's hatred soared. Success or failure, it all depends on this. Yixian held his breath and thought with a serious expression. At this time, the Scarred Assassin also noticed Yixian, who was being chased. At the same time, he was shocked when he saw Mad Dragon, who was heavily injured. Mad Dragon is heavily injured? The Scarred Assassin found it unbelievable. Mad Dragon's strength was above his, but he was injured by Yixian. Was this Yixian also a reincarnator? Everyone attack together and capture him. There will be great rewards. At this time, Nalanbing suddenly shouted. She wanted Luoluo, and Nalanjia also wanted to capture Luoluo for her to possess. And Luoluo's appearance and disappearance were all related to Yixian. In an instant, Yixian was surrounded from 2 sides. At this moment, there was a hungry wolf in front and a fierce tiger behind. Yixian was in a dilemma. Come on, let's fight. Yixian was already prepared to fight to the death. This time he had to kill Nalanbing and Nalanjia. First, to fulfill his promise to Mo Shui, and second, to complete the random mission. Kill. Yixian's expression darkened. He directly released a large number of exotic beasts. These exotic beasts directly covered the sky. Passive effect of assassination mode activated. Yi Xian hid in the shadows and attacked Nalan Bing. With so many exotic beasts, not only did they cover Yi Xian's figure, but they also covered Yi Xian's aura, which was difficult to detect. They had to be eliminated. I'll do it. The scarred assassin's anger rose as he ruthlessly slashed at the exotic beasts. Wishful will super ability Whirlwind. But at this time, a figure suddenly jumped out of the exotic beasts. It was Yi Xian. Eye of the Void. A void door suddenly opened in the air, and the scarred assassin's sword energy swept in. The exit of this void door happened to be near Nalan Jia, and Mad Dragon behind him. What? Nalan Jia and Mad Dragon were shocked, and their figures paused. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While they were surprised, wind blades madly swept out. This was a scene that no one had expected. Yi Xian didn't know whether this move was called a straw boat to borrow an arrow or a driving tiger to devour a wolf, but it was very useful. Using the scarred assassin's attack to attack Nalan Jia. And Mad Dragon was really perfect. When Nalan Bing and the scarred assassin reacted, they found that Yi Xian's figure had suddenly disappeared. And behind them, a familiar aura appeared. Behind, Nalan Bing's delicate body trembled, and she suddenly turned her head. Eye of Assassination. Killing Intent Explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. With the Eye of Assassination, Yi Xian directly crossed a large distance and directly appeared behind Nalan Bing. However, Nalan Bing was an assassin who had lived for 1,000 years. The moment she turned around, she used her life-saving ability. In an instant, a hard layer of ice condensed around her body. Nalan Bing was previously under the Death Hunt order, so Yi Xian's attack on her was enhanced. Bang! Before the ice layer was completely condensed, the flame dragon had already crashed into it. In an instant, the scorching temperature melted the ice layer and directly broke it, biting Nalan Bing's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Nalan Bing was swallowed by the flame dragon. Sister? Chapter 1231. Nalan Bing was hit by Emoshui's peerless flame dragon slash at such a close distance. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Yi Xian expected Nalan Bing to die under this attack. However, Nalan Bing was a reincarnator, and he couldn't let his guard down when fighting her. However, it didn't matter whether Nalan Bing died or not. The flame dragon was biting her and flying away. Yi Xian's real target wasn't her, but the scarred killer and the other 8 fulfillment realm experts. Slaughter feast. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. At the same time, the light in this area grew dimmer and dimmer. Another group of strange beasts appeared in the sky. This time Yi Xian was prepared to fight to the death. That was why he summoned almost all of the strange beasts. His goal was to hide his figure. Not good. The scarred killer's expression changed when he saw Yi Xian in front of him. Scar, you're going to die too. Yi Xian gathered his true energy and slashed at the scarred killer. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Another flame dragon rolled out and engulfed the scarred assassin. However, the scarred killer was the second target, so he was prepared to defend himself. Right now, there were only 8 martial practitioners at the first level of the fulfillment realm left. However, they weren't the only ones here. There was another one. Transform. Luoluo had appeared behind the 8 people at some point in time. Moreover, her fur had turned completely gold. Demon Fox Flash. Luoluo transformed into a golden lightning bolt. Immediately, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Hiss! 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 First kill. Second kill. Third kill. Yi Xian's amplification grew stronger and stronger, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. These 8 first-level fulfillment realm experts didn't even have time to react before their heads were cut off by Luoluo. 8 consecutive kills. Yi Xian's amplification reached an unprecedented height. Double. At the same time, his killing intent soared to the highest point. However, it could go even higher. Young master for you. Luoluo threw the 8 yin and yang rings to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the yin and yang rings and devoured everything inside, increasing his strength once again. After the preparations were complete, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Everything was ready. Now it was time for him to start a massacre. Come, let me show you the might of Bladestorm. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. He threw out the Sky Quake sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of Sky Quake swords. Not only that, but the heaven-shaking swords were also covered by a strange energy, and they all turned into blood-red swords. Wei Zhentian, tear them apart. Yi Xian shouted in his mind. After accumulating for so long, he could finally witness the might of Bladestorm with his own eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely excited. Although Nailin Bing and Nailin Jia had reunited, both of them were seriously injured. Although they were reincarnators, could they survive the storm of thousands of blood-red swords? Looking at the thousands of blood-red swords, the two siblings' faces sank. Could it be that they were going to die here this time? Both of them were old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. There were many reincarnators among the souls that had died under the swords. Even if reincarnators were awakened, they would only have memories. It wasn't that easy for them to grow. In this world, reincarnators were dying all the time. Could it be that they were going to become one of them? No, we can't die here. Sister, set up the formation. Nailin Jia panicked. The seriously injured Nailin Bing nodded fiercely. Layers of ice crystals suddenly condensed on the long sword in her hand. The Xianming duo demons were very famous in the underworld. Their mission completion rate was very high. Their individual combat strength was actually not strong. They couldn't compare to Mo Shui, but their teamwork was flawless. However, what made them fearful was that they were good at a supersword formation. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation. Nailin Jia and Nailin Bing moved quickly. They used the strength of all things to condense the shadows of a flame dragon and an ice dragon. The two different true qis merged together. In an instant, a magical defensive formation was formed around the two of them. Yi Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. Ding! Copy of Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon successful. Ding! Copy of Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation successful. Two system notifications sounded in succession. What surprised Yi Xian was that these two superpowers were the same as the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. They were both growth-type superpowers. In order to learn the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation, one must first learn the Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation and copied it directly. Let's see if the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation, or my Swordstorm, is more powerful. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He controlled Megatron to attack the two of them. In an instant, thousands of blood swords turned into blood rays and attacked the Xianming duo. Swordstorm was a new skill created by the fusion of Scarlet Storm and Thousand Returning to Origin swords. Its power was much stronger than Thousand Returning to Origin swords. However, Megatron was only at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. In Yi Xian's estimation, the Xianming duo would definitely die in the Swordstorm. As for Yi Xian, he directly used the Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon to attack the Scarred Assassin who was closest to him. The Scarred Assassin was injured just now. Now that Yi Xian had obtained a growth-type superpower, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. Damn it! The Scarred Assassin looked at Yi Xian, who had turned into a dragon, and rushed towards him. His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Mad Dragon, save me!" What he said was to save me, not to help me. This was enough to see how powerful Yi Xian was now. In the distance, Mad Dragon saw this and also attacked Yi Xian. In fact, he already had the intention to escape. However, the Scarred Assassin was his best friend since childhood. If he was in trouble, he still had to help. At this time, he didn't care about Nailin Bing and Nailin Jia because he felt that the siblings would definitely die. As long as I kill you, the killing feast will increase again. At that time, the Xianming duo will definitely die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He suddenly cloned. After the Gemini bloodline had increased many times, he rarely used clones to fight. This was because the combined form could increase his strength by 50%. However, this time he wanted to give it a try. Let me see the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Yi Xian's original body held a Fire-type immortal artifact, while his clone held an Ice-type immortal artifact. The two of them used the Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Like Nailin Jia and Nailin Bing, they turned into a Fire Dragon and an Ice Dragon and attacked the Scarred Assassin and Mad Dragon. Chapter 1232. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing had painstakingly obtained the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Now Yixian had secretly learned it. How was that possible? The Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation required two people to have a tacit understanding to master. Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing were siblings. Coupled with 1,000 years of tacit understanding, it was not easy for them to master it. Yixian had suddenly split into two and performed the same technique. This was already beyond their understanding. However, they did not have time to think so much. What they were about to face was thousands of blood swords. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon. Roar! The flame dragon and ice dragon suddenly merged into one and let out an earth-shattering roar. The blood swords that had not yet approached were all blown away by the roar. What? Yixian heard the roar from afar. Yixian's body trembled. He did not expect the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation to have such a move. Unfortunately, he missed it and could not copy it down. At this time, the Xianming Dual Demons used their ultimate move to repel the thousands of blood swords and quickly turned around to leave. The red-blue sky dragon formed by the combination of the flame dragon and ice dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had stepped out of Yixian's detection range. They're running. Yixian's expression changed greatly. This time it was not easy for him to intercept these two people. He was prepared to catch them in one fell swoop. How could he let them escape? Nalan Bing is seriously injured, Nalan Jia lost an arm, and I have the death hunt order. You can't escape. Yixian quickly calmed down. With the death hunt order, he could sense the location even if the other party was at the ends of the earth. Since Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia had met, they would not be separated. As long as Yixian finished off Scar and Mad Dragon, the killing feast would receive a second boost and quickly catch up with the Xianming Dual Demons. Let me see the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Yixian's original body and clone, one ice and one fire, charged toward Scar and Mad Dragon. Kid, don't underestimate us. Scar and Mad Dragon joined forces as well. Two mighty experts at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm were actually working together to deal with a brat at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm like Yixian. If news of this were to spread, they would probably become a laughingstock. However, in the current situation, whether or not he could survive was already a problem. Why would he care about face? The Ice and Fire Double Dragon Sword Array required extremely high tacit understanding. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia also spent many years to successfully cultivate it. Although this Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array didn't have proficiency, the power displayed by Yixian was still somewhat inferior to that of the mysterious underworld twin demons. The Xianming Duo Demons were able to unleash about 80% of their power, and this was after they had practiced it countless times. However, Yixian's original body and doppelganger had perfect chemistry. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to unleash the full power of the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. In the blink of an eye, Yixian's original body and doppelganger clashed with Scar and Mad Dragon. Although Yixian's strength had increased by 50% after merging with his doppelganger, the power displayed by the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array had already surpassed his after merging with his doppelganger. Boom! 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 Yixian's original body and doppelganger attacked continuously. At first, Scar and Mad Dragon were still able to hold on for a bit. However, as time passed, it became very difficult for them. Scar and Mad Dragon were both heavily injured. If the blade storm swept over, they would instantly be torn into pieces. However, Yixian wanted to use his own strength to kill the two of them. Therefore, he only used the blade storm to surround the battlefield. Seeing this, Scar and Mad Dragon's expressions were extremely gloomy. Facing so many blood swords, they probably didn't have a chance of survival. However, they still felt that there was a chance. These blood swords were controlled by Yixian. As long as they killed Yixian, no one would be able to control these blood swords. Kill. There was only killing intent left in Scar and Mad Dragon's eyes. At the same time, Yixian was using these two second-level Fulfillment Realm experts to temper his Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. This Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array is even more powerful than Emoshui's Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. It just so happens that I have the Gemini bloodline, so this skill was prepared for me. Yixian was very satisfied. It was because of this that he let the Xianming twin demons leave, and didn't immediately chase after them. Boom! 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 The sounds continued. Yixian fought 2 fulfillment realm experts by himself. Moreover, he had the upper hand. This battle result was enough to make any genius in this area speechless. As the battle continued, Yixian's original body and doppelganger became more and more in sync. The Xianming twin demons were siblings, but they were 2 people after all. Therefore, they could only use 80% of the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array's power. However, Yixian was 1 person. His original body and doppelganger had the same thoughts, so he could use 100% of the Sword Array's power. Yixian soon reached this level. It's about time. Die. After 30 seconds of fighting, Yixian finally couldn't hold back and started killing. At this time, the Feast of Slaughter's effect had long since worn off. Fusion of Ice and Fire. Roar of Ice and Fire Twin Dragons. Roar. The 2 dragon shadows that Yixian's original body and doppelganger suddenly merged into one, and let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. The Xianming twin demons used this move just now. It was a sound wave attack. They used this move to knock away the 1,000 blood swords and then escape. Yixian hadn't succeeded in copying it just now, but after half a minute of tempering, he actually comprehended it himself. Yes, he comprehended it. Boom! Scar and Mad Dragon felt intense pain in their ears. Even their heads felt heavy. Their bodies were sent flying by the sound wave attack, and they spat out several mouthfuls of blood along the way. What a powerful attack! If I were at the 9th tier of the Nether Passage realm, Scar and Mad Dragon might have died under this attack. Yixian was also shocked. However, the Roar of Ice and Fire consumed too much true qi. At his level, he could only use it once. Alright, it's time to reap your lives. Yixian didn't plan on playing anymore. With his aptitude, he'd already mastered the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword formation to the point of perfection in a short period of time. He'd even surpassed the Xianming Dual Fiends, and was able to unleash 100% of its power. In an instant, the 2 heavenly dragons formed by his original body and doppelganger attacked Scar and Mad Dragon respectively. Roar! The 2 dragon shadows, 1 ice and 1 fire, swallowed Scar and Mad Dragon. The former was frozen into an ice corpse by the extreme cold inside the heavenly dragon's body, while the latter was burned to ashes by the extreme heat. 2 second-level fulfillment realm assassins were dead. Chapter 1233. Yixian was very satisfied that he was able to kill 2 second-level fulfillment realm experts who were 3 realms higher than him. Although the Xianming duo demons had escaped, he had learned this growing divine ability that was even stronger than the peerless flame dragon slash. This ice and fire dragon sword formation seems to be stronger with my flame sword. Is it because I learned the peerless flame dragon slash? This doubt flashed through Yixian's mind. Right now, the peerless flame dragon slash was stronger than the ice and fire dragon sword formation. However, when the peerless flame dragon slash grew into the true flame dragon slash, it would probably be able to shake off the ice and fire dragon sword formation. He didn't know how strong the ice and fire dragon sword formation would become. However, he would think about these questions later. The most important thing now was to chase after the injured Xianming duo demons. After all, the mission to kill Nailanjia had a one-day time limit. At this time, Wei Zhentian had already returned to his original state. He helplessly rushed in front of Yixian. It's not your fault. I haven't broken through yet, so you're stuck at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yixian comforted him. He was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he hadn't broken through to the Fulfillment realm, Wei Zhentian wouldn't have been able to break through. If Wei Zhentian was already a rank 3 divine artifact, then the Xianming duo demons would have died even if they used the roars of ice and fire dragon slash. The Bladestorm is a waste, but it's nothing compared to the ice and fire dragon sword formation. When he thought of this, Yixian turned to look into the distance. At this time, more than half a minute had passed since Nailanjia and Nailanbing escaped. These 2 reincarnators were peerless assassins in their past lives. They were skilled at tracking, so they naturally wouldn't leave any traces. Half a minute was enough for them to run for a long time. Unfortunately, Yixian had placed a death warrant on Nailanbing. Even if Nailanbing ran to another holy land, Yixian would be able to sense her location. Come. I'll let you experience the feeling of being chased. Yixian immediately merged with his shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon and chased after them. In order to master the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array, one must first master the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. At the same time, the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon was a movement technique that allowed one to fly in the air. It was very useful. However, Yi Xian's agility advancement skill gave him a movement speed boost on land, so he decided to use it on land. It would be faster. Nalan Bing stopped? After chasing for 3 seconds, he realized that Nalan Bing had stopped moving. The distance between him and Nalan Bing was rapidly shrinking. Could it be that his injuries are so severe that he's on the verge of death? Yi Xian frowned. If that was the case, then it would be a tragedy because Nalan Jie could directly put away Nalan Bing's corpse. This way the death warrant would be refreshed, and he would lose track of Nalan Jie. However, the mark of the death warrant was still there, which meant that Nalan Bing was still alive. Yi Xian continued to give chase. When the distance between them was very close, he slowed down and slowly approached. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie were both injured. Nalan Jie was fine, as only his left arm was broken. However, Nalan Bing was hit by the flame dragon's peerless slash head-on. It was a miracle that she was not burned to death. At this time they were no threat to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was curious as to whether the two of them would reveal some secrets after awakening. For example, who asked the underworld to find them? Could it be related to the Temple of Yin Yang? Therefore, Yi Xian used the assassination mode to hide his presence and quietly approached. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie thought that they did not leave any clues, so they found a random mountain and hid in a cave. Yi Xian approached to see if he could hear anything useful. After all, there was still plenty of time. However, when he got closer with his extraordinary senses, he heard some unusual sounds. This was Nalan Bing's voice, and it sounded a little strange. Ever since Yi Xian activated the Eye of Perception, he was used to it. After all, every time he entered a city, he would hear such sounds. Damn, this pair of siblings, they actually... Yi Xian was shocked. With his powerful senses, not only did he hear it, he also felt it. The two figures in the cave were intertwined together, doing some kind of activity not suitable for children. This gave Yi Xian a fright. One must know that Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie were siblings. In his previous life, Yi Xian did not know if the mysterious underworld duo demons were siblings. However, in this life, Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie were the children of the Northern Heavens Academy's Dean Nalan Hao. This could not be fake. However, siblings who were related by blood were actually doing this kind of activity. Wasn't this messy? They were running away just now to avoid my pursuit. It's impossible for them to do this kind of thing. Yi Xian suddenly reacted. At this time, only a minute had passed since the battle just now. The siblings could not let down their guard. Of course, this was not certain. After all, the two had lived for 20 years before awakening. They might not be able to hold it in. However, at this time, Yi Xian's extraordinary senses felt that Nalan Jie's broken arm was actually beginning to heal. Sure enough, they were not just messing around. Dual cultivation. They are dual cultivation. They are using dual cultivation to recover their injuries and true qi. Yi Xian immediately reacted. He never thought that the mysterious underworld duo demons would use such a method to cultivate. It was no wonder that they could catch up to a Mo Shui, who had cultivated for thousands of years. In his previous life, the mysterious underworld duo demons were unmarried. They were together all the time. Everyone thought that they were like this because they constantly pursued the martial Tao. However, who knew that they were messing around? Scary, this is too scary. Yi Xian could not help but shiver. Even if it was to increase their cultivation speed, it was a little too messy for siblings to do this kind of thing. However, at this time, Yi Xian did not want to care so much. He was ready to seriously injure the two and then interrogate them about the matter and the supernatural power. At this moment, he took advantage of the two in the cave and rushed into the cave. Nalan Bing's voice echoed in the cave. However, the moment Yi Xian stepped into the cave, the voice stopped. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie, who were deep in the cave, trembled violently and quickly separated from their combined state. Someone's here. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie immediately reacted. Although Yi Xian had concealed his aura, the mysterious underworld duo demons were peerless assassins. They immediately discovered Yi Xian. At this time they were guessing who the intruder was. Was it Yi Xian, Scarface, or Mad Dragon? They were very confident that they did not leave any traces on their escape, not even true qi fluctuations. Chapter 1234. The Xianming duo's plan was to use dual cultivation to quickly recover their injuries in true qi, then counterattack. However, it had to be said that if they were suddenly interrupted while doing this, even an ordinary person would be enraged. The two of them didn't even bother to put on their clothes. They directly drew their swords and glared at the front. After this period of dual cultivation, Nalan Jie's broken arm had been completely healed, and Nalan Bing's injuries had also recovered by quite a bit. Not only that, but even her realm had broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Sensing the change in aura, Yi Xian couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The Xianming duo has a special dual cultivation technique. Nalan Bing has broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm in less than a minute. If we don't kill them this time, won't we be able to break through to the fulfillment realm soon? Yi Xian couldn't help but think to himself at the entrance of the cave. Mo Shui was only one person, so he had to rely on pills to recover his cultivation. However, the Xianming duo could use dual cultivation techniques to recover at a much faster rate than Mo Shui. If they didn't succeed this time, then the Xianming duo would quickly pull away from Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian was slightly regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have dealt with the Xianming duo first. However, it wasn't too late. So what if we've recovered? So what if we've broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm? Yi Xian's confidence had skyrocketed. Even if he was a level lower than his opponent, he wasn't afraid. Since that was the case, then he wouldn't be negligent. Things might change if he delayed, so he had to deal with the Xianming duo first. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian split into two and charged into the cave. The cave was quite spacious, but a battle of this level would cause the heavens to fall and the earth to shatter as soon as it started. Soon Yi Xian met with Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie. The Xianming duo were afraid of Yi Xian, so they didn't even wear clothes, exposing their bodies to the air. Fortunately, the cave was rather dark. Even if the two were naked, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them. However, Yi Xian had the ability to see in the night. He directly ignored Nalan Jie and finally looked at Nalan Bing. If the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were to see traces of blood on the thighs of the talented girl in their hearts, wouldn't they immediately go berserk? Yi Xian sized him up and suddenly remembered that he was running out of nutrition, so he quickly averted his gaze. Who are you? After Yi Xian appeared, Nalan Bing couldn't help but ask. That day, she had awakened at the critical moment and chased after Mo Shui. Later, Mo Shui was killed by an assassin who knew the peerless flame dragon slash. This killer was none other than Yi Xian. Nalan Bing never understood why Yi Xian wanted to kill him. Senior sister, you're really forgetful. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly changed back to his true appearance and sneered. This voice was half familiar to Nalan Bing. She felt like she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. However, the way Yi Xian addressed her revealed a lot of information. Nalan Bing was a talented girl of the Northern Heavens Academy. To be able to call her senior sister meant that the other party was also a scholar of the Northern Heavens Academy. However, why would a scholar of the Northern Heavens Academy want to kill her? One must know that even the underworld didn't want to kill her, so why would Yi Xian? It seems that senior sister has forgotten that we met before the moon worship demonic sect, and the underworld attacked the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian said slowly. This hint was very obvious. After hearing this, Nalan Bing immediately thought of a person. That person was Yi Xian, who made the silent night ponder. It's you. Nalan Bing cried out in surprise. She never thought that the assassin who was chasing after her would be Yi Xian. How was this possible? One must know that Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. In such a short time, he had broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, and could even fight with the reincarnated ones and force them to flee. Sister, you know him? Nalan Jie asked in shock. Nalan Bing naturally knew Yi Xian. That day, when she saw Yi Xian's famous poem, she was afraid that it would overshadow Nalan Jie's talent. Therefore, she wanted to frame Yi Xian and kill him on the spot. However, she didn't expect that Yi Xian would see through her plan and escape. However, this wasn't important. What was important was why Yi Xian wanted to kill them and Mo Shui's peerless flame dragon slash. Why are you chasing after us? Nalan Bing couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, Yi Xian answered without thinking. Because I promised Emo Shui that I would kill you and bury you with him. Emo Shui. It was indeed because of Emo Shui. Nalan Bing had been guessing before. However, she originally thought that Yi Xian knew the peerless flame dragon slash because he was Emo Shui's disciple. Now it seemed that Emo Shui had used the peerless flame dragon slash and his own life to ask Yi Xian to kill them. The truth of the matter had finally come to light. If that's the case, then I'd like to see if you still have the ability to kill us. Nalan Bing coldly snorted. Just now, she took advantage of the conversation to quickly take out a set of robes and put it on. Although it was a critical moment now, it was still a bit strange to fight with others naked. Nalan Jia was also prepared to fight to the death. Although Yi Xian's realm was lower than the two of them, he had so many tricks up his sleeve that even they were shocked. Not only could he create identical clones, but he also had the eyes of the void and could instantly learn the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation that they had painstakingly practiced for countless years. If this Yi Xian wasn't eliminated, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The two sides looked at each other quietly. There was no sound in the cave. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a full 3 seconds, the sound of wind appeared. Nalan Jia Nalan Bing, today is the day you die. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He directly formed the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation and attacked the Xianming Duo Demons. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. On the other side, the Xianming Duo Demons did the same. This time, it was the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation versus the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. One side had practiced for countless years, while the other had only practiced for 1 minute. It was unknown who was stronger. In order to make the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation stronger, Yi Xian purposely exchanged for 2 Tier 3 divine weapons called the Scarlet Flame Sword and the Azure Ice Sword. These 2 Tier 3 divine weapons, one was of the fire attribute, and the other was of the flame attribute. They could increase the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Yi Xian's original body held the Scarlet Flame Sword and formed the shadow of a flame dragon. Yi Xian's clone held the Azure Ice Sword and formed the shadow of an ice dragon. On the other hand, the Xianming Duo Demons only had superior Tier 2 divine weapons. In terms of weapons, Yi Xian had the advantage over them. As for Megatron and the Thunder Pearl, they assisted Yi Xian in attacking. In the blink of an eye, the two sides began to fight. Flame Dragon against Flame Dragon, Ice Dragon against Ice Dragon. This was the first time they had seen such a battle. Apart from the realm, Yi Xian surpassed the Xianming Duo Demons in every aspect. This time the Xianming Duo Demons would definitely die. Chapter 1235. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises rang out from the cave. The noise was so loud that the entire cave shook. The stone walls above them began to crack and fall. For people of Yi Xian's level, even if millions of kilograms of stones fell on them, they would still be smashed into smithereens. Hence they ignored the terrain. 2 fire dragons and 2 ice dragons were battling. At this moment, Yi Xian did not use his killing intent explosion, nor did he use his Eye of Glory. His current plan was to test the Xianming Duo Demons and see if there were any other uses for the Ice and Fire Dragon Sword formation. Waves of air billowed in the cave. Soon the entire cave began to collapse. Yi Xian and the Xianming Duo Demons broke through the stone walls and flew into the air. Kid, why do you know the Ice and Fire Dragon Sword formation? Who are you? Seeing that Yi Xian's Ice and Fire Dragon Sword formation was no weaker than theirs, Nalan Jia could not help but ask. Yi Xian was too strange. Hence Nalan Jia guessed that he was also a reincarnator. Perhaps he was someone they knew in their previous life. In fact, Yi Xian had also guessed that they thought he was a reincarnator. Hence, he answered directly, I'm not a reincarnator. I'm just someone who got lucky. The reason why he answered this question was because he had a purpose. Before the Xianming Duo Demons could speak, he asked directly, Are the two of you related to the Yin-Yang Temple? Yin-Yang Temple? Nalan Jia and Nalan Bing were stunned for a moment. They quickly searched their memories, but they couldn't find anything related to this. Humph, if you want to know, then defeat us. Nalan Bing snorted. Damn it, how shameless. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Since that was the case, he did not want to waste time with them. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of the Ice and Fire Dragons. The two dragon shadows formed by Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger suddenly merged into one. What? Nailin Bing and Nailin Jia were shocked. They did not expect Yi Xian to have learned this move. This was too unbelievable. They naturally knew the power of this move, so they did not dare to be careless. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! The two sound waves spread out and collided fiercely with each other. The shock waves that were produced directly broke the trees in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. The birds and beasts all exploded and died without exception. This move consumed a large amount of vital energy. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could recover quickly. But what about the Xianming duo demons? A minute ago, they had used it once to send the blade storm flying. After that, although they had recovered a lot of their true qi through dual cultivation, they had used up a lot of their true qi after this. However, this move was slightly more powerful than the Xianming duo demons. Yi Xian was directly sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. As expected of the Xianming duo demons, Yi Xian couldn't help but think to himself. But overall, he was the one who had profited. This kind of injury could be healed in the blink of an eye. He was like a cockroach that could not be killed. But at this time, Nailin Bing and Nailin Jia suddenly looked at each other. Then, the two sky dragon phantoms suddenly opened their mouths. Double dragon roar. Boom! The vital energy of extreme ice and extreme flame fused, forming an even more terrifying dragon breath. This dragon breath directly blasted towards Yi Xian. If Yi Xian did not dodge this attack, he would definitely die under this attack. But Yi Xian did not need to dodge. It seems that if I don't show some ability, I won't be able to kill you. The two Yi Xian's eyes widened. In the next moment they transformed into Super Saiyan. Golden hair. Golden eyes. Golden armor. Two sets of brilliant golden armor wrapped the two Yi Xian in it. At the same time, the two sky dragon phantoms also changed color. One turned golden, the other white. Killing intent explosion. Double dragon roar. The two sky dragon phantoms opened their mouths. Boom! Another collision of energy. After the Xianming duo demons used it, Yi Xian accurately copied the double dragon roar and used it immediately. This time, his attack completely crushed the Xianming duo demons' double dragon roar. What? How is this possible? Nailin Bing and Nailin Jia's eyes widened. This move was already the strongest attack they could use at the moment. However, it was easily defeated by Yi Xian. Haha die! Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. It seemed that this time he could complete Mo Shui's request and the random mission. The Xianming duo demons had no ability to block or dodge Yi Xian's double dragon roar. However, Yi Xian's luck was not very good. Just as the twin dragon roars were about to engulf the twin fiends, a figure suddenly appeared from the horizon and bravely blocked the twin fiends. Then he used a single hand to block Yi Xian's twin dragon roars. Boom boom boom. The double dragon roar was blocked single-handedly by this mysterious expert, and was immediately annihilated. Yi Xian was stunned. Even the despairing Xianming duo demons were the same. They did not expect that someone would interfere midway. Moreover, it was beyond Yi Xian's reaction time. Who is it? When the true energy dissipated, Yi Xian saw that it was a one-eyed old man. However, the aura that this one-eyed old man exuded was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Yi Xian guessed that this one-eyed old man was at least at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. He might even be at the 5th, 6th, or 7th level. Because the difference was too great, Yi Xian could not accurately sense it. However, he knew that this was another tragedy. Fortunately, I made it in time. The one-eyed old man sighed in relief. Who are you? Yi Xian's nerves tensed as he hurriedly asked. This old man is one-eyed Lu Tiangong. The one-eyed old man replied. Not only had Yi Xian not heard of this name, but even the Xianming duo demons had not. However, Nailin Jia and Nailin Bing knew that this one-eyed old man had come to save them. Capture him and I will reward you greatly, Nailin Bing hurriedly said. What she wanted was not Yi Xian, but Luo Luo, who had the Eye of Enchantment and 6 foxtails. However, Luo Luo had a special relationship with Yi Xian and came and went without a trace. Therefore, only by capturing Yi Xian would they know where Luo Luo was. Yes, my lord. The one-eyed old man's eyes lit up as he prepared to attack. With his cultivation, it was too easy to capture Yi Xian, who was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. When Yixian heard the one-eyed old man's words, he knew that he had no choice but to leave this time. By the time he reacted, the one-eyed old man had already turned into a streak of light and swept toward him. So fast. The one-eyed old man's withered right hand reached for Yixian's neck. Chapter 1236. He disappeared? The one-eyed old man was shocked. Although he was wearing an eye patch, he was not dazzled. Yixian had really disappeared. When he turned to look, he found that Yixian's clone had disappeared as well. Yes, he had disappeared into thin air. However, the one-eyed old man realized that his aura had moved to another place. When he turned around, he found that Yixian had fused and attacked Nalanbing's back. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After fusing with Yixian, he directly launched a killing move at Nalanbing. This attack was enough to kill her. It's not that easy to kill under my watch. The one-eyed old man snorted in his heart. In the next moment, his eye patch turned to ashes, revealing his left eye. It turned out that he was not a one-eyed old man. His left eye was special, so he had to cover it with an eye patch. The pupil of this eye was very strange, but Yixian did not see it. At this moment, the one-eyed old man's left eye suddenly flashed. A wave of all creation's force appeared around Nalanbing's body, protecting her. Boom! Yixian's Peerless Flame Dragon Slash was blocked by this powerful all creation's force defense. It did not hurt Nalanbing. Only then did Nalanbing remember that Yixian had the mysterious ability to suddenly appear behind her. Yixian had used this move to avoid the one-eyed old man. What? Yixian was shocked. What method did the one-eyed old man use to condense all creation's force around Nalanbing out of thin air? However, he did not care so much at this moment. If his attack failed, he had to escape immediately. Immediately, he broke through the void and entered. You want to leave? Nalanbing suddenly turned around and slashed at Yixian. 3 days soul-chasing sword strike. This move was Nalanbing's most powerful attack besides the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon sword array. Poof! Yixian was unable to dodge in time and was pierced through the chest by the sword. However, his heart was not injured, but there was an additional violent sword aura in his body. Brat, you think you can escape in front of me? The one-eyed old man's left eye flickered again, and in the next moment Yixian's body stiffened. His lower body was fixed in place, and he couldn't enter the void door. Not good, close the door. Yixian's expression changed drastically. Hua! The void door closed, and Yixian's upper and lower halves were directly severed. Only the lower half of his body was left behind. However, the lower half of the body soon withered and turned into ashes. Escape? Suddenly, Nalanbing felt a surge of anger rise within her body. She turned her head angrily and said, "You have the eyes of myriad forms, but you actually let him escape?" This? The one-eyed old man's face stiffened and he said awkwardly, "I was careless." This was his first time seeing Yixian, so he didn't know that Yixian had such a trick up his sleeve. That was why he allowed Yixian to escape. Humph! Nalanbing was very displeased. If she had the strength now, she would directly kill the one-eyed old man to vent her anger. Unfortunately, her current level was not high enough. If the one-eyed old man had reacted a little faster, Yixian would have been instantly pulled out of the void door. At that time, he would be a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, somewhere in the unmarked common graves. Yixian had previously located himself in the unmarked common graves, so this time, he directly broke through the void and returned to the unmarked common graves. In fact, he also had a location in Tianyuan City, but Tianyuan City was too close to the battlefield just now. Just in case he ran further away. Phew, that scared me to death. Yixian, who only had half of his body left, breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body began to heal his injuries. Yixian, who had the eyes of eternity, would not die as long as his 2 eyeballs were not destroyed. However, if he was caught by the one-eyed old man, his life and death would not be up to him. Of course, there was still a trace of sword chi left in his body, so he immediately swung his sword and chopped off his head. Then, he healed his body except for his head just in case. That old man didn't only have one eye. His other eye is more special and conceals his strength. Yixian's head thought, When his body was fully healed, he took out a new set of clothes and put them on. Most people had to use their all creations power like vital energy, but that old man's all creations power could be used from a distance. This was very rare. Fortunately, Yi Xian made a prompt decision. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. What a pity. If I had known, I would have acted earlier. Things really do change when delayed. Yi Xian was very regretful. That old man must have come from another underworld to receive Lan Bing and Neilan Jia, and then hand them over to the higher-ups. Now, the Xianming twins were saved by the one-eyed old man. If Yi Xian could not grow to the level where he could fight them in the next few days, he probably would not be able to kill the Xianming twins. Once the one-eyed old man escorts the Xianming twins to a certain place, there will be stronger people to act as guards. At that time, maybe there will be Fragmentation Realm, Nirvana Realm, Longevity Realm, or even Rebirth Realm experts. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the random mission to kill Neilan Jia was going to fail again. Once bitten, twice shy. Fortunately, this time it was only a close call. This reminded Yi Xian of something. In the future, he must not talk too much when facing his enemies. Didn't those bad guys in movies all die because they talk too much? Sigh. Yi Xian sighed again. This time, although he did not kill Neilan Jia, he secretly learned 2 growth-type supernatural powers. This was not a loss. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly felt that the target of the death warrant, Neilan Bing, was getting farther and farther away from him at an explosive speed. It seemed that the one-eyed old man had already left with the Xianming twins. That one-eyed old man has already remembered me, but I have the assassin mode and the eye of control. As long as I change my face and aura, even if I appear in front of them, they might not be able to recognize me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he used the face-changing mask and turned into a stranger. Then he chased after Neilan Bing. He did not want to give up, because the reward was to unlock a god-slaying bloodline skill. Shadow Step was an escape skill. If the situation had been like before, Yi Xian could have used Shadow Step to increase the distance between them, then use the Eyes of the Void. For this skill, Yi Xian decided to chase after the one-eyed old man and the Xianming twins. At least, he would wait until the random mission was over. However, the one-eyed old man was extremely fast. He led the Xianming twins further and further away from Yi Xian. A day later, Yi Xian had already been ruthlessly shaken off. Young master, I've broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Luo sent a message from inside the plantation space. Unfortunately, unless she broke through to the fulfillment realm, she would not be of any help in this situation. Amen. Keep working hard. Yi Xian encouraged her. The plantation space was a good thing. As long as it leveled up, it would be able to store heaven-reaching beasts inside. At that time, Luo's cultivation speed would greatly increase. Although the beasts' realms were low, they were still very useful in critical situations. Chapter 1237. Very quickly another day had passed. At this moment, Yi Xian Li and the one-eyed old man had already left Yi Xian behind by 100,000 streets. If Yi Xian were to travel day and night, he would need at least 10 days to catch up. Forget it. Since I can't catch up, I might as well give up. Yi Xian stopped and probed. Neilan Bing had designs on Luo. Therefore, he guessed that Neilan Bing would definitely send experts to investigate. Therefore, he had to leave this area. I'll chase for another day and wait for the Bladestorm's cooldown to end. Yi Xian made his decision. Very quickly another day had passed. At this moment Yi Xian had already left that area. As for the one-eyed old man, he was leading the Xianming duo further and further away from him. It would take at least half a month of travel. No, the one-eyed old man's speed had suddenly increased. Perhaps the Xianming duo had already been led by someone else. Forget it, I'll give up. This time Yi Xian had really given up. However, he didn't erase the death-chasing command. After all, he hadn't encountered any troublesome enemies. Looking at the map, he discovered that he was currently in the territory of a power called the Green Sun Sword Sect. The Luguang Sacred Ground and Penglai Sacred Ground were mainly sections. Furthermore, there were countless powers. Just the small sects in the Green Sun Sword Sect's territory numbered more than 10. Furthermore, these small sects were all on the level of the Northern Heavens Academy. As for the Green Sun Sword Sect, it was naturally 10 times stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. Regarding this, Yixian was already used to it. This world was originally unfair. Some people were born at the 10th stage of the martial path, while others were born at the sovereign realm. During these 3 days of travel, Yixian had passed by countless powers that were comparable to the Northern Heavens Academy. There were also many powers that were stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. However, the strongest was still the Green Sun Sword sect. This Green Sun Sword sect has nothing to do with me. I'll find a place to investigate that one-eyed old man, Lu Tiangong. Yixian inwardly said. Yixian guessed that the Xianming duo demons had changed their bodyguards when they suddenly sped away. This Lu Tiangong had probably completed his mission and returned to his family or sect. Yixian wanted to investigate and see if the other party knew where the Xianming duo demons were going. Although the random mission had already exceeded the time limit, Yixian still remembered his promise to Imo Shui. Of course, he could also ask around about the Yinyang Temple. However, just as Yixian was preparing to rush to the nearest city, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared in the sky. There were at least 100 of them. Such a large scale, where are they going? Yixian dodged out of curiosity. This group of martial practitioners were all dressed in the same uniform, and they were all experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm at the very least. Among them, there were more than 30 Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners, which gave Yixian quite a fright. However, right at this moment, Yixian suddenly discovered that this group of people had a tattoo of a character on their left chest. Lu. This meant that they were from the Lu family. Is the Lu family related to that Lu Tiangong? Yixian raised an eyebrow. His original intention to leave was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Lu Tiangong was that one-eyed old man from that day. Perhaps he was related to the Lu family. This is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. Regardless of whether this Lu family is related to Lu Tiangong, let's take a look first. Yixian's eyes flashed. Seeing the Lu family's ferocious appearance, it seemed that they were going to fight. Although he had only met Lu Tiangong once, Lu Tiangong had almost killed him. Naturally, this grudge had to be avenged. Soon this Lu family group approached Yixian. Yixian was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while the weakest in this Lu family group was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Therefore, he was naturally inconspicuous. In fact, not many people even looked at him. That flying scorpion stronghold has gone too far. They actually sealed off the entrance to the primitive world of the wood spirit. This time we must teach them a lesson. That's right. This time for elders are moving out. We'll definitely beat the crap out of them. My blue sun sword art has also reached the 3rd level. This time we must have a big battle. When this group of Lu family members passed by, Yixian relied on his extremely strong perception to hear some news. Flying Scorpion Stronghold, Primitive World of the Wood Spirit, Blue Sun Sword Art? Yixian guessed in his heart. He didn't know what that Flying Scorpion Stronghold and Primitive World of the Wood Spirit were, but that Blue Sun Sword Art caught his attention. Blue Sun Sword Art, Blue Sun Sword Sect. Could this group of Lu family members be disciples of the Blue Sun Sword Sect? Almost all sects nowadays had a 1,000-year-old legacy. It was normal for some families to appear. The Xianming duo demons seemed to have stopped nearby for a while, then suddenly increased their speed. Perhaps that Lu Tiangong is from the Blue Sun Sword Sect, and then handed the Xianming duo demons over to other escorts. Yixian guessed in his heart. He originally wanted to investigate, but now that a clue had appeared, he decided to follow this group of Lu family members and take a look. This group of Lu family members had some Fulfillment Realm experts at the front who were using the power of 10,000 mammoths to boost their speed and fly. However, after Yixian learned the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon, his speed had increased dramatically. Therefore he could catch up. Elder, someone is following us. Should we? Suddenly someone reminded him. A mere 8th level Nether Passage Realm martial artist can catch up to our speed. He's a genius. He probably wants to see what we're going to do. Ignore him. The leading white-haired elder didn't think much of it and continued on his way. Yixian followed behind this group of Lu family members and traveled for more than half a day. Soon he felt an aura that energized him. This aura came from in front of the Lu family members. Using the Eye of Revelation, Yixian discovered that there was an entrance to a secret realm in front of the Lu family group. The entrance to the secret realm was also a trans-realm teleportation formation that appeared randomly. This secret realm entrance could be connected to a corner of the Glazed Light Sacred Land, Penglai Sacred Land, or other sacred lands or continents. Beside this secret realm entrance were several brawny men dressed in purplish black. When they saw the Lu family group, their expressions changed. They hurriedly turned around and prepared to charge into the secret realm. "Humph, you think you can escape from me with just the few of you?" The leading white-haired elder snorted coldly and immediately increased his speed. At the same time, the group of Lu family experts behind him also used the power of 10,000 mammoths to boost him. His speed was off the charts. In the blink of an eye, this white-haired elder rushed to the side of the group. Then, with a few swings of the longsword in his hand, he killed several people, leaving only one alive. Chapter 1238. Flying Scorpion Stronghold. How dare you kill my Qingyang Sword Sex expedition team? The white-haired elder shouted angrily as he grabbed the last man by the throat. "Kill me if you want." The man from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold was stubborn, but he didn't expect this. "Rip!" The white-haired elder waved his longsword, and with a flash of green light, the man's head flew into the air. The Qingyang Sword Sect was righteous, but it didn't mean they didn't kill. The Lu family team arrived at the same time. "Elder, are we going in now?" Someone asked. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold wants to monopolize the primitive world of Wood Spirit. What wishful thinking. The white-haired elder snorted and said, "All of you are the elites of the Lu family. You must be careful when you enter the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. If you see other people or beasts, kill them all. Remember not to be careless." "Yes," everyone answered. The Lu family team was at least at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, and some geniuses had even reached the 1st level of the Fulfillment realm. This time, they came to the primitive world of Wood Spirit to train. As I've said before, the most precious thing in the primitive world of Wood Spirits is the Wood Spirits. Wood Spirits are usually obtained after killing tree demons. They also have different ages and can greatly improve the planting effect of natural materials and earthly treasures. If you get them, you can come to me and exchange them for Heart Devil elixirs or Good Fortune elixirs. The white-haired elder turned to look at the primitive world of Wood Spirit and said, "You guys go in first." "Yes." The Qingyang Sword Sect disciples nodded and entered the secret realm entrance in groups of 2 or 3. After a while, only a few Qingyang Sword Sect elders were left outside. "Third elder, should we guard the entrance?" a middle-aged elder asked. "No need. The sect leader will be here soon. Let's go in together and kill the Flying Scorpion Stronghold people." The white-haired elder shook his head. "Okay." Then, the 2nd and 3rd level Fulfillment Realm elders entered the primitive world of Wood Spirit one after another. As for Yi Xian, who followed the Lu family team here, he pondered for a moment outside. "The Wood Spirits in the primitive world of Wood Spirit are very useful for my planting space. Seems that I should go in and take a look." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Firstly, he wanted to investigate if there was a person called Lu Tiangong in the Lu family. Secondly, the primitive world of Wood Spirits was also a good place for him to gain experience. The Wood Spirits could improve the planting effect of the Heavenly Treasure Tree, and maybe even the level of the planting space. Therefore, Yi Xian had to go in. However, the Lu family team had just entered not long ago, so Yi Xian waited outside for a while. About 10 minutes later, he quietly sneaked over. "The entrance to this mystic realm is a little unstable. Please don't disappear halfway through." Yi Xian took a look and realized that there were some fluctuations at the entrance of the mystic realm. He didn't know where the primitive world of the Wood Spirit was located. It wasn't easy for Yi Xian to get to where he was. If the entrance to the mystic realm disappeared, he would be in big trouble. After Yi Xian mentally prepared himself, he stepped in. In fact, before he even stepped in, he had already felt a strong yuan qi of heaven and earth. After Yi Xian passed through the entrance of the mystic realm, he found himself in the depths of a forest. The trees in the primitive world of Wood Spirit were tall and majestic. Each one was like a skyscraper, and they were all heavenly treasure trees. However, one heavenly treasure tree was enough for the planting space. Any more would only rob it of nutrients. In this kind of forest, the most common dangers are heavenly beasts and tree demons. However, with my powerful perception and eye of revelation, I'm no less safe than a 3rd-level intent realm expert. As Yixian thought to himself, he used the eye of revelation to scan his surroundings. He didn't find any danger. Now, he also had the ability to track. Although he couldn't compare to Mo Shui and the Xianming duo demons, he could still see which direction the people who had entered before had left. Immediately, he chose to go forward and began to run. After entering the primitive world of Wood Spirit, he had a premonition that this time, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. Moreover, there would be great opportunities. Perhaps he could upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. Once the planting space was upgraded to the 3rd level, heavenly beasts could live in it in the future. Although mutated beasts were good, their combat strength couldn't compare to heavenly beasts. Yixian fantasized. Wouldn't it be awesome if he could cultivate 10,000 powerful heavenly beasts in the future? Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon, go! Yixian used a movement technique he had just learned and began to chase quickly. He could control those martial artists at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. First he would ask about Lu Tiangong. Just now, because the group was too large, he couldn't get close and couldn't use the eye of control. However, people at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm couldn't move very quickly, so Yixian was able to catch up to one very quickly. After chasing for a minute, with the help of the eye of revelation, he saw 3 figures. These 3 were all elites of the Lu family. Yixian immediately chased after them at full speed. Careful, there's someone. The young man who was the leader of the 3 shuddered. Yixian didn't use the assassination mode to hide his presence, but he was still discovered. This leader was quite capable. Who is it? Come out. The leader suddenly turned around and shouted angrily. Soon a figure entered his sight. When Yixian darted out of the thicket, the 3 shuddered. 8th level of the ethereal opening realm. Could he be from the Flying Scorpion stronghold? The 3 were puzzled. However, the white-haired elder had said that if they met other people in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit, there was only one word to say, kill. However, the 3 saw that Yixian was only at the 8th level of the ethereal opening realm, so they wanted to capture him and ask him about it. However, Yixian didn't want to waste time with them. He directly used the Scorching Hell and the Eye of Control. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row as Yixian successfully controlled the 3 of them. Following that, Yixian didn't say anything and directly asked, "Who are you people?" After hearing this, the leader answered without thinking, "We are disciples of the Green Sun Sword Sect's Lu family." "Then is there a person in your family called Lu Tiangong?" "He wears an eye patch over his left eye." Yixian asked again, "Lu Tiangong?" After hearing this name, the 3 looked at each other and said, "The Sky Generation is the ancestor level, but we've never heard of this name." Chapter 1239. Is there a Tian generation? Then I'm not mistaken. Yixian narrowed his eyes. However, the 3 of them didn't even know who Lu Tiangong was, so they naturally didn't know his whereabouts. "Then tell me more about the primitive world of the Wood Spirit," Yixian asked again. The primitive world of the Wood Spirit is a secret realm that appeared recently. No one knows where it is. The people who found it that day were from the Qingyang Sword Sect, but then the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold also found it, so we discussed and decided to explore it together. However, the bandits from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold went back on their word and wiped out the exploration team sent by the Qingyang Sword Sect. If it weren't for someone desperately sending back the news, we wouldn't have known about it. The young man in the lead said. "Get to the point," Yixian reminded him. According to the news that was sent back earlier, many plants in the primitive world of Wood Spirits produce Wood Spirits. These Wood Spirits have many uses, such as speeding up the growth of treasures of heaven and earth, fertilizing the soil, and refining medicine. The young man in the lead paused and said, "However, I heard that there's a strange heaven-reaching beast in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. Its combat power is no less than that of humans, and its corpse is more valuable than Wood Spirits." "A strange heaven-reaching beast? What is it?" Yixian asked curiously. "Seems to be a kind of mushroom. This is a portrait." The young man in the lead took out a portrait from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yixian. Yixian was shocked when he saw it. It was a F*King mushroom. However, the mushroom had hands and feet, and it was holding 2 battle knives. It looked very out of place. It should be a strange beast, right? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. We're not sure. In short, it's very powerful. Ordinary mushroom soldiers are comparable to humans in the 9th tier of the ethereal opening realm. In addition, there are more powerful captains, general mushrooms, and emperor mushrooms. After Yi Xian heard this, he also felt that it was incredible. Mushroom soldiers, captain mushrooms, general mushrooms, and emperor mushrooms. Was the primitive world of the wood spirit a mushroom empire? However, even the most ordinary mushroom soldiers were comparable to humans in the 9th tier of the ethereal opening realm. It seemed that there was a great opportunity here. Alright, I got it. Yi Xian lightly nodded his head. He directly took off the spatial rings of the three of them, poured out the contents, and returned them to them. This was also the first time the three of them had come here. They had only obtained some information. Yi Xian did not kill them. He turned around and left. Regardless of whether the mushroom was a heavenly reaching beast or a mutated beast, its corpse could be devoured by Yi Xian. The primitive world of the wood spirit was a treasure trove for leveling up. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm as soon as possible, or even reach the Fulfillment realm. However, not long after Yi Xian left, he sensed that the 3 Qingyang Sword sect disciples he had just controlled had died. In the primitive world of the wood spirit, only the Flying Scorpion Stockade and the Qingyang Sword sect are enemies. Did these 3 die at the hands of warriors from the Flying Scorpion Stockade? Or? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately turned around. No matter what, those 3 people were his subordinates. Now that they had been killed as their master, he naturally had to take revenge. Soon Yi Xian arrived near the spot where the 3 people had died. Using the Eye of Revelation, he saw 3 umbrella-shaped figures in front of him. Mushroom people? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. So, his 3 subordinates had been killed by the mushroom people he had just mentioned. Of the 3 mushroom people, 2 were short, and 1 was relatively tall. He was about 1.7 meters tall. There's a Captain Su. Yi Xian immediately guessed. Captain Su was a human at the 1st level of the Fulfillment realm. It was no wonder that he could kill 3 9th level Nether Passage realm Qingyang Sword sect disciples. However, this strength was not worth mentioning in Yi Xian's eyes. Assassination mode. Yi Xian immediately slipped into the shadows and stealthily crept over. Captain, what should we do with the 3 human corpses? A mushroom soldier asked in the human language. Bury them first. We'll dig them up and send them back after we've dealt with everyone. The relatively tall mushroom captain answered. Their conversation shocked Yi Xian, who was hiding in the shadows. These mushroom people could talk? After hearing this, Yi Xian's first reaction was to wonder if they were monsters. Monsters could talk too. No matter what, he had to kill them first. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's peerless slash. Immediately, the sound of wind could be heard. If Yi Xian's sneak attack had succeeded, it would have been enough to kill that Captain Su in one hit. These mushroom people mainly relied on their physique to fight. They did not have true energy, but their full power attacks were not weak. Although Yi Xian had stealthily crept over, his sneak attack was immediately discovered by Captain Su. Bang! The flame dragon swallowed Captain Su and then slammed into a heavenly treasure tree. However, this Captain Su was wearing an unknown set of armor that blocked the fatal blow. Human. The other 2 mushroom soldiers immediately widened their eyes when they saw their captain being sent flying. But at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flickered twice. Scorching hell. Eye of control. As long as it was a creature with eyes, Yi Xian could control almost all of them. These 2 mushroom people were no exception. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 2 system notifications in a row allowed Yi Xian to control these 2 mushroom people. However, that Captain Su was not dead yet. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array kill. Yi Xian instantly split into 2. One from the left and one from the right, charging towards Captain Su. Human, I want you dead. Captain Su shouted in the human language. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was going to use his ultimate move now. Dual Dragon Roar. Boom! 1 ice and 1 fire. The 2 types of energy instantly drowned Captain Su. In an instant, Captain Su's aura disappeared as he was directly blasted into powder by this attack. Not only that, even the heavenly treasure tree behind him was blasted into a large hole. The entire tree began to burn, the flames soaring into the sky. Yixian was very satisfied with the power of this move to instantly kill a fulfillment realm Captain Su. After Captain Su's death, Yixian also received a huge amount of killing intent. However, Yixian was helpless because he forgot to keep the corpse. Now that Captain Su was blasted into pieces, what would he devour? Forget it next time. Yixian helplessly shook his head, turned around and walked back. What are you? He glanced at the 3 human corpses on the ground, then asked the 2 controlled mushroom soldiers. Master, we are citizens of the Great Mushroom Empire. One of the mushroom soldiers replied respectfully. Great Mushroom Empire? Yixian raised an eyebrow. Empires were very rare in the sacred lands. Chapter 1240. Why did you kill these humans and bring their corpses back? Yixian asked again. Because human flesh is a tonic for us. It can increase our strength. Yes, we haven't seen a human in the primitive world of wood spirits for 100 years. The 2 mushroom soldiers' answers made Yixian fall silent. These mushroom people were carnivorous. Then what kind of creatures are you? Are you heavenly beasts or strange beasts? Yixian continued to ask. We're not sure, but we're not like the monster clan. They can take human form and use true energy and interspatial rings, but we can't, answered one of the mushroom soldiers. Let me see the package on your back. After Yixian said that, the mushroom soldier opened the package on his back and put it on the ground. Inside there were 3 fist-sized green stones. Are these the so-called wood spirits? Yixian asked with a frown. Master, these are wood spirits. They can also be used to increase our strength. We're looking for humans while looking for tree demons that can produce wood spirits, answered the mushroom soldier. Yixian walked over and put away the 3 wood spirits. Then he analyzed them. These wood spirits are really good stuff. They can be used to heal injuries and improve self-healing abilities after refining them. Yixian's eyes lit up. He immediately used a special devouring method to devour one of the wood spirits. However, the benefits were minimal. Besides, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so the wood spirits were useless to him. As for the remaining 2 wood spirits, Yixian threw them into the planting space. Wood Spirit King, use one of the wood spirits on the heavenly treasure tree. Yixian immediately gave the order to the Wood Spirit King in the planting space. The Wood Spirit King was also very interested in the wood spirits, but it first went to carry out Yixian's order, and put the wood spirits in the hollow of the heavenly treasure tree. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly treasure tree absorbed the wood spirits. It's really good stuff. It's even more effective for the heavenly treasure tree than my blood. Yixian's eyes lit up. Over the past few days, the heavenly treasure tree had been nurtured with his blood. It had already grown to a height of 10,000 meters. Perhaps it was because he had fed it too much, causing its effects to worsen. However, this wood essence was very fresh to the heavenly treasure tree. A single piece of wood essence allowed the heavenly treasure tree to grow 10 meters. If I can collect more, I might be able to level up the planting space. Yixian couldn't help but smile. Then he asked the 2 soldiers about other things. It turned out that the primitive world of the wood spirit not only had the Great Fungus Empire, but also a faction called the Tree Demon Alliance. The Tree Demon Alliance was hostile to the Great Bacteria Empire, and was formed from all sorts of creatures. In the primitive world of the wood spirit, other than the mushroom people, there were all kinds of heaven-reaching beasts and strange beasts. These creatures were afraid of being killed by the Great Fungus Empire. So they banded together and resisted for hundreds of years. Among them, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance was a fairy. This fairy was a strange beast a level higher than the wood spirits. For hundreds of years, it was she who had led the Tree Demon Alliance in battle against the Great Fungus Empire. It's really complicated, but I, Yixian, don't belong to the Great Fungus Empire. Nor do I belong to the Tree Demon Alliance. All I want is wood essence. Yixian's eyes flashed. The skyquake sword in his hand flashed, and the 2 soldiers' mushroom caps were cut off by him. They died instantly. Then Yixian tried to devour the bodies of the soldiers, but found that he couldn't. This made him feel rather regretful. However, the bodies of the soldiers could be thrown into the planting space as fertilizer, so it wasn't completely useless. This great bacterial empire has a special tracking and marking method. I've already mastered it. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked around. However, there were no marks left behind by the soldiers. Otherwise, Yi Xian could use the marks to catch up with the other group. The three of you are my subordinates. I'll give you a proper burial. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he put away the bodies of the three Qingyang sword sect disciples. Then, he quickly left the place and began to wander around the forest. According to the two soldiers, the Great Fungus Empire was west of the entrance to the Wood Essence primitive world, while the Tree Demon Alliance was east. Yi Xian needed Wood Essence, so he needed to enter the Tree Demon Alliance. As long as I have a large amount of Wood Essence, the planting space might be able to level up. The growth rate of Luoluo and the exotic beasts will also skyrocket. The space will also be larger, and there will be many more effects. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but quicken his pace. Whoosh whoosh. Just as he was hurrying along, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air, and it was rapidly approaching. Ambush! Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly left the place. Poof! 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 Dozens of sharp branches pierced deep into the ground. If Yi Xian had dodged a little slower, he would have become a sieve. Tree demons. At this time, Yi Xian finally realized that the one attacking him was a type of exotic beast, a tree demon. According to the attack speed just now, this tree demon should be at the fulfillment realm, so the wood essence in its body should be better than the three pieces just now. Eye of Revelation. Immediately, Yi Xian swept his gaze around, following the sharp branches, and found the tree demon. The wood essence is in this tree demon's body. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw that there was a green stone in this tree demon's body. It was the wood essence, and it was much larger than the three pieces he had just obtained. How dare you ambush me, you're courting death. Yi Xian didn't wait for the tree demon to continue attacking, and directly attacked. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame dragon roared and blasted towards the tree demon. Tree demons were very difficult to deal with, and ordinary people would have a hard time distinguishing them. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation, so he could see the wood essence in the tree demon's body. Moreover, his perception was very strong, so he could find it by following the branches. It's been a long time since I met a human. I'm going to kill you and drink your essence blood. The tree demon suddenly spoke in human language, and then used countless branches to block the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. You're quite capable after all. Have a taste of this move. Yi Xian suddenly split into two. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin Dragon Roar. The Ice Dragon and Flame Dragon opened their mouths, and spat out two opposite energies. Here, the two opposite energies fused together, creating a huge power. This attack directly blasted through the branch's defense, and then slammed into the tree demon's main trunk. The tree demon's heart was inside the tree demon's body, which was its weak point. Now that the tree demon's heart was directly shattered, this tree demon immediately died. Chapter 1241. This piece of wood essence is worth the two pieces from before, but the bigger a piece of wood essence is, the more valuable it is. Its value is much higher than the two pieces of wood essence. It's worth 10 pieces at the very least. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he threw the piece of wood essence into the planting space and had the Wood Spirit King absorb it for the heavenly treasure tree. Don't worry, I'll continue. Don't worry. Yi Xian hurriedly said to the eager Wood Spirit King in the planting space. The Wood Spirit King was also an exotic beast, so the wood essence was very useful to it. It might even evolve into a flower spirit. If the Wood Spirit King matured, it would be even better at taking care of the planting space. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately started on his way again. Soon he arrived at the territory of the Tree Demon Alliance. Just now, I was in the area between the Great Bacterial Empire and the Tree Demon Alliance. There weren't many tree demons. Now that I'm going to enter the Tree Demon Alliance, I have to be careful. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. The Tree Demon Alliance could fight against the Great Bacterial Empire for hundreds of years, so they definitely weren't weak. They definitely had second or third level Fulfillment Realm Tree Demons. It would be fine if Yi Xian ran into a second level Fulfillment Realm Tree Demon, but if he ran into a third level Fulfillment Realm Tree Demon, it would be troublesome for him. Roar! Half a minute after Yi Xian stepped into the Tree Demon Alliance's territory, a beastly roar suddenly attracted his attention. Is that a Screech beast? It seems like someone's fighting it. Yi Xian paused, then immediately rushed in the direction of the roar. He didn't know if the one fighting the Skirich beast was a mushroom man from the Great Bacterial Empire, or a human who had just entered the primitive world of wood spirits. When Yi Xian got closer, he took a look. The Tongtian beast was a giant wolf, and it was fighting with 3 burly men. Judging from their attire, they don't seem to be from the Green Sun Sword sect, but the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold was an evil force. Many fierce people joined the Flying Scorpion Stronghold because they had nowhere else to go. Therefore, the strength of the Flying Scorpion Stronghold was not weaker than the Qingyang Sword sect. The 3 men were all at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm, while the giant wolf was at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm. This time we've made a huge profit. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Because both the humans and the heaven-reaching beasts were his enemies, he didn't charge out immediately. Instead, he watched from afar, waiting for both sides to suffer. No, I've already fused with the god of slaughter bloodline. Killing can increase my killing intent value. No matter who dies, it's a loss. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. On one side was the ruthless man of the Flying Scorpion Stronghold, and on the other side was the Tongtian beast, so he didn't need to show mercy. Luo, let's attack together. Yi Xian suddenly summoned Luo, who had already broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Kill! In an instant, Yi Xian and Luo rushed out together. The 3 men and the giant wolf also noticed Yi Xian and divided their attention to guard against him. Who is it? A man from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold exclaimed. At this time, Yi Xian just happened to jump out. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roars of ice and fire. Rainbow demonic fire. 1,000-layer explosion. Yi Xian and Luo immediately let loose their attacks. Boom! 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 Immediately, violent sounds came from the area. The surrounding heaven-reaching treasure trees were all blown apart, and some were even burned to a crisp. The 3 Flying Scorpion Stronghold experts and the giant wolf were seriously injured. One of them even died. One more time, dual dragon roar. The 2 Yi Xian used their ultimate move again, and their target was the giant wolf at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Boom! The dual dragon roar hit the giant wolf, and the 2 auras of ice and fire drowned it, instantly injuring it. This wolf's defense is so high. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he didn't use his full strength just now because it wasn't necessary. Eye of Glory! Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Yi Xian used his ultimate move again, and another powerful sound wave attack spread. This time, the 2 remaining Flying Scorpion Stronghold experts didn't survive. Not only that, even the giant wolf at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm was shattered. In the blink of an eye, both the humans and the heaven-reaching beasts were killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's killing intent instantly increased by a large amount. Young master, you're so violent right now. Luo couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but grin. Right now, his skills were too violent. All of them were powerful moves. Bladestorm, dual dragon roar of ice and fire, dual dragon roar, burst of killing intent, eye of glory, peerless flame dragon slash, and so on. However, the 3 Fulfillment Realm Flying Scorpion Stronghold experts had been fighting the giant wolf for a while, and didn't have much true energy left. That was why Yi Xian was able to take advantage of this opening. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly went over and put away the corpses and universe rings of the 3. There are a lot of things and more than a dozen wood essences. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction and directly consumed the items. Then he threw the wood essences into the plantation space. As for Luo, she was once again sent into the planting space. Luo didn't have the divine tree of life bloodline, so her true energy would run out eventually. However, in the plantation space, her recovery speed was very fast. As for the giant wolf's corpse at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, Yi Xian naturally put it away as well. The corpse was also thrown into the plantation space. As for the beast's soul, Yi Xian devoured it himself. Soon, I'll break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm very soon. Yi Xian suddenly felt impatient. As long as he broke through, there probably wouldn't be anyone in the primitive world of wood essences who could stop him. He calculated that he probably needed to devour another second level of the fulfillment realm beast soul before he could break through. When he thought of this, Yi Xian left his original spot again and looked for his next target. However, he had only run for a short while when a burst of noise entered his ears. Buzz buzz buzz. The clamor was rapidly approaching. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a large group of creatures rushing towards him. It looked like they were bees. What powerful auras! Although each of them isn't very strong and is only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, there are at least 1,000 of them. Yi Xian's expression rippled as he decided to take a look first. However, when the swarm of bees came closer, Yi Xian realized that they were coming for him. There are also heaven-reaching beasts in the Tree Demon Alliance. It looks like these bees are here to help the giant wolf. Yi Xian immediately reacted. In the primitive world of wood essences, only the Tree Demon Alliance and the Great Fungi Empire were enemies. The entire Tree Demon Alliance naturally had to help each other. These seem to be exotic beasts, but I don't think I can tame them. In that case, I'll just kill them all. Chapter 1242. Although the benefits of devouring these beasts were less than the heaven-reaching beast, there were so many of them. If they were all killed, the benefits would still be considerable. More importantly, Yi Xian was about to break through. Luo, let's kill them together. Yi Xian summoned Luo again. Group attacks were Yi Xian and Lolo's forte. Coincidentally, the effects of the Eye of Glory were still active, so Yi Xian could save some eye power. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roars of ice and fire. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. When the group of exotic beasts approached them, the two of them attacked together. Although they were both in the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, their destructive power was no weaker than that of a 2nd-level intent realm expert. Turn all of them into my killing intent. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. A wave of air swept out, and more than half of the beasts in the air were instantly killed. Luolua's terrifying explosive attack followed. Bang! 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 This group of over 1,000 beasts was instantly slaughtered by Yi Xian and Luoluo. And this was before Yi Xian unleashed his killing intent. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single bee left in the air. Gather around me. Yi Xian used the power of 10,000 mammoths to gather the corpses of the beasts and devour them all. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now in the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Finally, he heard the long-awaited notification of a breakthrough. Right now, Yi Xian had already reached the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Even if he were to fight against the Azure Yongsword Sect team from before, he would probably be able to kill them all. Breakthrough, I must break through again. Maybe I can still catch up to the mysterious underworld duo demons. Yi Xian said to himself. The time for the random mission to kill Nailan Jia had already passed, but Yi Xian was still in hot pursuit. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry to avenge Mo Shui, but to set a goal for himself. From the Blood Rock continent to the Penglai Sacred Land, and then to the Luguang Sacred Land, it had actually been a year. During this year, Yi Xian had run into obstacles everywhere, and had not heard any news about the Yinyang Temple. Therefore, he felt that he had slacked off a little. It was also because of this that he needed to find another motivation for himself, a motivation to level up as soon as possible. Without a doubt, the Xianming Duo Demons were his current motivation. Yinyang Old Ancestor Xianming Duo Demons, you are all people that I, Yi Xian, must kill. I will definitely find you, Yi Xian said resolutely as he gazed into the distance. Although this was the primitive world of the wood spirit, he could clearly sense the location of Nailan Bing, the target of the death warrant. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was too great. Yi Xian could no longer accurately calculate the distance. He could only sense the general direction. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's head deeper into the Trey-Ant Alliance's territory. Yi Xian shook his head and threw all the extra exotic beast corpses into his planting space as fertilizer. Then he began to go deeper. Although he had not broken through to the fulfillment realm, with his various ultimate moves and bloodlines, if he went all out, he estimated that he could exchange blows with an expert of the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. Of course, this was only his estimate. An expert of the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm had opened 3 natal palaces in their body. Every time a fulfillment realm expert broke through, the amount and strength of their natal true chi would increase qualitatively. Previously, He was able to defeat the combined forces of Scar and Mad Dragon, because they were both heavily injured. Moreover, the Green Yang Sword Sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold were not small factions. They probably had many fulfillment divine arts, so it would not be easy to deal with them. There are wood spirits in the Tree Demon Alliance's territory, and the corpses of the Great Fungi Empire's mushroom soldiers are also very good refining materials. I just don't know where the Green Yang Sword Sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold went. Yixian guessed as he used the Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. After a while, he discovered other creatures. The mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire? Yixian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow and looked at the dozen or so figures in front of him. There were more than a dozen mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire in front of him, 10 Captain Su, and a General Su who was a size bigger than the Captain Su. The Captain Su is at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm, and the General Su is at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm. However, their physiques are far superior to us humans. They might even be stronger than heaven-reaching beasts of the same level. I don't know how they cultivated them. Yixian was very curious. It was hard to imagine that a mushroom had hands and legs and could kill people. It was simply inconceivable. At this time, the 11 mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire were discussing something in low voices. Yixian's Eye of Revelation swept over, and suddenly found something strange in another place. Tree demons. Yixian saw that there was a tree demon's heart, and a large piece of wood spirit in one of the heaven-reaching treasure trees. However, this piece of wood spirit was the largest piece he had seen so far. Could it be a third-level Fulfillment Realm tree demon? Yixian guessed in his heart. There was no standard for the level of this heaven-reaching treasure tree, so it was very difficult to estimate. However, if it was a third-level Fulfillment Realm human martial practitioner, Yixian might be a little wary, but this was only a third-level Fulfillment Realm tree demon. What was there to be afraid of? Even if this tree demon has not reached the third level of the Fulfillment Realm, it is probably at the peak of the second level of the Fulfillment Realm. If I eat this wood spirit, I might be able to grow into an emperor mushroom. This General Su looked at the tree demon in front of him with shining eyes. In the Great Fungi Empire, emperor mushrooms had the highest status. There might not even be one emperor mushroom in 100 General Su. My lord, I'm afraid we are not its match. A Captain Su said timidly. Captain Fungus was a human at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm. 10 Captain Fungus added together was an extremely powerful force. However, they did not have true energy and could only fight with the special weapons in their hands. The tree demon had countless branches, so at the same level, the tree demon was stronger than the mushroom men. However, the tree demon also had a fatal flaw, and that was that it could not move. Once it was exposed, it would only be the fate of being surrounded. You are my soldiers, how can you be so cowardly? As long as I become an emperor mushroom, you will naturally rise as well. This tree demon has already been exposed, and it might have already started to rescue us. If we are any slower, we will not have a chance. General Su said very unhappily. Indeed, as long as they could raise Su to an emperor mushroom, then these 10 Captain Su would become very powerful in the future. They thought for a moment and finally nodded resolutely. All right, my lord, we will fight. Very good, when the time comes we will attack according to the training. We must quickly cut off all of its branches. General Su nodded in satisfaction. They reorganized themselves for a moment before they quickly rushed over. This team of mushroom men did not split up and rushed over while facing the tree demon's attacks. Chapter 1243. Hiss! 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 The twin blades in Jiangsu's hands were extremely sharp, and he cut through the tree branches like he was cutting vegetables. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered half the distance. Despicable mushroom people, you've betrayed the will of nature. Die! The tree demon spoke in the human language and began to use all of its branches to attack. Shut up, we're the true masters of this forest. Jiangsu roared angrily. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of purple poison at the tree demon. Hiss hiss. This mouthful of purple poison landed on the tree demon's trunk. The tree bark instantly melted away, and a hole appeared in the tree. Moreover, it was rapidly expanding. Despicable mushrooms, I'm going to use your corpses as fertilizer. The tree demon was furious. In truth, that mouthful of purple poison was Jiangsu's blood. However, Their blood was extremely harmful to the tree demon. This tree demon was indeed not at the third level of the fulfillment realm, but it was at the peak of the second level. Facing these 11 mushroom people from the Great Mushroom Empire, the tree demon was already prepared to go on a killing spree. Fortunately, every tree demon had some extremely tough branches that could repair themselves very quickly. Otherwise, the 11 mushroom people would probably have already approached this tree demon. At this time, what both sides did not know was that there was another danger around them. If I throw all 10 mushroom leaders, 1 Jiangsu, and 1 tree demon into the planting space, it can fertilize the soil and increase the production of those natural treasures. Yixian thought to himself. The planting space was his back garden. He had planted many natural treasures in it. There were natural treasures ripening at all times and then being devoured by him. Simply put, the planting space was a place for him to hack. It could constantly increase his experience points. Although it was slow, as long as the planting space's level increased, then the production of natural treasures would also increase. Yixian liked this feeling of bountiful harvest very much. Waiting for them to fight each other isn't a bad idea, but now that I've fused with the god of slaughter bloodline, killing people, killing monsters, and even devouring weapons can increase my killing intent. Yixian thought for a moment, then finally decided to go out. In an instant he was split into 2. The twin dragons of ice and fire sword formation required a large amount of true qi to activate, but Yixian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body, so he could completely recover. Therefore, this move had become a common skill for him. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar. Yixian was in the distance. He ordered his ice dragon and flame dragon to spit out 2 mouthfuls of dragon breath. The 2 dragon breaths merged into one and blasted towards the commander mushroom. Tree demons were actually the most difficult to deal with, but they could not move, so Yixian decided to leave them for last. As long as this Jiangsu was dealt with, the rest would be simple. The tree demon was just a target. What? Jiangsu, who was dodging the tree branch attacks, suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure. When he turned his head to look, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Sneak attack. Boom! Jiangsu couldn't dodge in time and was hit head-on. Gotcha! Fortunately, he was wearing an armor specially made from the bones of the heaven-reaching beast, so he managed to survive. However, he was also blasted to the point where he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who is it? The other mushroom team leaders hurriedly turned their heads to look when they saw their leader being blasted away. At this moment, Yixian also just happened to dash out from inside. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! A sound wave attack rapidly spread out. The 10 mushroom team leaders were directly blasted away, their armor shattering. As they flew out, a white figure suddenly dashed out from the side. This white figure was extremely fast. Every time it flitted past a mushroom team leader, it could cut off their mushroom cap. In the blink of an eye, this nimble white figure killed all 10 mushroom team leaders. And this white figure was Luoluo, who had used Fox Flash. Young master, it's done. When the 10th mushroom team leader died, Luoluo also directly reported, then threw the items to Yixian. These mushroom team leaders' bags contained wood spirits and the universe rings of the humans they killed. However, because they didn't have true qi, they couldn't use the universe rings. They could only bring them back and let the human captives help pour out the items. Now, all of them had benefited Yixian. Yixian took these bags and poured them all into the devouring space or the planting space. His cultivation base had improved a little more. Jiangxian, it's your turn now. Yixian's eyes widened. He turned into 2 heavenly dragons and attacked the heavily injured Jiangxian. Not good, run. Jiangxian's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly turned around. Although Yixian was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, he was much stronger than this tree demon. Against Yixian, Jiangxian had no doubt. However, just as he was turning around, a golden light suddenly appeared and collided head-on with Jiangji's stomach. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jiangxian exploded. Purple blood sprayed everywhere. What? Yixian was shocked. He hurriedly avoided the poisonous purple blood and looked in front of him. This damn thing that appeared out of nowhere killed the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm General Xian in one hit. What was this? He immediately focused his eyes and found that it was a tiger with golden fur. Its golden eyes made Yixian's hair stand on end. A third-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast, the golden-eyed Tiger King? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Only a third-level fulfillment realm beast could kill a second-level fulfillment realm General Xian. Roar! This golden-eyed Tiger King also stopped after insta-killing Zhu Ji. The intelligence of heaven-reaching beasts was not lower than that of humans. This golden-eyed Tiger King didn't attack because it was sizing up Yi Xian. On the tree demon's side, there were also heaven-reaching beasts and strange beasts besides the tree demons. They were on the same side, so the tree demons didn't continue to attack. You're dead, human. This tree demon said with a bit of schadenfreude. Shut up, you old piece of wood. Yi Xian let out a low shout. A mere plant dared to mock him. It really didn't know what was good for it. If he encountered a third-level fulfillment realm elder of the Green Sun Sword sect right now, Yi Xian might be wary. But this golden-eyed Tiger King was only at the third level of the fulfillment realm. He wasn't afraid of heaven-reaching beasts. Roar! At this time, the golden-eyed Tiger King let out another roar. Young master, it's asking about your origins. Luoluo suddenly said. What? This sentence stunned Yi Xian. This golden-eyed Tiger King was asking about his origins. Shouldn't it start a fight? Chapter 1244. Big Tiger, what do you want? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared again. It says it wants to cooperate with humans. Luoluo said in disbelief. Cooperation? Yi Xian was very surprised. What kind of cooperation? Why me? Because I'm a member of the Fox clan. Also because you're so strong, young master. You should be a super genius of a human sect. You have the right to speak. Luoluo continued to translate. A super genius of the Fox clan? Yi Xian frowned. The golden-eyed Tiger King had seen him with Luoluo. Luoluo belonged to the Beast clan, which was between a human and a beast. Therefore, compared to a human, the Skirich beast would trust Luoluo more. However, the golden-eyed Tiger King hadn't said what it wanted to cooperate with. Just as Yi Xian was about to ask, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was a large bird with snow-white feathers. On its head was a mini green figure. Yi Xian focused his eyes and found that the green figure was only the size of a fist. Apart from the small wings on its back, it was completely a miniature human. This little person looked like a girl. She looked very obedient and cute. What's that? Yi Xian's brain didn't react. Hello, human. A light voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Are you the one talking? Yi Xian looked at the little thing and said in shock. Yes, it's me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hualian, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance in the Wood Spirit primitive world. The little girl answered. Yi Xian didn't react until now. The leader of the Tree Demon Alliance was a fairy, which was the little thing called Hualian in front of him. What surprised Yi Xian was why the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance was here. My name is Yi Xian. Since the other party had introduced herself, Yi Xian also wanted to know. Human, I'm here this time because I want to cooperate with you. Hualian went straight to the point. Just say it. What kind of cooperation? Yi Xian asked directly. I don't know if you know, but in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit, there is the Great Fungus Empire and the Tree Demon Alliance. We have been enemies for hundreds of years. Hualian began. However, in recent years, the Great Fungi Empire has been developing rapidly. Our Tree Demon Alliance is a bit lacking. In a few more decades, we'll probably be wiped out by the Great Fungi Empire. Therefore, I wish to seek your cooperation and destroy the Great Bacterial Empire together. After hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, Destroy the Great Bacterial Empire? Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Exterminate the Great Bacteria Empire. Reward. Unlocking the Godslayer Bloodline Dark Knight Canopy skill. This notification sound suddenly rang out. The duration of the mission was 7 days. There was no punishment for the mission, so Yi Xian accepted it without hesitation. The Murderous God Bloodline's Dark Knight Canopy skill required 1 Devour point to activate. After using Dark Knight Canopy, the surroundings would be plunged into darkness. This skill was very useful when paired with the Assassination mode and the Eye of Revelation. The enemy was out in the open while Yi Xian was in the dark. This would greatly increase the success rate of Yi Xian's assassination. That's right. Hualian nodded and said, Just now when I was patrolling the territory, I happened to see you killing Captain Su and Jiang Su. I remember that humans have a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, I wish to have a chat with the upper echelons of your human race. You think that my aptitude is not bad and that I come from a large sect? Yi Xian immediately understood and asked again. That's right. Hualien responded. As long as we work together to destroy the great bacterial empire, I can take out a large amount of wood essence as a reward, and even all the corpses. Wood essence was very valuable, and so were the corpses of the mushroom people. Under normal circumstances, no one would refuse. Even the Green Sun Sword sect and the Flying Scorpion stronghold probably did not have the courage to refuse, because the great bacterial empire was a huge fortune. But after we humans came in, we also killed many tree demons. We are also considered your enemies. Yi Xian asked again. No, you shouldn't be. Hualien shook her head and carefully sized up Yi Xian, saying, your body exudes an affinity. You are different from other humans. Affinity. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but be stunned for a moment. He immediately remembered that he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. It seemed that Hualien had appeared because of this bloodline. I understand. Yi Xian nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell the truth. Sorry, I don't belong to any sect. I'm afraid I can't help you. You don't belong to any sect? This time, it was Hualien's turn to be shocked. Not belonging to any sect? That was impossible. Hualien felt that Yi Xian was not very old, and he even had the ability to challenge people 2 levels above him. Could this strength have been cultivated by himself? While the other was surprised, Yi Xian suddenly said, however, I do have the ability to challenge people above my level. You can tell me about the Great Fungus Empire's strength. In the Great Fungus Empire, the fungus soldiers are comparable to humans at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. The fungus captain is at the 1st level of the Fulfillment realm, and the general fungus is at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm. Also, there is the 3rd level of the Fulfillment realm Emperor fungus, and the 4th level of the Fulfillment realm Emperor fungus. Hualien answered casually. There is something called the Emperor fungus above the Emperor fungus? Yi Xian was a little shocked. That was an enemy at the 4th level of the Fulfillment realm. The mushroom men were stronger than heaven-reaching beasts at the same level. It was a little difficult for Yi Xian to face a 4th-level Fulfillment Realm Emperor fungus. However, if he broke through to the Fulfillment Realm, opened his natal palaces, and condensed his natal true energy, what was the Great Fungus Empire? You haven't even reached the Fulfillment Realm. Even if you can challenge people above your level, it is useless. Leave, and do not step into the territory of the Tree Demon Alliance. Hualien said a little disappointedly. Wait. Seeing that Hualien was about to leave, Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. That is not necessarily true. As long as I am given enough cultivation resources, I can break through to the Fulfillment Realm in a short time. There are not many things in the territory of the Tree Demon Alliance. Also, the Secret Realm entrance will only last for 10 days. Hualien said. Although she did not say it explicitly, Yi Xian knew that Hualien thought that he could not break through and help her destroy the Great Fungus Empire. Wait! Yi Xian suddenly called out to Hualien and said, do you not believe in my strength? Even if you can challenge people 2 levels above you, you can only kill the General Fungus at most. Above the General Fungus are the Emperor Fungus and the Emperor Fungus with the title of King. They can easily kill you. Hualien sighed and said, you should leave. Chapter 1245. Are you sure? Little Gold is a 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast. It can probably smash you to pieces with just 1 hit, Hualien said in surprise. Haha, then let's see if it can smash me to pieces, or if I can skin it and make clothes out of it. Yi Xian suddenly showed a confidence he had never shown before. So what if it was a 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast? Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared in dissatisfaction when it heard Yi Xian's words. It was a capable member of the Tree Demon Alliance, and now it was being looked down upon by a brat who hadn't even reached the Fulfillment Realm. It couldn't stand it. Alright, since you asked for it, then come. Hualien nodded her little head and stood on the snow-white bird to watch. One was a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm human, and the other was a 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast. There was a difference of 3 realms. Although heaven-reaching beasts relied on their physique to fight, and were weaker than humans of the same level who could use divine arts, the golden-eyed Tiger King could probably defeat a human 3 realms lower than it with a single swipe of its paw. Big golden bug, do it! Yi Xian's true body and avatar held the scarlet flame sword and the blue ice sword respectively as they stared at the golden-eyed Tiger King. Big bug! The golden-eyed Tiger King was furious when it heard this. The great golden-eyed Tiger King was being looked down upon by a human. It couldn't tolerate this, it definitely couldn't. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared loudly as its 2 powerful hind legs kicked off the ground. Its huge body turned into a ray of light and charged toward Yi Xian. Big Tiger, you rely on your speed to survive. Since that's the case, then let's try this move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he transformed into 2 golden-armored war gods. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! An extremely powerful shockwave swept out. The golden-eyed Tiger King who was about to smash Yi Xian to death was shocked and couldn't stop in time. It was sent flying by the shockwave. Humans were powerful because they could use weapons, true energy, and divine abilities. The Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword formation was learned from the reincarnators Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. Using it to deal with a heaven-reaching beast was overkill. Seeing the golden-eyed Tiger King suffer a loss, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance, Hualian, was also a little surprised. She directly laid on the head of the snow-white bird, using 2 slender hands to support her chin, and watched with interest. Big Tiger, try this again. Taking advantage of the golden-eyed Tiger King being sent flying, Yi Xian shouted at Yiheng. Twin Dragon Roar. Hoo hoo hoo. The twin dragon's breath swept out. If this was a real battle, Yi Xian would have used Killing Intent Explosion. But this time he didn't really want to kill the golden-eyed Tiger King. Hualian had evolved from a wood spirit and had no fighting power at all. However, Yi Xian estimated that the snow-white bird beneath her was on the same level as King Shroom. In other words, it was at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Moreover, there might be other 4th level Fulfillment Realm cultivators nearby. Therefore, if Yi Xian accidentally killed the golden-eyed Tiger King, he would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, the golden-eyed Tiger King wasn't too weak. When the twin dragon roar was about to hit its body, it suddenly grew a pair of golden wings and deftly dodged the attack. Holy shit, it has a pair of wings! Yi Xian was shocked. This golden-eyed Tiger King had probably mutated before. Otherwise, why would it become a winged tiger? However, the golden-eyed Tiger King with golden wings was even faster. This is a little tricky, but I don't believe that I can't wear you down. Yi Xian's confidence was still off the charts. A 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm human expert wouldn't be able to do anything to the golden-eyed Tiger King in a short time. They might even be killed by the golden-eyed Tiger King. But who was Yi Xian? Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Yi Xian looked at the golden-eyed Tiger King charging at him and used his ultimate move again. Boom! Another sound wave attack spread and sent the golden-eyed Tiger King flying again. Fortunately, the golden-eyed Tiger King was a heaven-reaching beast and relied on its physique to survive. That was why it was able to survive the 2 twin dragon roars of ice and fire without taking any damage. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian hadn't used his killing intent. Come on, Big Tiger. The 2 Yi Xian suddenly smiled provocatively at the golden-eyed Tiger King. He couldn't catch up to the golden-eyed Tiger King with his speed, but the golden-eyed Tiger King couldn't get close to him either. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could recover. He just needed to do this a few more times. Even if the golden-eyed Tiger King was a 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast, he didn't believe that it wouldn't get a concussion. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King didn't back down. He turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward Yi Xian again. This time he was going to smash Yi Xian into pieces. However, Yi Xian didn't want to play anymore. His time was very precious. Merge! When the golden-eyed Tiger King rushed toward him, Yi Xian's true body and avatar suddenly merged into one. His aura instantly increased by 50%. Come on, Big Tiger. Let's see what you can do to me. Yi Xian looked at the golden-eyed Tiger King with a dark expression. Hualian was very surprised to see that Yi Xian had no intention of dodging. One had to know that the golden-eyed Tiger King had a hobby of bumping into people. Yixian was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he was hit by the golden-eyed Tiger King even once, his body would probably explode. However, Hualien didn't say anything when she saw Yixian's confident expression. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared and ran headlong into Yixian's arms. Crack! Crisp sounds rang out. Yixian's bones and innards were instantly blasted apart. Not only that, even his back was cut open. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. A normal person's heart would probably stop after receiving such a heavy blow. However, even if Yixian's heart was crushed to pieces, he wouldn't die. Big Tiger, I've won this battle. Yixian's eyes flashed the moment he was sent flying. The Eye of Nirvana. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The golden-eyed Tiger King was also sent flying. The Eye of Nirvana was one of Yixian's killing moves. It was very sinister. Yixian felt that he hadn't used it in a long time, so he tried it out. Looking at the effect, it was pretty good. Hualien, who was on the back of the snow-white bird, suddenly widened her eyes. He's dead. The golden-eyed Tiger King's attack was no small matter. Even the tree demon behind it would probably have a big hole in it. Yixian had the body of a mere human. If he didn't die, then it would be too outrageous. However, Yixian didn't die. Tap tap. Yixian, who was sent flying, quickly used his true qi and 10,000 mammoth strength to stabilize himself. Chapter 1246. In the blink of an eye, Yixian's back was completely healed. If it wasn't for his torn clothes and blood, it was as if he hadn't been injured at all. The golden-eyed Tiger King's fur was also very tough. It wasn't damaged by the Eye of Nirvana. Of course, if Yixian's killing intent had exploded just now, the golden-eyed Tiger King would have at least lost a large chunk of its flesh. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King stabilized itself and roared in disbelief when it saw that Yixian was fine. TSK TSK TSK, you can't kill me. Yixian's lips curled slightly. The Eye of Eternity had always been his secret. How did this golden-eyed Tiger King know that his weak points were his eyes? Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King didn't believe it. It gathered its courage and prepared to attack again. But at this time, Hualien suddenly said, "Little Gold, stop." The golden-eyed Tiger King stopped. Although Hualien was just a fairy and didn't have any combat strength, the golden-eyed Tiger King didn't dare to disobey her. Yixian, you are very strong. Even Little Gold can't do anything to you. I estimate that you are strong enough to fight against the monarch fungi. Hualien praised. Now do you believe that if I break through to the fulfillment realm, open my natal palaces, and condense my lifeblood true energy, I will have the strength to destroy the great fungi empire? Yixian asked. Hualien paused and said, if you break through, you do have the strength to do so. However, the great fungi empire has more than one monarch fungi. Also, according to legend, they have a monarch fungi. Monarch fungi? Yixian raised an eyebrow when he heard this name. He calculated in his mind. Fungi soldier, captain fungi, general fungi, monarch fungi, monarch fungi, monarch fungi. Monarch fungi were equivalent to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, and the 1st to 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Then wouldn't the monarch fungi, which was one level higher than monarch fungi, be at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm? Then, does your tree demon alliance not have anyone in this realm? Yixian asked again. No. Hualien shook her head and said, in our tree demon alliance, only Little White and a few others are at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. In fact, in terms of strength, our tree demon alliance is slightly superior, but we have a fatal flaw. Yixian immediately reacted and said, fatal damage? Are you talking about the immobile tree ant? That's right. They can't move, but the warriors of the Great Mushroom Empire can. That's why we have a large number of flying beasts patrolling the area every day and night. Because the growth cycle of the tree ants is too long, every time one dies, our tree ant alliance will be destroyed even faster. Hualien nodded and said, I estimate that if this continues, we will be annihilated by the Great Bacteria Empire in a month's time. Now that the entrance to the secret territory has appeared, why aren't you leaving? Yixian asked. We've lived here for hundreds of years. Naturally, we don't want to leave. Most importantly, we can't let go of our anger. If the Great Bacterial Empire is not destroyed, even if this forest withers, we will not leave. Hualien suddenly revealed an indignant expression. I do have a good idea, Yixian said. What? Hualien asked subconsciously. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. If the great bacterial empire is not destroyed, you won't leave either. Yixian shook his head and felt that it was better to forget about it for now. He originally wanted to invite Hualien into the planting space. This way the production of the natural treasures would increase by a lot. After all, flower spirits were evolved from wood spirits. They were much more powerful than wood spirit kings. Your strength has been acknowledged by us, but you are only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm right now. There aren't many things in the Treant Alliance that you humans can use. Hualien reminded him again. That's impossible. This is such a big forest, and there's so much natural energy. How can there not be any? Yixian found it hard to believe. His request was very simple. He wanted Hualien to break through to the fulfillment realm. Then he could help the Treant Alliance destroy the Great Bacteria Empire. However, if he couldn't break through to the fulfillment realm, he would have to do it himself. There is, but I've used it to nurture Little White, Little Gold, and the others. The most I have is wood spirits, and I snatched them from the mushroom people of the Great Bacteria Empire, Hualien replied. I see. Yixian raised an eyebrow. After thinking for a moment, he said, if that's the case, then I want those wood spirits. However, I want a lot of them. No problem. After Hualien flew a circle in the air, she immediately agreed. The primitive world of wood spirits had been formed for hundreds of years. Countless tree spirits had died at the hands of the Great Bacteria Empire's mushroom people. At the same time, many mushroom people were killed by the Skirich beasts and tree spirits. This way, the wood spirits returned to the hands of the Treant Alliance. These wood spirits were of little use to the Skirich beasts and even the tree spirits, so they could have as many as they wanted. Let's go, Hualien said, then turned around and left on her snow-white bird. The golden-eyed Tiger King Little Gold immediately followed. Luluo, let's follow. Yixian followed closely behind. This time, he might be able to directly upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. This way, Luoluo might be able to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm first, or even the Fulfillment realm. At that time, the success rate of destroying the Great Bacteria Empire would be greatly increased. With Hualien and the others leading the way, Yixian's following journey was very smooth. Half a day later, they entered the depths of the Treant Alliance and arrived at their headquarters. At this time, there was a huge Skirich treasure tree in front of Yixian. It was twice as big as the one in the planting space. Under this Skirich treasure tree, there were large numbers of Skirich beasts and strange beasts. Their auras were all very strong. Dozens of 3rd level Fulfillment Realm beasts, and a few 4th level Nether Passage Realm beasts. Yixian did a rough calculation. Apart from the snow-white bird under Hualien, there were a few 4th level Nether Passage Realm beasts. In other words, they were on the same level as the king of the Great Bacteria Empire, Monarch Mushroom. Roar! Oh! The group of Skirich beasts couldn't help but roar when they saw Hualien return. With Luoluo as the interpreter, Yixian understood their words. They were asking why they had brought a human back. From now on, this human is our ally. Hualien flew directly to the center of the group of Skirich beasts and said in a light voice, although his realm isn't high, he was able to fight Little Gold to a draw. If he can break through again, he will be a great help. Hearing this, the surrounding Skirich beasts were very shocked. A mere 9th level Nether Passage Realm beast could fight the 3rd level Fulfillment Realm Golden-Eyed Tiger King to a draw? What kind of racial joke was this? Chapter 1247. Little White can testify as well. In order to convince the remaining heaven-reaching beasts, Hualien reminded them once more. Little White was the snowy white bird beneath Hualien. It was a snow wind demon spirit condor. Although it was still in its infancy, it was one of the few 4th stage fulfillment golden realm cultivators in the Tree Demon Alliance. Beep! The snowy white bird shrieked as it personally testified. Now all the heaven-reaching beasts were convinced. This human has boundless potential. But our Tree Demon Alliance doesn't have many things that we can use. That's why we can only pay with wood essence. As Hualien spoke, she suddenly turned to a mountain in the distance and said, Little mountain, take out 1/5 of your wood essence. Rumble. Hearing this, the mountain suddenly shook violently. Then the little mountain transformed into a giant. This was a mountain giant, a fourth-stage fulfillment realm cultivator in the Tree Demon Alliance. At the same time, it was also the Tree Demon Alliance's treasure trove. Soon, the mountain giant spat out a large amount of wood essence from its stomach, which piled up into a mountain. From the beginning, Yi Xian knew that the mountain in front of him was no ordinary mountain, but a heaven-reaching beast. This was because his eye of revelation couldn't see through this mountain. He didn't expect that the mountain giant's stomach would contain such a large amount of wood essence. A fifth of wood essence? How much was that? After the mountain giant finished spitting out the wood essence, Yi Xian's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. There were at least 10,000 pieces of wood essence piled up. This meant that there were 30 to 40,000 pieces of wood essence in the mountain giant's body. Yi Xian, this is your down payment. If you can destroy the great bacterial empire, I'll give you the rest. Hualien flew to Yi Xian's shoulder and said, "Deal." Yi Xian immediately agreed. These wood essences were enough to upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. He immediately went over and collected all the wood essences. Then, he threw them all into the planting space and located them at the Tree Demon Alliance's headquarters. As long as the heaven-reaching treasure tree absorbed all the wood essences and released the yuan qi of heaven and earth, it would probably upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. You're still at the 9th stage of the Nether Passage realm. Can you break through to the fulfillment realm in half a month? Hualien asked. As far as I know, there are 2 forces that have entered the primitive world of the wood spirit. One is called the Flying Scorpion Stockade, and the other is called the Qingyang Sword Sect. If I were to deal with them, it would be enough. Yi Xian answered honestly. I also came into contact with these 2 forces, but they refused to cooperate, so I killed them all. In addition, I had the Treants set up a mystifying mirage formation to guide these humans to the Great Fungi Empire. If you want to find them, you'll probably have to go to the Great Fungi Empire. As Hualien spoke, she also found a few interspatial rings on the snow-white bird, and threw them to Yi Xian. Using a maze formation to guide them to the Great Bacterial Empire? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took the interspatial ring. Unfortunately, there were very few things in these interspatial rings. They were like a drop in the bucket. However, if he were to rob all the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold and the Green Sun Sword Sect, it would probably be enough. Moreover, it seemed that the Qingyang Sword Sect would send a follow-up team into the primitive world of the wood spirit. If that's the case, then give me a map. Yi Xian said. I don't have a map. Let Little Gold send you there. Hualien shook her head. That works too. Yi Xian didn't refuse. Although very unwilling, the golden-eyed Tiger King didn't disobey the order and led the way into the forest. Yi Xian followed closely behind and left. Hualien fell into deep thought as she watched his back. Beep! The snow wind demon spirit condor suddenly let out a low cry. You're asking why I trust this human so much? Hualien paused and answered. Our 1st and 2nd lines of defense have been defeated by the Great Fungi Empire after years of wear and tear. The 3rd line of defense is also about to collapse. If no one helps, I estimate that we'll be annihilated in another month. Most importantly, I feel that this human is very unusual. To put it simply, Hualien chose to trust Yi Xian based on her intuition. At this time, Yi Xian was already following the golden-eyed Tiger King towards the maze formation. During the journey, Yi Xian also saw some soldiers from the Great Fungi Empire. Of course, these mushroom men were all dealt with by him, and their corpses were all thrown into the planting space. After about 2 seconds, Yi Xian finally arrived in front of the maze formation. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared. With Luolua's translation, Yi Xian understood what he meant. You go on your own. If I want to, I can easily leave this maze formation. Yi Xian replied. The golden-eyed Tiger King had just asked if he wanted to continue bringing him along. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation and the Eye of Perception, so he wouldn't get lost in there. Even if he accidentally fell into a trap, he had the Eye of the Void and could directly return to the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared in dissatisfaction, then turned around and left. As for Yi Xian, he also stepped into the Lost Forest. A maze? It was a piece of cake for him. Even if I don't have the Eye of Heaven, I still have the death warrant. With this precise location, I can't get lost. Yi Xian thought to himself. The target of the death warrant, Nalan Bing, was unknown how far away she was from here, so even if she moved, Yi Xian didn't see much of a deviation. However, Yi Xian was now going through the Lost Forest to reach the Great Fungi Empire's territory. There are signs of human activity. Not long after Yi Xian entered the Lost Forest, he found a set of footprints that had been left recently, about half an hour ago. Yi Xian immediately chased after them. The Lost Forest was actually a place made up of a large number of tree demons. After that, they would constantly move, causing people to get lost. As long as these tree demons didn't reveal themselves, no one would be able to discover them. Yi Xian did indeed encounter many tree demons along the way because he had the Eye of Revelation. However, he was now in an alliance with the Tree Demon Alliance, so he had to be merciful. Moreover, the 10,000 pieces of wood essence in the planting space hadn't been used up yet. It would probably take another half a day. After half a day, the planting space would be upgraded to level 3. At that time, he would be able to let the Skirich beasts into the planting space. Yi Xian could actually stay at the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters for half a day, then load a large number of Skirich beasts into the planting space and directly attack the Great Fungi Empire. However, he didn't want to waste this half a day. Without the tree demons blocking his path, Yi Xian quickly caught up to the group of humans in front of him. According to the footprints, there were 5 people. He didn't know whether they were from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold or the Green Sun Sword sect. At the same time, he also felt that the 5 people in front of him were all experts at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm. Chapter 1248. Big brother, we've been walking for more than an hour and we still haven't gotten out. Why don't we use violence? Looks like that's the only way. However, we can't use up too much of our true qi. Otherwise, we'll be in danger if we run into enemies. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble in front of them. Since they couldn't get out of the Lost Forest, they started attacking the surrounding trees in an attempt to blast their way out. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged out of the forest. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. Ice and Fire Blend. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian launched a sneak attack. Moreover, it was an attack that was infused with killing intent. What? The 5 of them were shocked and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, there were still 2 people who couldn't dodge in time and were instantly killed. The reason why Yi Xian directly attacked was because 3 of the 5 people actually used sabers as weapons. Moreover, judging from their walking posture, Yi Xian guessed that they were from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold was full of ruthless bandits. Naturally, there was no need to show mercy. Third brother, fourth brother. The bald leader's eyes widened because he saw 2 of his brothers die with his own eyes. Immediately, he glared at Yi Xian and charged toward Yi Xian. If we were closer, we could have killed at least 3 of them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately charged forward. The killing intent gained from the Twin Dragon Roar was more than the killing intent consumed. However, every time he used up a bit of killing intent, he would save as much as he could. In the blink of an eye, the 3 experts from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold were fighting with Yi Xian. The 3 of them had very few opponents at the same level as them. Unfortunately, their opponent was Yi Xian. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Roar. Boom! After Yi Xian approached, he immediately used his ultimate move. A powerful sound wave attack blasted the 3 of them, causing them to vomit blood. Whether it was the Twin Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire or the Twin Dragon Roar, both consumed a shocking amount of true energy. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, so he could keep up with the consumption rate. In order to end this as soon as possible, Yi Xian decided to use Double Dragon Roar again. Your Excellency, please spare me. I have a secret. The bald man in the lead suddenly shouted. Secret? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly stop, the bald man's eyes flickered and he said, The secret is, K your mother. Before he could finish his words, a beam of light flashed past and cut off his head. Humph, how dare you disrespect the young master's family? You're courting death. Luoluo snorted softly. She took off the bald man's universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian. Run! The other 2 knew that they were no match for him, so they immediately turned around. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape death. 2 seconds later, the 2 were taken care of by Yi Xian and Luoluo. The battle had only lasted for 5 seconds, but Yixian had already taken care of 5 martial practitioners at the first level of the fulfillment realm. This strength was explosive. When I was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, I could easily kill 5 martial practitioners at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, and even fight against 3rd level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. If I can break through to the fulfillment realm, open my natal palaces, and condense my lifeblood true energy, I probably won't have a problem fighting against Monarch Shroom. Yixian's confidence suddenly exploded. Monarch Shroom was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, and it was said that she was even stronger than 4th level heaven-reaching beasts. However, what Yixian wanted the most right now was to kill his way into the Great Mushroom Empire and use Swordstorm. Killing intent exploded. Feast of Slaughter. Swordstorm. If these 3 moves were used together, they would definitely be as strong as the heavens. There were some cultivation resources and prosperity pills in these 5 people's universe rings. Yixian directly gave them to Luoluo and kept some prosperity pills as backup. This was because he predicted that he might need the prosperity pills when he reached the peak of the Nether Passage realm. Young master, give me half a day more, and I will be able to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Luoluo returned to the planting space and said to Yixian, "Very good." Yixian nodded in satisfaction. There was a precious land in the planting space that was occupied by Luoluo. It was very close to the heavenly treasure tree, and there was a spirit gathering formation set up to gather the world's origin energy. The world's origin energy was gathered, and then absorbed by Luoluo's body. Luoluo's cultivation speed was at least 100 times faster than normal people, and with the help of natural treasures, a day's worth of cultivation was equivalent to a year's worth of other people. Of course, this was also due to the wood essence. In just a few hours, the world's origin energy in the planting space had doubled. If all the wood essence was absorbed by the heavenly treasure tree, Yixian estimated that it would be at least 3 times as much as before. Let's continue on our way. It'll be best if I can break through to the fulfillment realm in one day. That way, I can fight my way to the Great Fungi Empire alone. When he thought of this, Yixian's figure flashed and he left the place. The primitive world of wood essence had appeared for some time, at least 5 days. The Flying Scorpion stronghold had sent many people to explore, but almost all of them were trapped in the Lost Forest without exception. This was of course Hualien's doing. Hualien's plan was to have these people wear down the mushroom men of the Great Fungi Empire, and weaken the empire. Now these people were all Yixian's targets. Yixian wanted to use the cultivation resources in their rings to break through to the fulfillment realm. Found it again. They passed by about 10 minutes ago. There are 3 of them. Yixian's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over. Soon he encountered 3 more people, and they were all experts of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. After a period of recovery, his true energy had returned to peak condition. He immediately crept closer and unleashed a powerful attack. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Twin Dragon Roar. After a few seconds the battle ended. The 3 experts of the Flying Scorpion stronghold were all killed by Yixian. Continue. Yixian swallowed the items and continued on his way. There were many dangers in the primitive world of wood essence, so whether it was the Flying Scorpion stronghold or the Green Sun Sword sect, at least 3 people moved together. Half an hour later, Yixian found the 3rd group. However, this was the most troublesome one he had ever encountered, because these 3 were all at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. They seemed to be experts of the Green Sun Sword sect. Yixian recognized the auras of these 3 people. They were in the Green Sun Sword sect's group. However, this didn't affect his plan. Although the Green Sun Sword sect is righteous, the white-haired elder previously said that if his disciples encountered others in the primitive world of wood essence, they should kill without mercy. When he thought of this, Yixian revealed traces of killing intent. Killing and robbing was a matter of course. Kill. Yixian didn't say anything and directly charged out. Chapter 1249. Eye of Glory. Killing intent explosion. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. Yixian immediately used his ultimate move. A formless attack blasted towards the 3 of them. What? The 3 Green Sun Sword sect elders trembled and hurriedly used their natal true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength to defend themselves. They were all at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm and had opened 2 yuan palaces. The strength of their natal true qi was also stronger than those at the first level of the fulfillment realm. When the attack landed on their bodies, half of its power was instantly reduced. However, they were still sent flying. Yixian never thought that he could kill 3 second-level fulfillment realm experts in one hit. After all, the Flying Scorpion stronghold was much stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. If one were to compare, any one of the 3 of them was stronger than the sect master of the underworld branch in seizing Heart City. If the 3 of them worked together, they could even fight against a 3rd-level fulfillment realm expert. Killing Intent Explosion. Dual Dragon Roar. Yixian once again used his ultimate move and blasted it towards one of them. The dual dragon roar of ice and fire was just to separate the 3 of them. If the 3 of them worked together, they could easily destroy his attack. Huff huff huff. The 2 dragon breaths, one ice and one fire, merged and formed an extremely strong attack. Green Sun Sword Bell. Yixian's target's face darkened. He knew that he couldn't avoid this attack. Hence, he circulated all of his true qi and merged it with his 10,000 mammoth strength, forming a giant green bell around his body. Boom! The twin dragon roar slammed into the giant cyan bell, and another sound wave attack spread out, shaking the surrounding trees and breaking them. Oh, a defensive divine ability? Yixian was slightly surprised and his eyes flickered. Ding! Copy of Green Sun Sword Bell successful. Ding! Green Sun Sword Bell can perfectly merge with the dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Do you want to proceed? When the dual dragon roar collided with the Green Sun Sword Bell, a system notification suddenly rang in Yixian's mind. This kind of notification sound had appeared in the Thousand Tree Sect's historical remains before. Last time when Yixian was fighting Emoshui, he copied down Emoshui's Azure Dragon Claw and merged it with Dragon Catching Hand. The result of the fusion was Hua Qinglong's 8 Forces Stretching Claws. Yes, Yixian immediately replied. This perfect martial arts fusion only required the super devouring crystal. If it was an awesome skill, then it would be a huge gain. Ding! Fusion of powers. Ding! Host has learned the Double Dragon Sword Bell. 2 system notifications sounded. Double Dragon Sword Bell? Could it be the same defensive divine ability as the Azure Yang Sword Bell? Yixian raised his eyebrows. Most likely, even the Xianming twin fiends did not know this move. He didn't expect the Will Manifestation God Art to be able to fuse perfectly with the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Come, let me see the defensive capabilities of this Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Yixian sneered. Brat, I'll kill you. At this time, the other 3 launched their attacks at the same time. Azure Sun burst. All 3 of them channeled their natal true qi and launched their strongest attacks at Yixian. 3 streaks of Azure Sword Qi shot towards Yixian. Double Dragon Sword Bell. Facing the attacks from 3 directions, Yixian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the Ice Dragon and the Flame Dragon rose into the air and condensed into a giant golden bell. The Ice Dragon and the Flame Dragon coiled around the giant golden bell. If Yixian hadn't used the Eye of Glory, the bell probably wouldn't have been golden. However, it didn't matter. Boom! 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 The 3 streaks of Azure Sword Qi all landed on the golden bell. Immediately, another sound wave attack spread out. The 3 second-stage Fulfillment Realm Elders of the Azure Yang Sword Sect were shocked, as they were sent flying by the sound wave attack. What a strong defense, and it even has the effect of the dual dragon roar of ice and fire after being attacked. A divine skill, a divine skill. Yixian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to be so lucky this time. He obtained a powerful skill that even the mysterious underworld duo demons didn't know. Haha. I'll kill you while you're down. Yixian laughed loudly as he once again fused the 2 flying dragon silhouettes. Double Dragon Roar. The target this time was the same as before. The second stage Fulfillment Realm Elder of the Green Sun Sword Sect had used a large amount of his lifeblood true energy to block the Twin Dragon Roar. He had also used his strongest attack, so he didn't have much lifeblood true energy left in his body. He didn't have the strength to block this attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the second stage Fulfillment Realm Elder of the Azure Yang Sword Sect was engulfed by the Double Dragon Roar. The power of extreme ice and fire instantly turned his body into ash. Instant kill. What? Elder Shui was instantly killed? The other 2 elders were shocked. Elder Shui's strength was the strongest amongst the three of them. Yet he was instantly killed by a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm Junior. Who is this kid? How can he be so monstrous? The two elders couldn't help but guess. Even the most monstrous genius of the Azure Yang Sword Sect could only fight a 1st-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner when he was at the 9th-level Nether Passage Realm. Defeating one was out of the question, let alone insta-killing one. Yixian was 10 times more powerful than the number 1 genius of the Azure Yang Sword Sect. "Kill him and avenge Elder Shui," shouted one of the elders. Then he charged toward Yixian again. "Humph, you think you can kill me?" Yixian sneered. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. Boom! The two elders of the Azure Yang Sword Sect were sent flying again. 2nd-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners were only at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm after all. Even if they could fight a 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner when they worked together, many people would choose to fight 3 2nd-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners at the same time instead of 1 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner. You've probably used up most of your vital energies. It's time to end this. Yixian's eyes flashed. With the eye of revelation, he could see that the vital energies in their natal palaces were almost depleted. Of course, he only had a third of his own vital energy left. However, he had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, so he didn't need to worry about that. Yixian's true body and avatar immediately charged forward. Bang! 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 This time Yixian didn't use any of his ultimate moves. Instead, he used the twin dragons of ice and fire sword formation to fight the remaining two elders. Even so, the two elders couldn't do anything to Yixian. In fact, they were at a disadvantage. As their vital energies continued to deplete, their expressions grew darker and darker. They wanted to run, but Yixian held them tightly. They couldn't escape at all. The Azure Yang Sword Sect won't let you get away with this. An explosive roar rang out in the Lost Forest. Then 2 crisp sounds rang out. Rip! Rip! With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 heads fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Chapter 1250. Let me see what you've got. Yixian walked over, picked up their universe rings and inspected them. There were many things in the universe rings, including more than 2,000 prosperity pills and more than 100 wood essences. Yixian threw all the wood essences into the planting space. As for the prosperity pills, they were all devoured. Every time he leveled up, he needed a large amount of experience. These 2,000 prosperity pills were just enough for him to reach the 9th level of the Nether Passage Realm. Ding! The host has reached the shackles of the Nether Passage Realm. 1,000 prosperity pills are required to break through. The system notified. As expected, I need prosperity pills to level up. However, my strength has increased a lot. It won't be difficult to get 1,000 prosperity pills. When he thought of this, Yixian instantly left his original spot. He was a little impatient to break through. Soon, he passed through the Lost Forest and arrived at the territory of the Great Mushroom Empire. There are many traces of battle. Yixian sensed for a moment, then chased in a certain direction. He guessed that there was a battle about 10 minutes ago. There were about 3 people fighting here. The ones fighting these 3 people were mushroom people. The footprints of the mushroom people were very special. Moreover, they were the victors. After the 3 mushroom people killed them, they dragged the corpses away. Yixian immediately chased in that direction. He hoped that the 3 mushrooms would kill the 3 human martial practitioners at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. If that was the case, he might be able to break through. The wood spirits couldn't fly in the primitive world, and the mushroom people couldn't fly either. Therefore, Yixian could definitely catch up to them if he followed the footprints. He was very fast. 10 minutes later, he sensed the 3 figures. I've caught up. Yixian's eyes flashed. But in the next moment, his footsteps paused. The 3 mushroom people he was chasing were indeed mushrooms, but one of them was even taller and stronger than the other 2. Could this be the Emperor Mushroom Hualien was talking about? Yixian exclaimed inwardly. Emperor mushrooms were a level higher than general mushrooms. They were comparable to a human at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. I have the strength to kill the golden-eyed Tiger King, but I heard that Emperor mushrooms are stronger than ordinary heaven-reaching beasts. Yixian thought to himself. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yixian wouldn't be afraid. But there were 2 Jiangshangs around him, so it was tricky. Those two Jiangshangs were carrying 3 human corpses. For them to be able to carry them back, their realms must have been quite high when they were alive. If I can get their Qianquan rings, I might be able to break through. By then, what about the Emperor Shangs? Yixian pondered for a moment and decided to make a move. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run away. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Go. At that moment, Yixian concealed his aura and figure, slipped into the darkness, and stealthily made his way over. The 3 warriors of the Great Bacterial Empire were currently resting. My lord, we've been wandering around here for hours and killed many people. If we can't get out, these corpses will be useless. What's the hurry? It's not like we're going to starve to death. At most, we'll just cut down the entire forest, said the tall Emperor Shangs. He was a full 2 meters tall, and the 2 blades in his hands were stained with blood. Just as he was about to speak, the Emperor Shang suddenly trembled and roared angrily. Who is it? As expected of an Emperor Shang's, they actually found him. Yixian, who was hiding in the shadows, was startled. In the next moment, a wave of blade light attacked. Whoosh! Yixian quickly dodged. This wave of blade light directly cut the heaven-reaching treasure tree behind him in half. Although the Emperor Shangs didn't know how to use true qi, their physiques were stronger than the heaven-reaching beasts. A casual wave of their blade could produce enough force to kill a heaven-reaching beast at the first level of the fulfillment realm. Since he was already exposed, Yixian could only walk out himself. Human. Seeing Yixian walk out, the Emperor Shangs were very surprised. Of course, he was surprised at Yixian's realm. 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. TSK, I didn't expect to meet an Emperor Shangs here. Yixian sneered as he walked out. TSK, I thought I met a big prey. So it's just a little brat. The Emperor Shangs was very disdainful. After a pause, he said, however, to be able to dodge my blade, you're quite capable. I'm quite capable. I can even kill you. Do you believe me? Yixian looked very calm. If it was any other 9th level Nether Passage realm, they would probably be scared to death when they saw Jiang Shangs. However, Yixian was still so calm when he saw the Emperor Shangs. This brat is not simple, the Emperor Shang said in his heart. However, he had already attacked once and Yixian didn't die from that attack. Hence he didn't want to attack anymore. You go and kill him, the Emperor Shang said to the idle Jiang Shangs. Yes, my lord. When Jiang Shang saw that his opponent was only 9th level Nether Passage realm, he didn't care at all. He directly pulled out his dual blades and walked out. Brat, do you have any last words? Jiang Shang said with a look of certainty on Yixian's face. No last words, but I have a question. Yixian shook his head and said, since it's the last question before you die, ask away. Jiang Shang's gripped the dual blades in his hands tightly. Hearing that, Yixian paused, then slowly asked, actually, what I want to ask is, how do you guys reproduce? This was his question. Mushrooms were fungi. These mushrooms had mutated into mutated beasts. Then how did they reproduce? Could it be that they also went through OXX? Yixian was very confused. Of course, he didn't even know how normal mushrooms reproduce. However, his question angered Jiang Shangs. Brat, you're courting death. Jiang Shangs was furious and directly charged at Yixian. I might not be the one to die. Yixian stopped joking and instantly split into 2, one on the left and one on the right. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation. Jiang Shangs was comparable to 2nd level Fulfillment Realm cultivators. He might even be stronger than humans. However, Yixian was able to fight against 3 2nd level Fulfillment Realm sect elders at the same time before. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the Nether Passage realm, how could a mere Jiang Shangs be his match? Immediately, the 2 sides began to fight. In Emperor Shang's heart, Yixian was already a dead man. He just didn't want to make a move. However, when he saw the situation in front of him, he was shocked. His subordinates were actually being suppressed by Yixian and were at a disadvantage. Moreover, it looked like their lives would soon be in danger. You go and help. Emperor Shangs turned and said to the other Jiang Shangs. Yes, my lord. This Jiang Shangs threw the 3 human corpses on his shoulders to the ground and also threw away the bag on his body. Then, he pulled out his dual blades and went to help. Chapter 1251. Seeing this, Yixian narrowed his eyes. Everything was going according to his plan. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! That surging wave of air directly sent the two generals flying. The two generals each spat out a mouthful of purple blood and venomous liquid. Good boy, let me deal with you. Seeing that his two subordinates weren't a match for Yi Xian, the monarch mushroom coldly snorted and slowly walked out. Hee hee, you're coming? Yi Xian sneered. Just as the emperor was charging towards him, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared not far away. Luo. After Luo appeared, she quickly kept the corpses and the bag containing the wood essence and yin and yang rings. What? The emperor and the two generals were shocked. They clearly didn't see anyone else, but now why was there suddenly another one? This boy has so many tricks up his sleeve. The emperor said in his heart and directly slashed a blade light at Luo. This blade light was extremely sharp. If Luo didn't dodge it, she would definitely be cut in half. However, Luo didn't need to dodge. Keep! Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Luo instantly disappeared, and that blade light missed. Young master, I got it. Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Good. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The items were all taken away by Luo. Then Luo put the items into the planting space and finally they were taken away by Yi Xian. These three corpses were all second-level fulfillment realm martial artists. However, they weren't elders of Green Sun Sword Sect, but experts of Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Although they didn't have more than 1,000 fulfillment pills in their yin and yang rings, the emperor had already collected several yin and yang rings. In total, there were exactly 1,050 fulfillment pills. Enough! Ding, host has broken through. Current level is first level of fulfillment realm. Ding, host has opened up a Yuan Palace. After the two system notifications, Yi Xian's aura suddenly increased by at least 1-fold. Nether Passage Realm to Fulfillment Realm was a major realm. In an instant, Yi Xian's physique and true energy had undergone a qualitative leap. However, the most important change was the opening of a Yuan Palace in his body. At the same time, the divine tree of life began to work, and began to refine vital energy. What? How did this kid suddenly break through? The monarch mushroom in front of him was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had seen a breakthrough in battle. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger, mixed with a trace of the smell of death. Impossible, I'm comparable to a human at the third level of the fulfillment realm. How can I be scared by a brat who just broke through to the fulfillment realm? He didn't dare to believe it, but he did feel a sense of danger. If he was careless, he would be doomed. All of you go. At this moment, Monarch Shroom suddenly gave an order to the other two shrooms. My lord, this? The two generals looked at each other and panicked. When Yi Xian was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage Realm, he could already send the two of them flying. Now Yi Xian had broken through to the Fulfillment Realm, opened up a Yuan Palace and refined vital energy. Wouldn't he be able to kill them? However, they didn't dare to disobey Monarch Shroom's order. If they had any objections, they would probably be killed by Monarch Shroom first. Fight! The two generals knew that they were being used as cannon fodder, so they directly charged at Yi Xian, trying to break a rock with an egg die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and immediately turned into two bolts of lightning, attacking the two generals respectively. With two crisp sounds, the two generals were easily killed by Yi Xian. One was incinerated, and the other was frozen into an ice corpse. Instant kill. Is this vital energy? It's twice as strong as normal vital energy. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Other people's vital energy was difficult to refine and recover. However, with the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he could recover it like it was child's play. Although the recovery speed was not as fast as normal vital energy, it was enough for Yi Xian to squander. Chapter 1252. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword bell was invaded by the sound wave attacks. As for the monarch mushroom, it was constantly enduring these attacks. It felt as if its head was about to explode. Fortunately, this was unleashed by Yi Xian himself. His true chi was immune to these sound wave attacks. Unleashing the dual dragon roar of ice and fire in this dual dragon sword bell is truly terrifying. Yi Xian looked at the monarch mushroom's pained expression and couldn't help but think to himself, if it was him, his ears would probably explode. Haha. Looks like killing you won't be too difficult. Yixian couldn't help but laugh wildly. In the next instant, another dragon roar spread out. Wong! 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 The dragon roar echoed in the dual dragon sword bell. The monarch mushroom was dizzy from the dragon roar, and cracks appeared on the canopy above its head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian once again gathered his true qi and attacked the monarch mushroom. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar. True qi killing intent explosion, eye of glory. These factors combined allowed Yixian's attack to have the power to instantly kill a third-level fulfillment realm cultivator. The monarch mushroom was dizzy from the dragon roar, and with the addition of the scorching hell, its battle strength was less than 60%. Couldn't dodge this attack at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 dragon breaths instantly drowned the monarch mushroom. At this time Yixian finally remembered a problem. This monarch mushroom's corpse was useful to him. Oh no! Yixian cursed, blaming himself for forgetting. Right now, he could only pray in his heart that the monarch mushroom's body was strong enough to not be burned to ashes. Boom! Another wave of air swept across the area. What made Yixian relieved was that the monarch mushroom's body was still strong enough to not be burned to ashes by the dual dragon roar. Its aura has disappeared. It's dead. Yixian sensed for a moment and walked over. At this time, the monarch mushroom had already been killed. Its entire corpse was in pieces and was too horrible to look at. Yixian immediately went over and stored it in his planting space as fertilizer for the heavenly treasure tree. Now that Yixian had broken through to the fulfillment realm, his combat power was extraordinary. If he wanted to, he could slaughter his way into the Great Bacterial Empire's territory. However, just in case, he decided to rest for half a day in the Lost Forest and continue hunting. After half a day, ding! The level of the planting space has increased. Currently at level 3. This system notification caused Yixian's footsteps to involuntarily stop. In fact, an hour ago, the heavenly treasure tree in the planting space had absorbed all the essence of wood. After another hour, the vitality of the world in the planting space had finally reached the required level. Now the planting space was at level 3. Yixian sensed his surroundings and found that the planting space had doubled in size. The concentration of heaven and earth yuan qi had also doubled. This meant that Luolua's cultivation speed had doubled. Young master, I'm also about to break through. Luolua's voice sounded in Yixian's mind. Very good. Yixian was very satisfied. After a while, young master, I've broken through. At this rate, I'll be able to break through to the Nether Passage realm in 2 more days. Luoluo sent another message. She had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Since that's the case, then you should cultivate well. This time I'm going to show off my skills. After resting for half a day, Yixian felt that it was about time. This time he was going to directly enter the Great Bacterial Empire's territory and go deep into it. Although the Great Bacterial Empire had the Emperor Mushroom, who was even stronger than the Emperor Mushroom, with his strength, if he couldn't beat it, could he not run? However, he didn't know if the legend of the Emperor Mushroom that Hualien had told him was true. The Emperor Mushroom was the first mushroom person, the ancestor of the Great Bacterial Empire. This was a super battle prowess at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. With Yixian's current realm he couldn't fight it. However, Yixian had the Eye of Eternity, and the mushroom person didn't have true qi or the power of all things, so he was still very safe. He immediately used the Eye of Revelation and began to leave the Lost Forest. Along the way, he encountered a few humans and mushroom people who were trapped in the Lost Forest. These people all had designs on him and he killed them all. About 2 hours later, Yixian finally came out of the Lost Forest. At this time, he was already in the center of the Great Bacterial Empire's territory. Yixian identified the direction, and then hurried toward the depths of the Great Bacterial Empire. This time he was going to go on a killing spree. If everything went well, he might be able to increase the vitality of the planting space to another level. In fact, he might even be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yixian began to hurry again. He felt that he would only need 2 hours at most to reach the depths of the Great Bacterial Empire. Using his extraordinary senses, he killed all the unlucky people on the way. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more mushroom people there were. Just 10 minutes after Yixian left the lost forest. There's a large group of mushroom people ahead? Yixian's footsteps paused. He sensed that there were hundreds of mushroom people in front of him. There were mushroom soldiers, mushroom leaders, general mushrooms, and even emperor mushrooms. Could this be a military camp of the Great Bacterial Empire? Such a thought flashed through his mind. In the Great Bacterial Empire, every person was a warrior, so there were a lot of them. There were at least 100,000 of them. The military camp in front of him had more than 100 people, and there were even emperor mushrooms. This made Yixian's eyes light up. So much fertilizer, I've earned big. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. Although he couldn't directly devour the corpses of these mushroom people, he could use them to fertilize the soil of the planting space. This would increase Luolua's cultivation speed. Of course, the most important thing was that killing these mushroom people gave him a lot of killing intent. Kill. At that moment, Yixian quietly snuck over. The military camp of the Great Bacterial Empire was very simple and crude. It was just a few tree holes. At this time, the 100 people just happened to be gathered together to listen to the leader, the Emperor Mushroom. Yixian sneaked over and then split into two. In the next moment, the two Yixian stabbed out with their swords at the same time. Double Dragon Sword Bell. Two phantoms of heavenly dragons circled in the air, condensing into a golden sword bell that fell down. What? The Emperor Mushroom and the other general mushrooms were shocked. What the hell was this? Before they could react, the two Yixian quickly swept out. At the same time, the golden sword bell had already covered the ground. Tremble mushrooms. Yixian didn't say anything and directly used a big move. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. This time Yixian used killing intent explosion, and its power was much stronger than before. This dragon's roar instantly blasted apart the mushroom soldiers. Even quite a few of the mushroom squad leaders died. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 or so living creatures left in the golden sword bell. Chapter 1253. The dragon's roar hit the golden sword bell and began to echo. After a few dragon roars, there was only one emperor mushroom left, as well as 4 general mushrooms that could not even stand properly. This move was much more useful than Bladestorm. After all, it had no cooldown and was completely executed using True Chi. TSK, I didn't even use my own True Chi and I was able to kill so many. If I used my own True Chi, would only the Emperor Mushroom be left? Yixian was very satisfied with this power. Who are you? At this time, the Emperor Mushroom could not help but ask. One attack had killed so many of his subordinates. This was not something a human at the first level of the fulfillment realm could do. In Yixian's heart, this Emperor Mushroom was already dead. Therefore, he did not need to waste words with him. Taste this move. Yixian's eyes flashed. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. This time he used his own True Chi. The power was more than twice as strong as before. This time, there were no other enemies in the golden sword bell, except for this Emperor Mushroom. At the same time, this Emperor Mushroom spat out several mouthfuls of purple poisonous blood and looked at Yixian in shock. His head was about to explode. I'll send you to the afterlife, Yixian said coldly in his heart. This time it was the strongest move of the dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar. Boom. The dragon's breath swallowed this Emperor Mushroom. Another third level of the fulfillment realm was killed by Yixian. In this dual dragon sword bell, Yixian's battle power was greatly increased. He even had the guts to kill that Emperor Mushroom with the title of king. Of course, this dual dragon sword bell had to have one condition, and that was to trap the enemy. If not, the effect would be greatly reduced. But then again, this time, Yixian had easily killed an entire camp of soldiers of the Great Mushroom Empire. There was even an Emperor Mushroom among them. This allowed Yixian to earn a lot of killing intent. If he destroyed the entire Great Mushroom Empire, would these corpses be able to increase his planting space to level 4? Whatever, let's kill them first. Yixian didn't want to think too much. After all, it wasn't good to think too much. It would only bring trouble to himself. Immediately, he began to search quickly. After he had broken through to the fulfillment realm, his eye of perception, his spiritual sense, and his killer instinct had improved a lot. He estimated that his perception had surpassed a human at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. At this moment, what he hoped for the most was to encounter more military camps. That way he would feel good. After traveling for 5 minutes, Yixian finally found the second military camp. This camp was similar to the previous one. They both had a monarch fungus. Monarch fungi were actually equivalent to marshals in human empires, while monarch fungi were equivalent to royalty. Yixian used the same old method. He used stealth mode to sneak over, and then used the twin dragon sword bell to trap his opponent. Who are you? This monarch mushroom's reaction was faster than the previous one, but it was useless. He was still trapped inside. In order to save time, Yixian immediately made his move. Killing intent explosion. Eye of glory. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. This time he directly used his lifeblood true chi. In an instant, a large number of the mushroom men inside the twin dragon sword bell fell. After a few rounds, only the monarch mushroom was left. Twin dragon roar. Another killing move was unleashed. Yixian finished off this monarch mushroom. A normal human at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm would probably find it difficult to finish off even one monarch mushroom. However, this was extremely easy for Yixian. Another large amount of killing intent. Yixian walked over and collected all the mushroommen's corpses. Then he prepared to leave. Continue. His movements were very fast and very nimble. A battle didn't even take 5 seconds. The time spent traveling was much longer than the time spent fighting. One camp after another was destroyed by Yixian. The Great Mushroom Empire's army was quickly reduced in numbers. However, paper couldn't wrap fire. Soon, the news reached the ears of the Great Mushroom Empire's higher-ups. Immediately, the Great Mushroom Empire sent out their top fighting force. Monarch Mushroom. According to Hualien, there were a total of 5 monarch mushrooms. This was a conservative estimate. However, Yixian wasn't afraid of this monarch mushroom. He continued to destroy the Great Mushroom Empire's camps. Finally, after Yixian had slaughtered 8 whole camps, he finally encountered an expert that he could take seriously. At this time, he had just slaughtered the 9th camp. He looked at the 100 or so corpses on the ground and suddenly trembled. He felt a slight movement. Whoosh! The originally quiet battlefield suddenly had the sound of something breaking through the air. So fast. Yixian's chrysanthemum tightened, and he abruptly turned around. Swish! A crisp sound rang out, and a pillar-like object was thrown into the air. A wave of pain transmitted to his brain. Yixian dodged with a large stride and quickly pulled away. What had just been thrown into the air was his left arm. If his reaction had been just a bit slower, it would probably have been his head that flew up. The person who had ambushed him was a monarch mushroom of the Great Mushroom Empire. Moreover, this person was skilled in concealment and ambushing. In other words, this person was an assassin. Yixian focused his eyes and found that the person who had ambushed him was a thin mushroom person. This person was about the same height as him, but unlike the other mushroom people, this person's skin wasn't brown but a disgusting black. There was a large king character on the giant umbrella. Monarch mushroom? Yixian immediately reacted. At this time, even if he was an idiot, he would probably be able to guess. Only the 4th level of the fulfillment realm monarch mushroom could ambush and cut off one of his arms. What powerful concealment abilities! Even my perception didn't detect it. Yixian couldn't help but gulp. At this time, his arm grew back as if nothing had happened. Brat, you're the one who destroyed several of my Great Mushroom Empire's camps? A cold voice rang out and entered Yixian's ears. The one who spoke was the Black Monarch Mushroom. Yes, it's me. Yixian nodded and said without hiding anything. How bold of you. A mere human dares to touch my great bacterial empire? This monarch mushroom said with a superior attitude. A mere human? Then why are you speaking the human language? Where did your sense of superiority come from? Yixian couldn't help but ridicule. You're courting death. When the monarch mushroom heard this, she turned into a streak of light and attacked Yixian without another word. Come, let me see what a 4th level of the fulfillment realm monarch mushroom is capable of. Yixian also used all of his skills. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Chapter 1254. Too slow. The King Shroom thought that Yixian was going to use the dual dragon sword bell to defend and couldn't help but snort. Is that so? The corner of Yixian's lips curled up slightly. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! A shockwave swept out and reverberated within the dual dragon sword bell. The king shroom's expression froze. It quickly moved and used the two swords in its hands to disperse the shockwave. Seeing that the dual dragon roar of ice and fire had no effect on the king shroom, Yixian thought to himself, as expected of the king shroom, it has some skill. The emperor shrooms were only at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, so Yixian could easily kill them. However, the king shroom was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, so it was several times stronger than the emperor shrooms. Moreover, the cultivation resources that the Great Shroom Empire obtained were probably all used on these emperor shrooms, so it was natural for them to be strong. However, Yixian didn't use his true strength. Killing intent explosion. Natal true chi. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. This time, Yixian used the strongest attack in the dual dragon sword bell. A sound wave attack 3 times stronger than before spread out. The king shroom widened its eyes and quickly rushed to the dual dragon sword bell and stabbed with all its strength. Bang! A hole was poked in the dual dragon sword bell, and the king shroom quickly flashed out. The sound wave attack reverberated within the dual dragon sword bell, but it had no effect. What a pity! Yixian shook his head helplessly. If the king shroom hadn't escaped, the outcome of this battle would have been decided. However, in any case, Yixian could still continue to use the twin dragon sword bell. If the king mushroom were to attack, he would be trapped inside again. However, the king shroom wasn't stupid. After seeing Yixian's attack, it attacked from afar. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of energy slashed towards Yixian. Although the king mushroom didn't have the true qi or the power of Wanxiang, his physique was several times stronger than Yixian's. A casual strike from him wasn't the slightest bit weaker than the attack of a martial artist at the 3rd level of the concept. Ice and fire twin dragon sword formation. Yixian also began to fight back. At this moment he was thinking about how to kill this monarch mushroom. Even if Yixian had the Tree of Life bloodline, he wouldn't be able to use his ultimate moves continuously. After all, he would run out eventually. In that case, he had to think of another way. Yes, let's do that. An idea suddenly flashed through Yixian's mind, and it was highly likely to succeed. Although he really wanted to fight to his heart's content, he wanted to improve his strength even more. Therefore, he would not fight this battle. Bang! 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 The two Yixian fought fiercely with the monarch mushroom. However, the monarch mushroom was extremely fast, and Yixian couldn't hurt him. Combine. At this moment, Yixian suddenly combined into one, and then broke open a void door, and directly entered. You want to escape? The monarch mushroom saw through Yixian's intention and hurriedly chased after him. However, after he entered the void gate, he immediately regretted his decision. Whoosh! He wanted to turn around and go back, but the void door closed before he could do so. Monarch mushroom, you're in trouble. Yixian sneered. Yixian had only located the primitive world of Wood Spirit twice. The first was at the entrance of the primitive world of Wood Spirit, and the other was at the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance. At this moment, the monarch mushroom was directly brought here by Yixian. The moment he passed through the gate of the void, he felt waves of powerful auras. There were a large number of heaven-reaching beasts in the surroundings, and all of them were at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. There were even a few at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Yixian, why are you back? Seeing Yixian suddenly appear, Hualien also asked in surprise. Oh, I brought back a gift for you all, Yixian said without turning his head. Everyone saw this gift, and it was the monarch mushroom at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. After the monarch mushroom appeared, the heaven-reaching beasts also surrounded them. You actually lured a monarch mushroom here, that's great. Hualien also reacted and said, Big Gold, Big Mountain, Little White, he's yours. Big Gold was also a golden-eyed tiger king, and was one of the few in the 4th level of the fulfillment realm in the Tree Demon Alliance. Big Mountain was the mountain giant, and Little White was the snow wind demon spirit condor under Hualien. These 3 were all at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. In addition to Yixian, this monarch mushroom's fate was sealed. Let's go. The monarch mushroom reacted extremely quickly, and hurriedly turned around to leave. However, Big Gold had already turned into a streak of light and blocked its path. In the blink of an eye, the two sides began to fight. This monarch mushroom also relied on speed to make a living, and so did Big Gold. Not only that, but Little White was also the same. With them here, Yixian didn't need to do anything. If these 3/4 level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts couldn't even beat this monarch mushroom, then they might as well just kill themselves. This was Yixian's plan, to kill with a borrowed knife. How did you come back? At this time, Hualien flew over and couldn't help but ask. I have my own way. Let's take care of this monarch mushroom first, Yixian said slowly. Then, the two's attention was placed on the battlefield in front of them. Big Gold, Big Mountain, and Little White, the 3/4 level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts besieged the monarch mushroom, and the latter was instantly at a disadvantage. The mountain giant blocked its path of retreat, while Big Gold and Little White were in charge of attacking. In less than 10 rounds, the monarch mushroom was covered in wounds. Tree Demon Alliance, even if I die, you all will die with me. The monarch mushroom roared loudly. Humph, you're about to die and you're still talking nonsense. Kill it, Hualien said very unhappily. The moment she said this, the 3 heaven-reaching beasts went all out. Bang! Although the monarch mushroom was fast, the mountain giant's fist was bigger. After it was hit, it was sent flying and purple blood spurted out. It was a tragic sight. Then Big Gold stomped with all its strength, and turned into a streak of golden lightning. Rip! A crisp sound rang out, and the monarch mushroom was directly cut in half vertically, and instantly died. A monarch mushroom was stronger than a 4th level intent heaven-reaching beast, but when 3 heaven-reaching beasts of the same level worked together, it couldn't resist at all. Chapter 1255. How is it? You don't regret working with me, right? Yixian smiled faintly. No, I didn't misjudge you. Hualien giggled and landed on Yixian's shoulder. If that's the case, I'll be taking the corpse. Yixian didn't stand on ceremony. He used the power of all creations to collect the corpse and put it into the planting space as fertilizer. Can you continue to attract them? Hualien asked excitedly. If Yixian could continue to attract the king fungi, then the great bacterial empire would be exhausted to death by them sooner or later. I can, but this king fungi is a little brainless, so they followed us. If someone doesn't follow, then there's nothing we can do. Yixian paused, then said. However, I have another method that's faster. What method? Hualien blinked her large eyes curiously. I have a private space. Perhaps I can hide you all in there. If I run into the king fungi in the great bacterial empire's territory, I can summon them to battle. Yixian answered directly. Private space? How is that possible? Hualien couldn't believe it. When I was a mortal, I also thought that flying was impossible. But now not only can I fly, but I can also burrow into the ground, move mountains, and fill seas. In this world, nothing is impossible. Yixian waved his hand as he spoke. In the next instant, Luoluo appeared in front of them. She's been in that space all this time. The Yuan Qi in that space is only slightly weaker than in the primitive world of the wood spirits. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Yixian continued. This time, Hualien fell silent. If Yixian really had the ability, then they might be able to easily annihilate the great bacterial empire. As long as Yixian was in danger, then these heavenly beasts could directly charge out and kill the enemy. But could this really work? Roar! At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the crowd. It was the golden-eyed Tiger King, Little Gold. With Luoluo's translation, Yixian understood what Little Gold meant. Alright, you want to go in and take a look, right? No problem. Yixian nodded. After all, he was a human, and Hualien was the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance, so Xiaojin was worried. Those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. Yixian had also heard this saying a lot. Later on, don't resist and you will be able to enter my space. Yixian said to Little Gold as he used the storage function of the space to store Little Gold. This kind of plant space could only be entered with the other party's permission. In the next instant, Xiaojin disappeared. At the same time, Luoluo disappeared as well. Xiaojin had already appeared in the planting space. Xiaojin's foothold was next to the heavenly treasure tree. It looked at the endless sea of flowers and was shocked. It had lived in the primitive world of the wood spirit for so many years, and was very familiar with it. But now it had appeared in another place which was incredible. At this time a few more figures appeared. They were the heaven-reaching beasts that had volunteered. A woo, beep, moo. One by one, the heaven-reaching beasts came in and cried out excitedly. This place was very suitable for them. All right, come out after you've seen it. Yixian released the heaven-reaching beasts. How is it, Xiaojin? Hualien could not help but ask when she saw Xiaojin appear again. Xiaojin could not hide its excitement and began to tell them what it had seen in the planting space. After listening to it, the surrounding heaven-reaching beasts were shocked. There was actually a private space? Yixian, how did you do it? Really? Hualien could not believe it. She had lived for hundreds of years, but this was the first time she had heard of such a method. Even a peerless immortality state or rebirth state powerhouse would not be able to create a private space, right? This is a private space called the planting space. I use it to plant treasures of heaven and earth, as well as to cultivate exotic beasts. Previously, I asked if you were willing to leave the primitive world of the wood spirit so that you could enter here, Yixian said. At this time, Hualien also thought of this matter. This place was not at all inferior to the primitive world of the wood spirit. Moreover, the owner was Yixian, so there was no need to worry about any enemies. Let me go in and take a look, Hualien said impatiently. No problem. Yixian did not say anything else and let Hualien enter the planting space. Not only that, but he also brought in Big Gold, Little White Mountain, and the other 4th level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. The planting space was currently at level 3, so it could accommodate heaven-reaching beasts. Moreover, it could accommodate heaven-reaching beasts that were 3 levels higher than Yixian. Soon this large group of heaven-reaching beasts were all stored in the planting space by Yixian. There were hundreds of them, and all of them were 2nd level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. After entering the planting space, Hualien's eyes lit up as she looked at it. Just a single heavenly treasure tree can actually create such abundant heaven-earth origin qi. This is impossible, Hualien said in disbelief. The reason why the primitive world of the wood spirit had such abundant primal energy was because of the large number of heaven-reaching treasure trees. In the planting space, there was only one heaven-reaching treasure tree, so the amount of primal energy was a little strange. My planting space can't be calculated according to the rules of the outside world. Yixian's voice sounded in the planting space. Indeed, a single heaven-reaching treasure tree could not create such a large amount of primal energy. However, one should not forget that planting spaces had different levels. Moreover, this heaven-reaching treasure tree had grown up drinking Yixian's blood. How is it? This place is not bad, right? Yixian projected a figure in the planting space and said with a smile, moving so many beasts here will consume a lot of primal energy. However, if you help me plant, I can open up a forest for you. Before, the planting space only allowed one heaven-reaching treasure tree, but now that it had reached the 3rd level, there was no such restriction. It was completely possible to create a primitive world of the wood spirit in the planting space. It is possible, but the great bacterial empire is not destroyed yet, Hualien said after a pause. That's easy. Yixian's heart stirred. In the next moment, these heaven-reaching beasts appeared in the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance, in the primitive world of the wood spirit. I only need to borrow these 4th level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. When the time comes, I will release whoever I encounter and the great bacterial empire will be destroyed in a single day. Yixian continued. If they thought about it this way, this was actually a mobile military camp. It was terrifying just thinking about it. But what if you were to accidentally fall? Hualien said worriedly. Chapter 1256. Don't be afraid. Look again. Yixian sent the Skirich beasts into the planting space, then released them again. This time they weren't in the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters in the primitive world of the wood spirit, but in the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent. Where is this? Hualien looked around in shock. She felt that the qi of heaven and earth here was too sparse. It wasn't even 1/10,000th of the primitive world of the wood spirit. This is the Bloodstone continent, my homeland. There aren't even manifestation realm experts here. I have one clone here, and the other 2 are in the primitive world of the wood spirit. As long as this clone of mine doesn't die, I won't die. Yi Xian's second clone replied. You have 3. Hualien was very shocked. That's right. The other 2 are wandering outside and this one is staying at home. That's very safe, isn't it? Yi Xian's second clone nodded. At the same time, he sent Hualien and the others into the planting space. Now there was no need to worry about them. Hualien was already convinced by Yi Xian. This human had too many tricks up his sleeve. All right. As long as we destroy the Great Bacterial Empire, I can move the entire Tree Demon Alliance to your space and help you build it. Hualien agreed immediately. Deal. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was his goal. Hualien was the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance. She had thousands of Fulfillment Realm Skirich beasts and countless tree demons under her command. If all of them came to the planting space, then it would be awesome. The Skirich beasts could be summoned to battle. The tree demons could also continuously produce chi of heaven and earth. Most importantly, Hualien had a large number of wood spirits under her command. She herself was a higher-level flower spirit. Her ability to plant treasures was much stronger than that of the wood spirit king. In short, Yi Xian had made a huge profit. However, the prerequisite for the Tree Demon Alliance to move to the planting space was to destroy the Great Bacterial Empire. Hualien, how many 4th-stage Fulfillment Realm Skirich beasts does your Tree Demon Alliance have? Yi Xian asked. Other than Big Gold, Big Mountain and Little White, there's also Old Tree and Big Bear. 5 in total. After Hualien finished speaking, there was a huge commotion behind Yi Xian. The gigantic heavenly treasure tree began to twist and turn. The old tree was a 4th-level Fulfillment Realm tree demon. As for the Big Bear, it looked like a very ordinary black bear. But its strength and fur defense were extremely strong. A casual slap from him could probably shatter Yi Xian's double dragon sword bell. The old Tree Demon Alliance had 5 4th-level Fulfillment Realm experts in total. However, only 4 of them were usable because the old tree couldn't be moved. 4 is enough. The next time I meet King Shroom, I can just kill it. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. In that case, Xiaobai, De Jin, De Xiong, the 3 of you will go and assist Yi Xian. Hualien immediately ordered the 3 4th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beasts. These 3 heaven-reaching beasts only listened to Hualien's orders, but for the sake of the Tree Demon Alliance, they had no choice but to obey Yi Xian's orders. Yi Xian immediately put the 3 4th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beasts into the planting space. Big Mountain, keep a quarter of the wood essence and give the rest to Yi Xian. Hualien said again. The wood essence wasn't that important to the Tree Demon Alliance, because it was something that existed inside the bodies of the tree demons. The wood essence could only be used on the normal heavenly treasure trees. Hualien kept a quarter of it for future development. Haha. Thank you very much. Yi Xian laughed and put away all the wood essence that the mountain giant had poured out. Then, he had the heavenly treasure tree devour them one by one. The heavenly treasure tree would probably need a day or 2 to absorb tens of thousands of wood essence. Using this opportunity, Yi Xian once again broke through the void and returned to his previous location. If I run into the King Shroom, I'll have the 3 of you take action. If this happens a few more times, the Great Fungus Empire won't have any top-notch fighters left. Yi Xian projected himself into the planting space and said to the 3 4th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beasts. These 3 heaven-reaching beasts were the top fighting force of the Tree Demon Alliance. If they worked together, no one except the legendary King Shroom of the Great Fungus Empire would be able to defeat them. Yi Xian immediately continued to move. The Great Fungus Empire had an army of 100,000. If they were all annihilated, the planting space might actually be able to upgrade to the 5th level. At that time, it would be able to accommodate 5th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beasts. Yi Xian traveled through the Great Fungus Empire's territory. Because the news had been leaked, many military camps had begun to move and gather. However, this was all a waste of effort for Yi Xian. No, it was a stupid move for these military camps to gather together. The movement of such a large army would completely expose their position. Even without the help of the 3 heaven-reaching beasts, Yi Xian could easily annihilate them all. In order to increase the speed of their movement, Yi Xian directly rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and doubled his traveling speed. 1, 2, 5, 10. One military camp after another was annihilated by Yi Xian. In less than an hour, 20 military camps had been annihilated by Yi Xian. There were more than 2,000 people in total. At this rate, half of the Great Fungus Empire's army would be wiped out in a day. In 2 days, the Great Fungus Empire would be left with only a few generals. In the previous battle between the Tree Demon Alliance and the Great Fungus Empire, the Great Fungus Empire would attack while the Tree Demon Alliance would defend. It was because of this that the Great Fungus Empire was caught off guard by Yi Xian. After dozens of military camps had been annihilated, the Great Fungus Empire still couldn't think of a way to stop Yi Xian. They only sent out the King Shroom. Finally, after Yi Xian had massacred nearly 10,000 people, another aura caught his attention. No, it's not one aura but two. Yi Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly kept the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor into his planting space, and then landed on the ground. The two King Shrooms had struck gold this time. Ta-ta-ta. Soon 2 figures were reflected in Yi Xian's eyes. Sure enough, they were the 2 King Shrooms. The words on their umbrellas exposed their identities. Human, it was you who killed so many soldiers of my Great Fungus Empire? A King Shroom that was as fat as a pig asked. That's right, it was me. Yi Xian didn't intend to pretend to be innocent and directly nodded in response. After Junyi left, there was no news of him. Could it be that he died at your hands? The other King Shroom that was thinner asked. Who is Junyi? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. However, in the next moment he reacted. The Junyi that the other party was talking about should be the King Shroom that was good at assassination. Chapter 1257. Humph, it doesn't matter if you did it or not. Today is the day you die. The fat King Shroom roared angrily and slashed down with its blade. The other skinny King Mushroom also pulled out his sword. The 2 mushrooms were actually holding 2 weapons. Needless to say, this scene was extremely out of place. Yi Xian was only at the first level of the fulfillment realm, but the 2 King Shrooms didn't relax at all. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Xian, and they prepared to kill Yi Xian in one attack. Go! Fat King Shroom roared. Immediately, the 2 of them rushed out. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Yi Xian didn't waste time and split into 2. Unfortunately, the Twin Dragon Sword Bell was easily dispersed by the 2 of them. Big Gold Little White Big Bear, your prey is here. Yi Xian waved his hand, and 3 figures appeared on the battlefield. What? The 2 King Shrooms were shocked. Yi Xian was the only one here, so why did 3 Skyspan beasts suddenly appear? More importantly, they were 4th level Fulfillment Realm Skyspan beasts. An illusion? That was their first reaction. However, when they heard the wind howling, they knew this wasn't an illusion. This was reality. Big Bear, Little White, you 2 deal with the fat one. Big Gold and I work together. Yi Xian immediately ordered. Of the 3 Skyspan beasts, the Tiger King was the strongest. Big Gold and Little White were both speed types, so they naturally had to split up. This way they would have a higher chance of success. Roar! The big golden-eyed Tiger King roared and charged at the sword-wielding Monarch Mushroom. The 2 King Shrooms were so scared they peed their pants and hurriedly turned around. You want to leave? Not so easy. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian circulated his lifeblood True Qi and attacked. Boom! Although the Twin Dragon Roar didn't hit the 2 King Shrooms, it successfully intercepted them. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by 3 heaven-reaching beasts. At that moment, Yi Xian also rushed out and joined the battle. However, these 2 King Mushrooms were much stronger than the Junyi from before. In a 2 versus 1 situation, they were able to handle it with ease. If 2 isn't enough, then I'll add 1 more. Yi Xian's eyes widened. In the next moment, another figure appeared. Luoluo. 100-fold Demon Fox Clone. 100 Heavy Shackles. After Luoluo appeared, she immediately used a powerful control skill. Hundreds of whips lashed out at the Fat King Fungus. The latter was relatively slow, so it became Yi Xian's primary target. What? Big Bear and Little White were fighting against Fat King Fungus. It wanted to dodge, but Little White spat out an extremely cold breath to create a crystal wall that blocked its escape. Shio! 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 The 100 shackles had been successfully sealed. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Without saying anything, Luoluo immediately used her trump card. Instantly, Fat King Fungus was surrounded by the 7-colored demon fire. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded one after another. Even though Fat King Fungus's defense was not bad, it couldn't withstand Lolua's explosion. It immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, preparing to forcefully break free from the shackles. But at that moment, hoo-hoo, another sound broke through the air. The snow wind demon spirit condor suddenly opened its mouth and shot out an icicle the size of a finger, directly piercing through the stomach of the Fat King Shroom. At the same time, the extremely cold aura also froze the stomach of the Fat King Shroom and began to rapidly spread. Not good. Fat King Fungus's expression changed. In a blink of an eye, it was hit by two powerful restrictive skills. Next, how was it going to dodge Big Bear's attack? Speak of the devil and he will appear. Just as he was thinking this, De Xiong had already rushed in front of him in large strides. The bear paw, which was bigger than a wash basin, fell down mercilessly. Boom! The Fat King Mushroom's canopy that was like a pavilion was fiercely slapped. Instantly, Fat King Fungus felt that its head was about to explode. Luckily, it had thick skin and did not die under that paw. But at that moment, killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. Suddenly, a fierce roar came from the side. Fat King Fungus turned its head to look and realized that it was Yixian who attacked it. What a joke! A King Fungus's killing intent value was shockingly high. It had forgotten about that Junyi just now. This time it will not let anyone else take it. It must take it for itself. Fat King Fungus was restricted and could not dodge the attack. It was instantly swallowed by the attack. Ding Host's killing intent value increased. After the system notification, Yixian's killing intent value increased by a large amount. Fat King Fungus fallen. Then it would be that skinny one next. How dare you kill it? My emperor will definitely not let you go. The thin King Shroom roared angrily. My emperor? Hearing this, Yixian raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask. My emperor is referring to Emperor Shroom. My emperor has already awakened. Just wait for your deaths. The thin Emperor Mushroom roared. This sentence revealed a lot of things. It turned out that the legend of the Huang King Shroom was true. The Huang King Shroom had not died, but was in a deep slumber. Now he was awake. However, Yixian disagreed and sneered. So what if he's awake? As long as the skinny mushroom died as well, the Great Mushroom Empire would lose 3 king mushrooms. At that time, the Tree Demon Alliance would have the advantage in numbers. So what if it was the Royal Regent Shroom? They would still gang up on her. Roar! After Fat King Shroom died, Big Bear and Little White came over to help. Soon, the thin mushroom was beaten to the end of its strength. You will definitely die in the hands of my emperor. My emperor will avenge us. The thin mushroom was still roaring at the sky. However, before he could finish speaking, he was struck by Yixian's twin dragon roar and instantly died a miserable death. Ding Host's killing intent value increased. The system notification said. Yixian usually ignored this notification, but it was still useful at critical times. The notification meant that the thin King Shroom was really dead and would not come back to life to attack. At that moment, Yixian quickly rushed over and put away the corpse. Roar! Seeing the 2 King Shrooms die, Big Bear and the others were very excited. Don't be happy too early. You heard it just now. The Huang King Shroom has awakened. Go back and discuss with your leader. Chapter 1258. You're back? How were your gains? Hualien, who had been waiting at the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance, hurried over and asked. We killed a few thousand soldiers and 2 king fungi. Yixian said directly. King Mushroom. Hualien's eyes lit up when she heard this. If all the king fungi died, then half of the Great Fungus Empire would be gone. However, Yixian continued. However, before the 2 king fungi died, they said that the king fungi had awakened. What do you think? What, the king fungi? Hualien was shocked and said. That old mushroom really isn't dead. That's what they said. The truth is yet to be confirmed, Yixian said. Hualien fell silent. If Emperor Shroom was still alive, then things would not be so simple. The Great Fungus Empire is made up of the old mushroom's descendants. Maybe it fell into a deep sleep after giving birth to so many descendants and needed to rely on natural treasures to survive. Now maybe it has enough natural treasures so it has awakened. Hualien said slowly. This was her guess. However, since it was a war, then they had to prepare for the worst. The worst-case scenario was that the king fungi was still alive. Even if that old mushroom is alive, there's only one of it. We have so many helpers here. Even if we can't beat it, can't we run? Hualien continued. That's right. That's why I'm thinking if you should all come in and attack. Yixian nodded and said, all of them. Hualien was slightly shocked. Yes, all of them. This is safer. Yixian nodded and said, the Tree Demon Alliance had 5 4th-level Fulfillment Realm Heaven Connecting Beasts, 100 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm Heaven Connecting Beasts, and thousands of 2nd-level and 1st-level Fulfillment Realm Heaven Connecting Beasts. If they gathered together, it would be a terrifying army. One had to know that the Great Fungus Empire's defense line was very weak because they were the ones attacking before. Now that they were being counterattacked, they immediately collapsed. All right, I'll summon them immediately. Hualien nodded and then used a special method to summon all the Fulfillment Realm Heaven Connecting Beasts around the headquarters. It took them about 2 hours to gather all of them. During these 2 hours, Yixian had also taken the time to destroy many of the Great Bacteria Empire's military camps. 2 hours later, he had collected all the heaven-connecting beasts into the planting space. There were more than 6,000 of them. More than 6,000 Fulfillment Realm Heaven-reaching beasts. Rumble. At this time, the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance suddenly let out a roar. Yixian turned his head to look and discovered that the voice came from the gigantic heavenly treasure tree. Oh, the old tree is coming out, Hualien murmured. It's coming out? Yixian was stunned. He did not understand what this meant. This heavenly treasure tree was actually a tree demon. Its combat strength was at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. In the past, Yixian couldn't see through him because his realm wasn't high enough. But now, Yixian had broken through to the Fulfillment Realm. That is, Yixian raised an eyebrow. He saw that the tree trunk with a radius of 100 meters suddenly cracked open. Then a big guy who was 10 meters tall walked out from inside. The old tree is no longer a tree demon. It's the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. Hualien explained. Devil Tree Battle Soldier? This means that this tree demon has also mutated. Yixian immediately understood. Originally, this old tree was just a normal heavenly treasure tree. After mutating, it became a tree demon. After mutating again, it became the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. Don't be fooled by the old tree's small size. Its strength is above Big Bear and Big Mountains. Hualien continued. This sentence scared Yixian. Big Bear was the black battlefield bear. Its 2 full strength slaps had seriously injured King Shroom. Big Mountain was the mountain giant that was as big as a mountain. He was also quite strong. It was fine if the Devil Tree Battle Soldier was stronger than Big Bear. But could it be stronger than the mountain giant? Young man, don't look down on me. I've absorbed quite a few human essence blood. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier suddenly walked over. It looked very clumsy, but Yixian knew that its explosive power was very shocking. Its speed might not be slower than Big Gold. Senior Tree, I have quite a few enemy corpses here. If you want them, you can take them. Yixian directly said. Haha, then many thanks. If there are more, it might mutate again. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier said in an old voice. Mutate again? Hearing this, Yixian's eyes suddenly flashed. His beast god bloodline had already evolved several times. This meant that he could sign contracts with more heavenly treasure beasts. At that time, if the Devil Tree Battle Soldier mutated, perhaps the beast god bloodline would also evolve. Senior, try this. Yixian suddenly took out some of his own blood potions from the devouring space and threw them to the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. Oh, let me try it. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier didn't think too much. It directly crushed the blood potion and threw it into its mouth. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier absorbed the blood that was full of vitality. Immediately, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier let out a satisfied sound. Old tree, what's wrong with you? Hualien couldn't help but ask. Good, this is too good. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier exclaimed. What blood is this? It made me grow so much. I originally had a lifespan of 50 years, but now I feel that my lifespan has increased by at least 5 years. This brat has a bloodline in his body. Those blood potions are actually my blood. Old tree, if you need it, you can have an unlimited amount. Yixian hurriedly said. An unlimited amount? When the Devil Tree Battle Soldier heard this, It immediately walked in front of Yixian. Just as it was about to speak, it seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Brat, what are your conditions?" It felt that Yixian definitely wouldn't give the blood potions for free. After all, humans were cunning. Senior is really insightful. Yixian gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, "I want to sign a contract with Senior and become my helper." Haha, humans are indeed cunning. You want to use this to tame me? The Devil Tree Battle Soldier suddenly laughed loudly. No. It's a mutually beneficial contract. Yixian shook his head and said, "My blood can have an unlimited amount. At the same time, I have a few special methods. As long as you sign the contract, your battle strength will instantly increase by 50%. At the same time, your growth speed will also increase by 50%. Battle strength and growth speed increase by 50%? The Devil Tree Battle Soldier felt a trace of disbelief. Even a tree that had lived for nearly 1,000 years had never heard of such methods. Perhaps it was because it hadn't seen many humans. After all, the entrance to the secret realm might not appear even once in 100 years. Chapter 1259. That's right. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Yixian nodded. In the next moment, Luoluo appeared beside him. Grandpa Tree, the young master is right. Can you guess how old I am? Luoluo suddenly giggled. I can feel that you are not more than 20 years old. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier answered honestly. Yes, I am not more than 20 years old. To be more precise, I am not even 16 years old. Luoluo nodded. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier and the surrounding beasts were shocked. A 16-year-old 9th level Nether Passage Realm martial artist. This talent was already 180 streets ahead of them. Guess what realm I was 1.5 years ago? Luoluo asked again. 9th level Nether Passage Realm. 8th level Nether Passage Realm. 8th level Nether Passage Realm. The surrounding heaven-reaching beasts were all speaking in beast language. Luoluo could understand all of these words. 1.5 years ago, I had yet to meet the young master. At that time I was only a supreme. Luoluo suddenly puffed out her small chest and put on a proud expression. What? That's impossible. The surrounding heaven-reaching beasts were all in disbelief. How could one go from supreme to the Nether Passage realm in 1.5 years? It's true. Before I met the young master, I was only a supreme. After that, my cultivation speed skyrocketed. Supreme 3 minor disasters manifestation realm and Nether Passage realm. Give me 2 more days, and I will be able to break through to the fulfillment realm. After Luoluo finished speaking, she added, "Oh right. Before we met, the young master's realm was about the same as mine. In 1.5 years she had broken through so many realms. This was truly frightening. On average, she would break through once every 10 days. Moreover, it was the same for Yixian. They didn't expect that Yixian had climbed up step by step. Hualien suddenly recalled that Yixian had said that he didn't belong to any sect. So it was true. This. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier hesitated. If what Luoluo said was true, then Yixian's potential was limitless. Oh Tree, you can give it a try. If you're not satisfied, you can just cancel the contract. With so many beasts watching, I won't cheat you. Yixian said. Alright, let's try it. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier nodded. Deal. Yixian immediately exchanged for a fulfillment realm contract and set it up. Hua! A huge contract array expanded, enveloping Yixian and the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. Immediately after, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier sensed something. Because they had already discussed this beforehand, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier didn't refuse. Ding! The host has successfully formed a contract with the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. The system prompted. Now the Devil Tree Battle Soldier was Yixian's third target. The first was Wei Zhenqian, the second was Luoluo, and the third was Devil Tree Battle Soldier. Ding! The host's Divine Tree of Life bloodline has undergone a mutation. All advancement paths have been upgraded once. Right after the contract notification, another system notification rang out. Hearing this, Yixian was overjoyed. His eyesight was indeed not bad. This Devil Tree Battle Soldier was indeed capable. It actually allowed his Divine Tree of Life bloodline to evolve once, greatly increasing its recovery and detoxification abilities. Ding! The Divine Tree of Life bloodline is shared with the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. The third system notification once again caught Yixian off guard. Damn! Shared with the Devil Tree Battle Soldier? Yixian jumped in fright. This meant that the old tree's life force would be extremely tenacious in the future. As long as the Devil Tree heart in its body wasn't destroyed, it could endlessly recover. You're right. I feel that my strength has increased by quite a bit. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier was also shocked. It turned to Dexiong and said, "Come hit me." Dexiong didn't say anything and directly stepped forward, slapping the Devil Tree Battle Soldier's thigh. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. However, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier didn't move. Roar! Dexiong didn't dare to believe it. He and the Devil Tree Battle Soldier were both at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Although the Devil Tree Battle Soldier was stronger than him, his slap could still make the Devil Tree Battle Soldier retreat. But now it was completely useless. When Dexiong retracted his bare paw, the place that had caved in from the slap was rapidly recovering. Kid, the Divine Tree of Life bloodline in your body is truly too miraculous. I feel that my absorption ability has increased by quite a bit. Quick, give me more blood potions. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier said excitedly. No problem. Yixian directly threw blood potions at the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. The latter opened its mouth and swallowed them all. Although the Devil Tree Battle Soldier had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, it only had an additional recovery ability. This was because it didn't have a bloodline in its body, and Yixian's blood was a great tonic for it. Ding, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. It is currently at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. The system suddenly notified. After swallowing hundreds of blood potions, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier's body grew a bit bigger, and actually broke through to the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Haha, I actually broke through. I thought I wouldn't be able to break through in my lifetime. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier laughed wildly at the sky, his voice much younger. He felt that he had made the right choice in recognizing a master this time. Congratulations to the old tree for breaking through. Seeing this, Hualien hurriedly said, "Roar! Roar!" The group of heaven-reaching beasts also cried out excitedly, as if they were the ones breaking through. At the same time, many heaven-reaching beasts looked at them with envious gazes. Some even stared straight at Yixian, hoping that he could tame them. However, Yixian didn't want them if they didn't have a specialty. Some blood has accumulated in my body, so I need to slowly absorb it. Come, let's directly attack the Great Bacterial Empire. Even if that old mushroom is still here, I won't be afraid. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier said loudly. The old mushroom he spoke of was the Great Bacterial Empire's Emperor Shroom, who was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. He was also at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm now, and he also had such powerful recovery abilities. How could he not beat that old mushroom? Roar! Hearing this, all the heaven-reaching beasts became excited. Then, they were all taken into Yixian's planting space. The great battle is about to begin. Now let's directly attack the depths of the Great Bacterial Empire. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. Before, he was still a bit afraid of that Emperor Shroom, but now it seemed that he didn't need to. Today might be the day that the Great Bacterial Empire perished. Immediately, all the heaven-reaching beasts, including Hualien, were all taken into Yixian's planting space. This was a terrifying army, and Yixian was now their commander. Eye of the Void. Yixian broke through the void and arrived at the Great Bacterial Empire's territory. Chapter 1260. This time, Yixian was going to descend directly into the depths of the Great Mushroom Empire, catching the enemy off guard. Of course, the living creatures along the way were all killed by him as extra income. Half an hour later, Little White arrived in the skies above the depths of the Great Mushroom Empire. Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, how dare you come to my Great Mushroom Empire's territory? You're walking right into a trap. A shout rang out. Below them, thousands of experts from the Great Mushroom Empire had already gathered. Among them, there were 3 king mushrooms. Yixian sensed for a moment and found that apart from these 3 auras, there was another mysterious aura that was stronger than the 3 king mushrooms. It seemed that this was the king mushroom. The king mushroom seems to be in that big mushroom. Yixian's projection in the planting space said, "Good, let us out and kill them all." The Devil Tree Battle Soldier was already rubbing his hands together. No rush, let me have some fun first. Yixian sneered and had Little White descend quickly. At the same time, a stream of light shot out from his hand. Storm of Swords. This move was Yixian's true killing move. Last time, because he underestimated the enemy, the Xianming duo demons used the dual dragon roar of ice and fire to blast it away, so it was wasted. This time there were thousands of soldiers from the Great Mushroom Empire below, and there were still people coming from far away. Therefore, Yixian wanted to kill to his heart's content. Feast of Slaughter. When the Skyquake Sword transformed into 1,000 blood swords, Yixian also activated this divine skill. Feast of Slaughter. With every person killed, Yixian's strength would increase a little. Now that there were so many soldiers from the Great Mushroom Empire below, if he killed them all, his strength would at least double or even triple. In an instant, the 1,000 blood swords turned into streams of light and shuttled around the thousands of soldiers. The Skyquake Sword had its own consciousness, so Yixian didn't need to control it. However, the Skyquake Sword's killing speed was very fast, and its attacks were fast, accurate, and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 mushroom people had fallen. Yixian's strength had doubled. Haha, your opponent is me. When the three king mushrooms saw this, they were prepared to completely shatter Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, Yixian suddenly laughed loudly and charged towards the three king mushrooms. Previously, it was a little troublesome for him to deal with Monarch Shroom, a 4th-level Fulfillment Realm cultivator. Now that his Feast of Slaughter was constantly improving, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 3 of them. If all the mushroom people died, then Yixian would be able to kill the 3 king mushrooms. However, right at this moment, a mere human dares to be so presumptuous in my territory? How dare you? An old voice sounded. A purplish-black mushroom drilled out of the 1,000-meter-tall mushroom. It was as tall as a nanometer. Emperor Shroom, you finally appeared. Yixian's eyes flashed. Yixian didn't want to be enemies with this Emperor Shroom, but this time he had obtained a new monster. It was enough to fight against this Emperor Shroom. Old tree, I'll leave this Emperor Shroom to you. Yixian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a figure appeared around him. It was the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. No problem. After the old tree appeared, he exploded with all of his aura, causing the 3 king fungi to tremble. This old tree has broken through to the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm? The 3 king fungi had gloomy expressions. This was troublesome. Their father, Emperor Shroom, was only at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. But now, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier had broken through to the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Their advantage was gone. So it's you. The Emperor Shroom recognized the old tree and said, 500 years ago we fought. After that battle, I fell into a deep sleep, and you were heavily injured and on the verge of death. I didn't think you would be able to live until today. 500 years ago, he was already at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. However, because he had produced too many children, he was evenly matched with the 4th level old tree. In the past 500 years, the old tree had recovered by devouring the corpses of dead connecting heaven beasts and humans. It had only recently recovered to its peak. This old one won't die so easily. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier roared and clenched his fists, then smashed them into the ground. His fists smashed into the ground. In the next moment, countless vines and branches extended from the entire area. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These sharp branches extended from the ground, directly piercing through the obstructing Great Fungi Empire soldiers, opening a path for the old tree and the Emperor Shroom. Die, old rotten wood! The Emperor Shroom was furious. He pulled out a giant bone blade and charged at the old tree. The one to die is you. The old tree roared and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows. Bang! The Emperor Shroom slashed down with the 3-meter-long bone blade in his hand, but the old tree blocked it with one hand. Impossible! The Emperor Shroom felt incredulous. Back then, because he had produced too many children, his strength had decreased greatly. In the past few years, he had used large amounts of treasures to recover. Now, even if the old tree had mutated into the Devil Tree Battle Soldier and reached the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, he could not block his blade. Haha, do you think I'm still as strong as before? The old tree laughed and threw out a heavy punch. Bang! The attack was fast and powerful, and it smashed into King Shroom's head. King Shroom was sent flying, and she didn't even want her knife anymore. In just a single exchange, the difference in strength was decided. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier that had taken Yixian as its master had not only reached the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, but also increased its strength by 50%. Its strength had surpassed the Emperor Shroom. No, this is impossible. Regent Shroom still had a shocked expression on her face. Nothing is impossible. Today is the day your great fungal empire perishes. Die. The old tree did not say anything else. He held the blade in his hand and charged at the Emperor Shroom. The outcome of this battle would probably be decided in 3 seconds. At this time on the other side, Yixian's opponents were 3 Emperor Shroom at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm, but as time passed, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Now 3,000 soldiers of the Great Fungal Empire had died under the sword storm. The feast of slaughter would increase according to the number and level of the people killed. Not only that, the sword storm also increased. A second later, an entire army of 5,000 was turned into corpses. Yixian's strength had increased by 3 times. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Chapter 1261. Bam! The gigantic double dragon sword bell enveloped the 3 king fungi. Back then, the king fungi called Junyi had broken through the dual dragon sword bell. However, Yixian was now 3 times as strong as before. Even if the 3 king fungi attacked together, they wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Taste this move, shouted Yixian. Then a dragon's roar rang out. Hum! The dragon's roar reverberated through the dual dragon sword bell. The 3 king fungi's expressions darkened as they tried to defend themselves. However, before the dragon's roar stopped, Yixian attacked again. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! One of the king fungi was surrounded by the sound wave attack. He couldn't defend himself and was instantly hit. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood and was instantly on the verge of death. Junyao! The other 2 monarch fungi with the title of king shouted. However, right at this moment an extremely powerful attack had already arrived. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar. Boom! In an instant, the king fungi called Junyao was swallowed up by the dragon's breath. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification let Yixian know that this monarch mushroom was already dead. Now it's your turn. Yixian's gaze suddenly fell on the remaining 2 king fungi. Coincidentally, these 2 king fungi had joined forces to break through the dual dragon sword bell. However, there was something even more terrifying waiting for them outside the dual dragon sword bell. Bladestorm. In an instant, the 2 king fungi were surrounded by Wei Zhontian's crimson swords. In the blink of an eye, they were sliced into minced meat. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 2 more system notifications rang out. Yixian's killing intent had increased by quite a bit. It could be said that Yixian had achieved a complete victory in this battle. Not only had he killed more than 5,000 soldiers of the Great Fungus Empire, but he had also killed 3 king fungi. Of course, he was able to achieve this on his own because there were too many soldiers in the Great Bacterial Empire, which greatly increased the amplification effect of the Feast of Slaughter. If he did not use Killing Feast, Yixian would not have been able to deal with the 3 king mushrooms. At this time, the ground had already turned into a purple sea of blood, and corpses were everywhere. The citizens of the Great Bacterial Empire had poisonous blood flowing through their veins, which was extremely harmful to the soil and trees. According to Hualien and the old tree, this was all because King Shroom ate a poisonous fruit, turning him into a poisonous mushroom. Because of this, his descendants were all poisonous as well. Boom! 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 In the distance, loud rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Yixian looked in the direction of the voice and saw old tree grabbing Regent Fungus and beating it up like he was venting his anger. This was understandable. After all, the Tree Demon Alliance was almost destroyed by this group of poisonous mushrooms. This was a rage that had been suppressed for hundreds of years. Old Man Mu, I admit defeat in this battle, but I won't let you off so easily. At this time, King Shroom suddenly shouted. These words shocked Yixian, Hualien, and the others on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. This King Shroom, did he have other methods? While they were still in shock, the Emperor Mushroom's body suddenly doubled in size. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Yi Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly sent out a thought. Pung! King Shroom's body exploded. Purple poisonous blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xian, who was nearby, was also affected, and his flesh was instantly pierced through. Fortunately, his eyes were not affected, or else it would be troublesome. King Shroom self-destructed, but he did not expect that he did not kill a single enemy, not a single one. At this critical moment, Yi Xian immediately sent the surrounding spectators and Old Tree into the planting space. However, as Old Tree was the closest to King Shroom, he was still splashed by the poisonous blood. Inside the planting space, Old Tree, are you alright? Hualian asked worriedly. Haha, I'm fine, I'll recover soon. Old Tree looked at his corroded tree shell and laughed. As long as the demonic tree heart was not damaged, he would be fine. Because after signing a contract with Yi Xian, he possessed the recovery ability of the divine tree of life bloodline. In the blink of an eye, he was fully recovered. Seeing this, the surrounding sky connecting beasts let out a sigh of relief. But then again, King Shroom had already self-destructed, and 6 King Shrooms had died. Even if there were still some left, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian immediately let them out again. At this time, Yi Xian had already thrown all the corpses into the planting space. Because the blood of the poisonous mushrooms was poisonous, Yi Xian first drained them dry before throwing them to the sky-connecting treasure tree. The Great Fungus Empire is finally destroyed, but only half of it. There are still many soldiers of the Great Fungus Empire in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. We must uproot them all. Old Tree looked around and said, there may still be King Shroom, but they are no longer a threat to us. Now all of you go out and hunt. Hualian said to the enormous group of sky-connecting beasts in front of them. Immediately, the horde of heaven-reaching beasts dispersed in confusion. With the King Shroom of the Great Fungus Empire dead, there was nothing left to fear. They could finally have a good fight. Not only that, but Yi Xian also moved out. Although the mushroom people were not humans, they still had killing intent points. The Great Fungus Empire had many military camps, so this was a large amount of killing intent points. He immediately broke through the void and arrived at the second line of defense of the Great Fungus Empire. Only by flanking them from both sides could they completely destroy them. However, he had only run a few steps when he encountered a human. It's him? Yi Xian trembled as he recognized the human's aura. This human was the white-haired elder of the Green Sun Sword sect. He hadn't expected to run into him here. He's at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. Maybe he knows who Lu Tiangong is. Capture him. Yi Xian immediately made his decision and quickly rushed out. Who is it? Because Yi Xian didn't deliberately hide his aura and figure, the white-haired elder discovered him. Yi Xian didn't waste time and glared. Scorching hell. Yi Xian had broken through to the 1st level of the fulfillment realm, and this white-haired elder was only at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. In less than 3 seconds, the elder's soul power was greatly reduced and he was controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, master. The white-haired elder said respectfully. Who are you? Yi Xian asked. This lowly one is Lu Yuanhang, an elder of the Green Sun Sword sect. The white-haired elder answered instinctively. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, all right, let me ask you. Do you know someone called Lu Tiangong? Lu Tiangong? Chapter 1262. Grandfather. Yi Xian didn't expect to find Lu Tiangong's grandson. He continued to ask, look, is this portrait of your grandfather? When they were escaping, Yi Xian remembered Lu Tiangong's face and drew it. Lu Yuanhang looked and immediately nodded. Yes, it's my grandfather. After hearing this answer, Yi Xian was sure that he didn't find the wrong person. Lu Yuanhang's grandfather, Lu Tiangong, was the Lu Tiangong he was looking for. Let me ask you again, what's up with his left eye? Yi Xian asked again. Grandfather's left eye is the eyeball of a heaven-reaching beast that he obtained by chance when he was training. It's called the Eye of Myriad Forms. It can use the power of myriad forms from a distance. Lu Yuanhang answered. Eye of Myriad Forms? Use the power of myriad forms from a distance? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He felt that the Eye of Myriad Forms was a good thing. If he obtained it and used a special devouring method, he might be able to obtain such an ability. With such an ability, he could increase his battle strength and use it for a long time. After all, even a rebirth realm expert had to use the power of myriad forms to fight. Very good. Where is your grandfather now? What's his realm? Yixian asked again. My grandfather is in the Green Sun Sword sect. He's a Grand Elder and is already at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Lu Yuanheng answered without thinking. 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yixian raised his eyebrows when he heard this realm. It seemed that he still needed to increase his realm 1 or 2 more times before he could fight Lu Tiangong. Although the old tree was currently at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, Lu Tiangong was a human after all. He also had the Eye of Myriad Forms. His strength was probably at the peak of the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. If Yixian wanted to fight him, he would need to be at least at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Fortunately, there were many humans from the outside world here. Very good. Go over there and wait. Yixian nodded in satisfaction. The matter of Lu Tiangong could wait until they left the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. The most important thing now was to destroy the remaining remnants of the Great Bacterial Empire. The primitive world of the Wood Spirit wasn't that big, but it wasn't that small either. 2 days had already passed by the time Yixian finished dealing with the rest of the matters. In the past 2 days he had killed a total of 30,000 mushroom men, and his killing intent had skyrocketed. However, what made him feel helpless was that the Emperor Shroom had self-destructed that day, so he didn't get any killing intent points. In addition, in these 2 days, Yixian dealt with the remaining humans. He killed all of the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. As for the people from the Green Sun Sword sect, they were charmed by Luo. There were only 30 of them. With Luo's cultivation at the 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm, it was easy for her to charm them. As they had already discussed this beforehand, Hualien and the others would all move into the planting space. Of course, those who wanted to stay could also do so. After all, Yixian was not a human trafficker. On the 3rd day after the Emperor Shroom's death, Yixian arrived at the entrance of the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. This entrance was even more unstable than before, and would probably collapse within 10 days. At this time, Yixian had already left the primitive world of the Wood Spirit with the group from the Green Sun Sword sect. Young master, where are we going now? The old tree's voice sounded in Yixian's mind. The two had already signed a contract, so the old tree could communicate through space like Yixian. To the Green Sun Sword sect. I need to investigate some things. Yixian replied. At the same time, he immediately sensed and found that Nalanbing wasn't very far from where she was when they first entered the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. It seemed that she had encountered something or was resting. Yixian didn't care too much and headed straight for the Green Sun Sword sect. With the 4th level Fulfillment Realm Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, they only needed half a day to reach the Green Sun Sword sect. Half a day later, they arrived at the Green Sun Sword sect. Before that, Yixian had also stored the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor into the planting space. Lu Yuanheng and the others left by flying. If they suddenly came back riding a 4th level Fulfillment Realm Tongtian beast, it would be too eye-catching. Soon Yixian followed this group and entered the Green Sun Sword sect. Elder Lu, you're back so early? An elder came over and glanced at the people around him. Lu Yuanheng sighed and shook his head. The entrance of the secret realm is very unstable, so we came out early. 100 people went in, but less than half came out. Then how was the harvest this time? The elder asked again. The only thing that can be used in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit is this wood essence. This time I brought back 500 pieces, which can greatly increase the effect of the planting of natural treasures, Lu Yuanheng replied. However, before he could finish speaking, a strange voice rang out. What? Elder Lu, you brought the team over and only brought back this trash? Everyone looked over and saw a young elder walking over. Elder Wu, what do you mean by this? Lu Yuanheng couldn't help but ask. Nothing. I just feel that it's not worth it for those disciples who died. The young elder shook his head. Humph, that's my Lu family's disciple. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yuanheng said in displeasure. This time they had indeed lost a lot of people, but if they gave these wood essence to other forces, it would be worth it. Moreover, this time the Green Sun Sword sect master said that he would send more people to help, but in the end, not even a dog came. You can't say that. That person is not only a disciple of your Lu family, but also a disciple of my Green Sun Sword sect. Could it be that Elder Lu thinks that your Lu family doesn't belong to my Green Sun Sword sect? The young elder said in a strange voice. After hearing the young elder's words, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. On the way, Yi Xian listened to Lu Yuanhang talk about some things about the Green Sun Sword sect. There were two major factions in the Green Sun Sword sect. One was the Wu family of the sect master, and the other was the Lu family. These two families were quite harmonious 100 years ago, but in recent years there had been some differences, so they were a little hostile. This young elder was from the Wu family, and he was the youngest elder in the Wu family. Now that he saw the Lu family at a disadvantage, he naturally had to jump out to add insult to injury. Otherwise he would be unhappy. Humph. Lu Yuanhang didn't know how to answer when he was scolded like this, so he just led the team in. Seeing Lu Yuanhang leave, the young elder's lips curled into a smile. At the same time, a trace of killing intent could not help but appear in his eyes, but it was only a flash. Chapter 1263. With Yi Xian's concealment skills, even a 5th stage fulfillment realm expert wouldn't be able to see through him. After returning to the Green Sun Sword sect, Lu Yuanhang dismissed the others. Master, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me, Lu Yuanhang said to Yi Xian in a hidden corner. But first hand over those wood essences, then come find me, Yi Xian said to Lu Yuanhang. Yes. Lu Yuanhang nodded and left. He had to hand over the 500 wood essences and report the casualties to the Lu family higher-ups. Although the Great Mushroom Empire had already been annihilated by Yi Xian, all of the heavenly and earthly treasures collected by the Great Mushroom Empire had been used on the Emperor Mushroom. In addition, the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold and the Azure Yang Sword sect didn't bring much, so Yi Xian wasn't able to break through. However, he now had a large fortune, and that was the remaining 10,000 wood essences. If he took them out, they would be very valuable. However, the wood essences were useful to the heavenly treasure tree, so Yi Xian decided not to trade them. I still have 100-year supply of supreme grade Fountain of Youth. It's time to take it out. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. Supreme grade Fountain of Youth was much better than Fountain of Youth because there was no limit to how much it could be used. He decided to take out a 5-year supply and see the effects. Soon Lu Yuanhang returned. Although they'd lost dozens of geniuses this time, the 500 wood essences were worth quite a lot. It was enough to raise twice as many geniuses as the Lu family had lost. I have a 5-year supply of supreme grade Fountain of Youth here. I wonder if the Lu family can digest it? Yi Xian took out 5 jade bottles from the devouring space. Supreme grade Fountain of Youth? Lu Yuanhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He'd heard of the Fountain of Youth before. Every time it appeared, it would cause a commotion. There were many pills in the world that could increase one's lifespan. But some pills had conflicting medicinal properties. Some had to be taken at a certain realm for it to be effective. However, the Fountain of Youth didn't have such restrictions. Of course, ordinary Fountain of Youth would have no effect after drinking too much. Master, this top-grade immortal spring water is? Lu Yuanhang asked. That's because there's no limit to how much it can be consumed. Even if it takes 100 years, you can still refine it, Yi Xian replied. Well, I'll have to ask Grandpa. I don't know how much I can give you, Lu Yuanhang said with a frown. Sure. Just say that this elixir of youth is from the old tree. Later you guys go outside and meet the old tree. Yi Xian nodded. Before entering the Green Sun Sword sect, Yi Xian had instructed Old Tree to wait outside the sect. Yes. Lu Yuanhang nodded and immediately turned around. The Old Tree was already at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. He was one of the top experts in the Green Sun Sword sect. Lu Yuanhang only needed to say that he met him in the primitive world of the wood spirit. In this world there were many strange things. Humans and beasts could mate, so what was so strange about humans and trees being friends? Soon Yi Xian sensed that Lu Yuanhang had left and was flying out of the Green Sun Sword sect. There were 3 other Lu family experts with him. All of them were at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly followed. He knew that the Lu family experts were looking for the old tree. However, these experts moving together also attracted the attention of the Wu family experts. Where are these old fellows going? The experts of the Wu family thought to themselves and immediately followed after him. Not only that, but the disciples also flew into the air one after another to follow the elders. They wanted to see what was going on. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. In less than half a minute, hundreds of Green Sun Sword sect disciples had followed them and left. Oh no, they're following us. A Lu family expert's expression changed drastically. This time he was going to discuss the price of 5 years' worth of elixir of youth with the old tree. He didn't expect the Wu family to follow him. Yuanhang, go there immediately. 100-year-old elder said to Lu Yuanhang. Yes, father. Lu Yuanhang nodded and took the lead to leave the group, heading towards the designated location. As for the elders of the Lu family, they all stopped in their tracks. What are you doing? Lu Yuanhang's father Lu Gaoyang asked. However, the Wu family elders didn't plan to answer. Instead, they chased after Lu Yuanhang. They felt that something big must have happened to the Lu family. Otherwise, why would they mobilize 3 4th-level fulfillment realm elders? Wait! Seeing that they were ignoring him, Lu Gaoyang hurriedly stood in front of them. Lu Gaoyang, do I need your permission to go anywhere? A Wu family elder couldn't help but ask. Oh, is that so? Yuanhang, stop! Lu Gaoyang's expression froze, then he shouted. Lu Yuanhang, who was leaving, also stopped when he heard this. Then the two sides just stared at each other. Seeing that the other side had stopped moving, the Wu family elder could only ask directly, Lu Gaoyang, what's the matter that would make you 3 old guys come out of seclusion? In the Green Sun Sword sect, the people in charge were usually elders under 100 years old. Those over 100 years old would usually start to cultivate in seclusion. But now, the Lu family had mobilized 300-year-old elders. It was a little strange. My son met an expert, so we came to meet him. What can't we? Lu Gaoyang snorted coldly. Expert. Hearing this, the Wu family elder raised an eyebrow, and his heart trembled violently. For Lu Gaoyang and the others to personally welcome someone, that person was at least at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. No, it should be an expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Lu Yuanhang had only gone to the Wood Spirit primitive world once, but he actually met an expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. It was unbelievable. If this expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm stood with the Grand Elders Lu family, then the sect masters Wu family would be in trouble. Oh? Since there's such an expert, then I naturally have to meet him. The Wu family elder couldn't help but laugh. You? Lu Gaoyang's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect the Wu family elder to be so thick-skinned. The group of disciples also knew that there were 2 factions in the Green Sun Sword sect. However, their strength and aptitude didn't meet the requirements, so they didn't belong to any of the factions. At this time, Yixian's eyes suddenly flashed twice. In the Green Sun Sword sect, the Wu family had always been the sect master of the Green Sun Sword sect, and the Lu family had always been the Grand Elder. The sect master and the Grand Elder both had supreme positions. If the 2 families had a good relationship, the sect would definitely rise to a higher level. Unfortunately, the 2 families didn't get along well. Yixian looked at the Lu family and Wu family that were at odds with each other, and a plan suddenly formed in his mind. The Lu family's Lu Tiangong had a grudge with him, but the sect master's Wu family had nothing to do with him. Chapter 1264. Yixian immediately ordered the old tree, who was on standby, to rush over. With the old tree's speed, it would only take 10 seconds. Elder Wu, this expert is someone my son knows. My son and that senior have similar interests. He only wants to meet us. Why are you following him? Lu Gaoyang snorted. Similar interests? The leading Wu family elder grinned. Then all the more I want to meet him. Who knows, I might be able to hit it off with that senior. Bastard! Lu Gaoyang cursed in his heart. If looks could kill, this Wu family elder would have died 10,000 times over. However, just as they were about to confront each other, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Bang! 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 The ground shook, startling everyone in the air. Many people looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge figure charging towards them. A heaven-reaching beast? The leading Wu family elder's eyes flashed. He shouted, "What an evil creature! How dare you behave so atrociously in my Green Sun Sword sect's territory? You're courting death." Before he could finish speaking, He had already made his move. On the other side, the Lu family also prepared to attack when they saw this strange heaven-reaching beast. At this time, Lu Yuanhang hurriedly reminded them. "Father, uncles, he's the senior I was talking about." "What?" Lu Gaoyang and the other two were shocked. Lu Yuanhang had said before that this senior of the Supreme Great Immortal Spring was a bit strange, and told them not to be surprised when they saw him. However, they never expected that the senior Lu Yuanhang said was strange to this extent. The Supreme Great Immortal Spring was actually a heaven-reaching beast? However, when they thought of the realm Lu Yuanhang had mentioned, they resisted the urge to attack. 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. This heaven-reaching beast was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, a realm higher than the three of them. "Don't attack. You're screwing with the Wu family." Lu Gaoyang cut to the chase. The other two immediately understood and looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Didn't the Wu family want to meet the senior Lu Yuanhang new? Let's see how you'll meet him now. Not only did you not attack, you even called him an evil creature. You're done for. Haha. Thinking of this, Lu Gaoyang and the other two were overjoyed. They could only hope that the Wu clan elder would be beaten half to death by this heaven-connecting beast. Xiu! 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 Several streaks of sword light pierced through the air, preparing to kill the huge heaven-connecting beast that was charging towards him. This sky-connecting beast was the Devil Tree battle soldier, Old Tree, that Yixian had called over. At the same time, he had received another order from Yixian to not defend himself. Bang! 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 3 explosions rang out. The 3 sword rays directly fell on Old Shu's body, shattering his hard bark armor. Ouch! It hurts! The Old Tree cried out in pain. When the Wu family elder saw this, his expression changed. This heaven-span beast's level was most likely not low. "What are you doing? He's the senior I was talking about." Lu Yuanhang hurriedly shouted. "What?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The senior Lu Yuanhang was acquainted with was this moving tree? Not good, we've been tricked. The leading Wu family elder was an expert who had lived for 100 years. He immediately realized that he had been tricked by the Lu family. Just now, they thought that the senior Lu Yuanhang was acquainted with was a human. They didn't expect it to be a heaven-connecting beast, and a talking tree at that. Green Sun Sword Sect, I, Old Tree, sincerely came to make a deal with you. Is this how you welcome me? The Old Tree suppressed the recovery ability of the Divine Tree of Life bloodline in his body and said angrily, "Old Tree, it's a misunderstanding. The one who attacked you wasn't me. I've already brought my father." Lu Yuanhang hurriedly reported. At this time, the Old Tree's gaze suddenly landed on the 3 4th level Fulfillment Realm elders of the Wu family. He said, "I, Old Tree, spent nearly 1,000 years to break through to the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Now, you juniors of the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm dare to attack me and call me evil creatures?" 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Hearing this, the Wu family elders' hearts trembled violently. It seemed that they had bitten off more than they could chew. "Senior, please forgive us. Just now, we acted subconsciously. Please forgive us." The leading Wu family elder hurriedly said. "Humph, if an apology was enough, why would the sect need an enforcement team? You were called evil creatures by your disciples. Would you let them go if they apologized?" The Old Tree roared angrily. "Senior, here are 10,000 prosperity pills. Take it as an apology." The Wu family elder sincerely wanted to be on good terms with the Old Tree, so he could only painfully take out 10,000 prosperity pills and throw them over. "Prosperity pills are useless to me, but I'll keep them for now. This matter is over." The Old Tree snorted coldly and swallowed the prosperity pills. These prosperity pills were enough for Yixian to break through to the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yixian was overjoyed that he had tricked them. "Thank you for your forgiveness, senior," the leading elder said with cupped fists. He then said, "This one is Wu Yong. Greetings, senior." Although the Old Tree was only a talking tree, his realm had reached the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Moreover, judging from the injuries just now, the Old Tree's combat strength was not so simple. "Forget it," the Old Tree said magnanimously. "This time, I've come to collect the supreme great eternal spring water that I've stored for 1,000 years. I don't know if the Green Sun Sword Sect has the ability to eat it." Boom! Everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Eternal spring water? Supreme grade? I reckon you don't know the effects of supreme grade eternal spring water. I'll tell you now. Supreme grade eternal spring water is different from ordinary eternal spring water. The old tree looked around and said, I've stayed in the wood spirit primitive world for nearly 1,000 years and collected a total of 5 years worth of supreme grade eternal spring water. It's enough to increase a person's lifespan by 5 years. 5 years was neither long nor short for the elders present. They had all lived for more than 100 years, and even Lu Yuanhang was over 80 years old. 5 years was really nothing. However, what if he managed to make a breakthrough in the 5 years he had left? If someone broke through, they would be able to increase their lifespan by a few years, which would bring great contributions to the entire family. For example, the Wu family's patriarch, who had lived for nearly 200 years, was about to break through, but unfortunately, he did not have enough lifespan left. These 5 years' worth of supreme-grade eternal spring water might be able to treat some of his hidden ailments. In that case, his lifespan would not only increase by 5 years, but also by 8 or 10 years. If he broke through again in these years, he would be able to live for many more years. Chapter 1265. This immortal spring really came at the right time. Wu Yong's eyes sparkled as if he was determined to get it. However, there was another problem. A 5-year supply of supreme-grade immortal spring was not cheap, right? Senior, this supreme-grade immortal spring do you want? Wu Yong hurriedly asked. However, before he could finish, the old tree interrupted him. Old tree, I've been walking for so long and even got injured. Aren't you going to invite me over for a seat? Hearing this, Lu Gaoyong hurriedly nodded and said, Yes. Senior, this way please. Our sect is over there. Then he glanced at Wu Yong. The Lu family could give up on this 5-year supply of supreme-grade immortal spring, but they could not let it fall into the Wu family's hands. Then the old tree, surrounded by a group of disciples and elders, arrived at the Qingyang sword sect. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Damn, what is that? A moving tree? Is he a tree demon? He can talk. There are so many secluded elders. Did they capture him? No, the elders seemed to be very nice to him. The crowd of disciples stared with their eyes wide open and their tongues tied. This was the first time in the history of the Qingyang sword sect that something like this had happened. Oh, so this is a human sect. Not bad. The old tree looked around like a farmer entering a city. He was originally a very ordinary heavenly treasure tree. Then he coincidentally turned into a tree demon and mutated into a demon tree battle soldier. From beginning to end, he had never left the primitive world of the wood spirit. This was the first time he had come out. Senior tree, please rest here. I'll go get the sect master, Wu Yong said and quickly left. He had to send the news of the supreme-grade immortal spring back to the Wu family. Old tree, I'll take my leave too. A Lu family expert also left to go get the Lu family's representative. In fact, the Lu family was not concerned about the supreme-grade immortal spring, but the old tree, a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert. As long as they had a good relationship with the old tree, the Lu family would have more say in the Green Sun Sword sect in the future. Alright, then this old tree will take a rest first. The old tree walked directly to a tree and sat down. In reality, Yixian really wanted to go over and take the bag of fulfillment pills. That way, he could break through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't expose himself as he was surrounded by people. Soon Wu Yong brought an old man over. This old man was the current sect leader of the Green Sun Sword sect, Wu Junying. Wu Junying was an expert at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Wu Junying greets Senior. Wu Junying hurriedly said, You are the sect leader of the Qingyang sword sect? The old tree's bell-like eyes fell on Wu Junying. Yes. Wu Junying nodded and said, I wonder if Senior's 5 years worth of top-grade immortal spring water. Don't worry. The old tree suddenly interrupted. Other than the Wu clan, there was also the Lu clan in the Qingyang sword sect, so there was no need to make a decision so quickly. After all, the highest bidder would win. Hearing this, Wu Junying's expression changed. It seemed that the old tree knew about the Qingyang sword sect's situation. Since that was the case, then it was a fair competition. After a while, someone from the Lu clan also arrived. Moreover, it was Yixian's old acquaintance Lu Tiangong. It really is you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Lu Tiangong still wore an eye mask, so he didn't notice Yi Xian and directly landed. Greetings, senior. Lu Tiangong hurriedly greeted the old tree. Although they were both at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, the old tree was several times older than him. It was natural for him to call him senior. You have all come for the 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water. However, since you haven't seen it, I'm sure you don't completely believe it. The old tree didn't waste time. He suddenly spat out several jade bottles and said, "Inside these are the top-grade immortal spring water. Feel it." After saying that, he extended a branch and removed the cork from the bottle. Immediately a strong aura of life spread out. Wu Juning had actually taken the immortal spring water before, and it was already the maximum amount. It increased his lifespan by 10 years, so it wouldn't have any effect if he took it again. However, the top-grade immortal spring water in front of him ignored this side effect. Simply put, it was still effective for him. Come try it. The old tree used a branch to pick up a few drops of the top-grade immortal spring water, and they fell in front of the elders. Wu Juning immediately swallowed a drop of the top-grade immortal spring water in front of him and felt it. Ordinary immortal spring water had no effect on him, but this drop of immortal spring water still had an effect on him. As expected, this was the top-grade immortal spring water. Senior, please name a price. Wu Juning directly asked. Everyone knew that he had taken the immortal spring water. Now that he said this, it proved that this immortal spring water was top-grade. Aha, you are all smart people. You know the importance of this top-grade immortal spring water. I won't cheat you. 1,000,000 fortune pills. The old tree opened and closed his mouth, but everyone around was stunned. 1,000,000 fortune pills? The group of disciples opened their mouths wide. 1,000,000 fortune pills was enough to create a 5th-stage fulfillment realm expert. This big guy could really open his mouth. Senior, you're not joking? Qingyang Sword Sect leader Wu Juning couldn't help but ask. Since you think I'm joking, then I'll take my leave. When the old tree heard this, it immediately got up and prepared to leave. Wait! At this time, Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted, Senior, 1,000,000 fortune pills is not a small amount. Let me prepare for a few days. Oh, so you want it? The old tree was a little surprised. Yes, 1,000,000 fortune pills to buy 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water is definitely worth it. Lu Tiangong said immediately. Worth it? This was definitely worth it. Even if they didn't need it, if they gave it to a higher-level faction, they would definitely be able to earn back 1,000,000 fortune pills or even double it. Wait, I want it too. Qingyang Sword Sect leader Wu Juning immediately responded. Both sides wanted it. What should they do? Since both of you want it, then it's difficult. How about this? I'll give it to whoever gathers the items first. The old tree swallowed a few jade bottles and said, Also, the fortune pills can be exchanged with natural treasures and ores, as long as the amount is correct. 1,000,000 fortune pills was not something an ordinary person could take out. Even the entire Wu family probably couldn't take out that much. However, if they used natural treasures and ores, it might be possible. Alright, it'll go to whoever gets it first. Qingyang Sword Sect leader Wu Juning nodded. Chapter 1266. However, even if they wanted to, it wouldn't be easy to gather 1,000,000 fortune pills. It would take at least 2 or 3 days. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. I'll stay in your Green Sun Sword Sect for these 3 days, continued the old tree. Alright, 3 days. Lu Tiangong nodded. In that case, you can all leave. I'll sleep here for 3 days. After the old tree finished speaking, it took root under the tree. In the blink of an eye, it formed a big tree nest, blocking everyone outside. Then Grand Elder Lu Tiangong and sect leader Wu Juning looked at each other, and left one after another with their people. Not only that, but the surrounding disciples also dispersed. After all, the old tree had already gone to rest, so there was no point in staying here. However, Wu Juning was thinking about something else. Juning, what do you think about this? Asked Wu Yong. Although Wu Juning was the sect leader, she was a generation younger than Wu Yong, so it was fine to call her by her name. Third uncle, 1,000,000 fortune pills isn't a small amount. Wu Juning sighed. Are you thinking of giving up? Wu Yong frowned. No, the old ancestor suffered too many injuries in his early years. I don't think he'll last more than 3 years. It's not that easy to break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm in 3 years. Wu Junying narrowed her eyes and said softly, "Why don't we use this opportunity to—" Hearing this, Wu Yong's heart skipped a beat. He said in shock, "Don't tell me you're thinking of—" That's right. Ever since the 2 great families of our Green Sun Sword sect became estranged, they've been deteriorating day by day. So why don't we use this opportunity to uproot the Lu family?" A murderous intent suddenly flashed through Wu Junying's eyes. The Lu family's ancestor and our Wu family's ancestor were good brothers after all. Wu Yong couldn't help but say, his heart trembling. "Third uncle, you're too kind. If we don't get rid of the Lu family, our Green Sun Sword sect will deteriorate day by day. We can't let this continue." Wu Junying shook her head and sighed. "Third uncle, let's do it. But the Lu family has 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts, and we only have 2. Who's going to deal with that old tree?" Wu Yong continued. Wu Junying wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of the Lu family. At the same time, she wanted to kill the old tree and seize the supreme grade fountain of youth. To this question, Wu Junying only said a few words slowly. "Flying Scorpion Stronghold Underworld." After the Lu Wu and Green Sun Sword sect disciples left, Yixian also sneaked into the old tree's nest. "Young master, I got this just now." When the old tree saw Yixian enter, he immediately threw the 10,000 Rui pills at him. Without another word, Yixian devoured them all. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. The system prompted. Yixian was already close to breaking through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Now that he had 10,000 fortune pills, it was enough for him to break through. However, he didn't devour all of them. He only devoured about 5,000 fortune pills and kept the rest. If he could get 1,000,000 more fortune pills, he might even be able to break through to the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, let alone the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. However, would it be that easy? These 2 families agreed so easily because of each other. I wonder if this transaction will go smoothly. Yixian thought to himself. If this transaction went well, then Lu Tiangong was dead meat. He didn't know if things would go so smoothly. If there were any unexpected changes, then he still had the old tree and almost 10,000 heaven-reaching beasts to back him up. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, it was still the same old saying. If he couldn't win in a fight, could he not run away? However, Yixian didn't plan to just sit around for these 3 days. He had to make use of these 3 days. "Old tree, be careful. I'm going out for a while," Yixian said to the old tree in his mind. "Go. I'll set up the giant tree protection barrier here. Even a 6th-level fulfillment realm expert won't be able to break through in a short time." The old tree replied. "All right." Yixian nodded. If the Wu family and the Lu family could really gather 1,000,000 fortune pills in 3 days, then he could break through the void and return with a single word from the old tree. "Young master, where are we going?" Luoluo asked in the planting space. "To the nearest city," Yixian replied. Right now, he lacks strength the most. Therefore, if he made good use of this time, he might be able to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm first. At that time, even if there were any unexpected changes in 3 days, he would be able to deal with them well. The Green Sun Sword sect is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although they don't have a 6th-level fulfillment realm expert, it would be a mess if they were discovered. Yixian continued to think in his mind. After all, he was currently making a purchase of 1,000,000 fortune pills. Even if he used the Eye of Control to earn money in the Green Sun Sword sect, he wouldn't be able to gather 1,000,000 fortune pills in 3 days. Unfortunately, the nearest city to the Qingyang Sword sect was 2 days away from here. Therefore, he had to hurry. He immediately left the Green Sun Sword sect and headed for Tiger Tail City. Tiger Tail City wasn't a small city. Yixian wanted to go there and buy some things along the way, such as ores. He had broken through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, but Wei Zhentian was still at the 1st level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he needed to use the remaining 5,000 fortune pills to increase Wei Zhentian's strength. As for the old tree, there was even less to worry about. The old tree could grow by consuming blood. Yixian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body, so the old tree could break through just by absorbing his blood. After all, the higher Yixian's realm was, the more effective the bloodline of the divine tree of life would be. He didn't need to worry about the old tree's realm not being able to keep up. Very quickly 2 days passed. 2 days later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at Tiger Tail City. Let's go buy some things first, Yi Xian thought to himself. He still had 500 pieces of wood essence in his devouring space. The heavenly treasure tree in his planting space had already devoured tens of thousands of wood essence, so he didn't need these 500 pieces. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the auction house. Ding! Control successful. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control to control the second level of the Fulfillment Realm Director of the auction house. Convert all of these wood essence and fortune pills into ores and cultivation treasures. We'll split them 50-50. Yi Xian gave the items to the director of the auction house, who was controlled by the Eye of Control. There were only 5,000 fortune pills. Wood essence was good stuff. One piece was worth about 100 fortune pills. 500 pieces were worth 50,000 fortune pills. Previously, to put on a show, Yi Xian had also given Lu Yuanhang 500 pieces of wood essence. This was also a large sum, so the Lu family didn't feel that this trip to the wood essence primitive world was a loss. Chapter 1267. If all 50,000 fulfillment pills were exchanged for ores, it wouldn't be enough for Yi Xian to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he decided to split them equally. Besides, with the Eye of Control, he would definitely be able to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm within a day. Soon, the director of the auction house returned with a lot of things. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The two system notifications caused Wei Zhentian to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm. Now that the proper business was done, it was time to do some improper things. Where is the underworld branch of Huwei City? Yi Xian asked the director of the auction house directly. A person at the second level of the fulfillment realm should be qualified to know about the underworld branch. Since the director of the auction house was under control, he naturally reported the location directly. Although Emoshui was already dead, he still had to find out about the mysterious underworld duo demons. Moreover, those assassins were all filthy rich and earned much more than they did in the auction house. After all, the director of the auction house had some power, but the truly valuable things could only be taken out by the higher-ups. Yi Xian was only at the second level of the fulfillment realm, so he could only take control of the second level of the fulfillment realm. There were a lot of people in the underworld. As long as he waited there and didn't have a cultivation higher than the second level of the fulfillment realm, then all the rewards would be his. While he was thinking, Yi Xian arrived at the underworld branch under a house. In this branch of the underworld, there were experts at the fifth level of the fulfillment realm guarding it. Yi Xian wanted to use the sword storm here, but unfortunately, there were still a large number of innocent people in the surroundings. He was afraid that they would be injured. After entering the underworld, Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Control and began to control people. His targets were those at the first and second level of the fulfillment realm. These people could be controlled almost immediately. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. The system notifications continued to ring. Yi Xian directly controlled 20 people and obtained their wealth, a total of 30,000 fulfillment pills. Not bad, not bad. Now I'll wait for people and control them as they come. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he would be able to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm today. At the same time, he had already asked a servant to help him investigate those matters. He was sure that there would be a reply soon. However, just as Yi Xian was casually flipping through the mission list, his attention was attracted by a mission on the first page. This mission required a lot of manpower. A fulfillment realm expert would require 500 fulfillment pills, 3,000 for a second-level fulfillment realm expert, and 10,000 for a third-level fulfillment realm expert. As for the fourth and fifth level of the fulfillment realm, it was 50,000 and 200,000 respectively. 200,000 fortune pills to hire a fifth-level fulfillment realm cultivator was already very good. This kind of mission was very rare. There were only a handful of forces in the vicinity that could afford such a price. The Green Sun Sword Sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold were the only two major powers in the vicinity. Could it be the Lu family or the Wu family? Yi Xian immediately thought of these two clans. He took a closer look and realized that the gathering point was near the Green Sun Sword sect. Moreover, the mission was issued half a day after they and the old tree had arrived at the Green Sun Sword sect. A big mission like this requires a lot of investigation. Otherwise, if the mission is fake, it would waste a lot of people's time. Yi Xian thought to himself. He guessed that it should be the Lu family, or the Wu family of the Green Sun Sword sect. Moreover, this big mission required 3 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. It seemed that one of the clans of the Green Sun Sword sect had made a big move. 3 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts would require 600,000 fortune pills. Including the rest of the people, it would cost at least 800,000. However, many people would die after the battle, so I can save a lot of money. Yi Xian thought to himself. He guessed that this mission was issued by either the Wu family or the Lu family. Their target was probably the other family. It was likely that the old tree was included as well. After all, the old tree had the top-grade immortal spring water. Otherwise, they would only need to hire 2 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts to annihilate another family. Why would they need 3? This mission is definitely not only issued in Huai City. It's issued in other cities as well. I wonder how many people will go. Yi Xian thought to himself. The reward for this mission was very tempting. Moreover, there was a note in the mission that said that the spoils of war belonged to whoever obtained them. However, it was at this moment that Yi Xian saw a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner from the corner of his eyes. His expression changed greatly. This 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner had just entered the Underworld branch. After seeing the mission, his face turned so green that one would think that he had hemorrhoids.